Good morning, California. Good morning, commissioners, line drawers, staff. Welcome to day 2 of our visualization week, which will conclude tomorrow. Rafi, if you could do roll call, please.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai. Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
And Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Thank you, Chair. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ravi. So let me just give a quick overview of the day. So we're going to revisit Los Angeles just briefly this morning. We do have a few commissioners that want to provide some additional input. And then we will move on to Southern California for the Assembly. And then we'll begin to move into the Senate visualizations. And then we'll get as far as we get today. And then we'll move into congressional. So we'll need to review the minutes and approve the minutes. So hopefully commissioners have reviewed them. So we won't review them live. Hopefully you remove them. They've been posted. We'll do that toward the end of the day. So please make sure that you review. So if you have any comments on minute corrections, we can take care of that right before we go into our evening public comment for the day. So we will get feedback from the public. I'll ask for a motion on minute approval. We'll go to public comment, and then we'll also take general public comment for the whole day at that time. So I just want to give you a heads up on that. So commissioners, please make sure you have reviewed the minutes. Also, I am going to step away for right after our first break for 1 hour. And my co-chair Turner will take us through to lunch, and then I'll see you guys again after lunch through the evening. We're looking forward to a robust day. It was really exciting yesterday. I think that things went really well. I think commissioners were very engaged. So we'll try a very similar cadence today. Please be mindful of your direction, that it's direction and not necessarily a discussion with the line drawer, but more so you giving them direction. And please listen to your fellow commissioners too, so that you're thinking about the direction that you're going to give, and we're mindful not to give contradictory direction to our line drawers where best as possible. It's going to help them do a good job for us. And I think that'll help the day flow a little smoothly as well. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Jamie to put this Los Angeles map up. You have it here. And commissioners that wanted to give some additional direction or clarification questions, now would be the time. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of Long Beach congressional visualization, I wanted to take us back to the Assembly visualization and say that there's a small part of northern Long Beach that is in the 710 Gateway visualization. Again, this is for Assembly. And I would like to see a congressional visualization that used that same portion of Long Beach as a bridge, as it were, to get from the SP 710 visualization down in the port of, well, in the Wilmington area up to Carson, and then using that same portion of Long Beach from the 710 Gateway Assembly visualization to connect to Linwood, Southgate, etc. So, and then exchange population. So you would take population from the northern end of LB North and put it into that SP 710 visualization to compensate for moving most of the rest of Long Beach into the LB North visualization. I hope that's clear, Jamie.
For congressional.
Correct. And what I'm trying for is if we're able to use the pretty much the exact same portion of Long Beach, then it's going to be easier for voter education and so forth. People in that small section of Long Beach will know that they're not with the rest of Long Beach on both assembly and congressional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Lamont, you're muted.
Thank you for that, Karen. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I just wanted to remind commissioners that we're on assembly right now. I'm clear on what Commissioner Kennedy was doing there, but I want us to keep the focus on assembly. And if you can pull your congressional notes, and if we need to reference back to an assembly map in service of a congressional, visualization, in service of a congressional visualization, feel free to do that. With that, let's move to Commissioner Satwani.
Thank you, Chair Lamont. I wanted to go back to the NELA visualization, which is on page 72. I made this comment last week, I think when we were discussing the congressional maps, but I want to raise it again. For me, this district is a major anchor point for LA County. This is the VRA obligations here are so clear and obvious. And I don't think we have this right yet. And my direction to line drawers is to see what other options are possible. I see here that we're already over in our population deviation, right, at 3.35%. So I think there's a couple ways that I'd like the line drawers to explore. And it is exploratory. It's not a hard and fast thing, but I don't think we have it right yet. We received quite a bit of testimony last night about Echo Park, Highland Park, and even up into Eagle Rock. I would assume that includes also Glassell Park. This district looks and feels like it's potentially an overpacking of Filipinos in this area. And so I'm curious to find out what are our options if we were to bring in those regions of Echo Park through Eagle Rock, including Highland Park, into that VRA district. It's going to have enormous ripple effects, right? So first of all, we would have to lose something. And my initial thought is that we lose in two places, but I don't know what that's going to do to the population. One option is we cut off downtown Los Angeles. Let me see here. I have it all beautifully drawn on this map, which I know you all will totally follow along with me here on this. I think we possibly cutting off downtown Los Angeles, Pico Union northward to Rampart. One of the problems that I see here that was identified from some of our callers is that in these visualizations, we're cutting off Koreatown in half. And so I'm trying to find ways of keeping Koreatown whole while at the same time maintaining a VRA district. And so that's really the piece that I find it exploratory. So it could be that we're cutting off that southern portion of what this current district is. Alternatively, portions of that stay and potentially reunite Koreatown, because I know that this is also encompassing a whole bunch of other Asian American Khoi testimony that we received from Chinatown, which I believe may or may not be cut in here, Filipino town and others as well. Another alternative that I think we could explore, I don't know what the population density is for East LA and Boyle Heights. I do think, and I've said before in these meetings, that I think Boyle Heights and East LA have so much connectivity that they do need to stay together. But an alternative is, if we're bringing in Echo Park through Eagle Rock, could Boyle Heights and East LA be cut off from this VRA district and paired with a VRA district further south that would, again, have a ripple effect on everything happening down below? So potentially pairing with Vernon, Montebello, Commerce. Oh, I've lost some. Okay, yeah, Commerce. If need be, from a Vernon, I know doesn't have a big population, but if need be, pulling into Bell Gardens, et cetera, possibly. And I think if we were to move in that direction, it might open up possibilities further south in Los Angeles to that area we haven't explored yet, which includes Hacienda Heights, Rowland Heights, La Habra. Those are areas that are populated by both Latinos and Asian Americans. We've received a whole bunch of testimony there. To me, it's the piece that we're still not fully getting right in these maps. It's that intersection between LA and OC. But I think a lot of it stems from what we do in North LA. And so across the board, I'm saying let's explore other possibilities here, because I think this is better. I don't think we're there yet. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any clarifying questions if it's helpful.
Thank you. Actually, one clarifying question that I do have is that I have received commission direction that East LA, Boyle Heights, Lincoln Heights, and Neighborhood Council LA 32, sort of the El Sereno area, should all stay together, just based on sort of populations and the direction you just gave. I'm understanding this direction to be that Boyle Heights and East LA should remain together, but not necessarily with Lincoln Heights and El Sereno, LA 32 Neighborhood Council.
That's correct. I would be okay to explore what our other options might be. It's
you.
not that I'm opposed to keeping them with LA 32 and Lincoln Heights. I think given the testimony that we're receiving about Highland Park and Eagle Rock and Echo Park not wanting to be with places like Burbank and Glendale, I think I'm still looking to see what our options are, particularly at this assembly district level where things are smaller.
I understand. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes, thank you. I'll just weigh in on what Commissioner Sadwani said, and there's another intent that I had. I do agree with her. I'm just wondering also, as an alternative, and Commissioner Sadwani, tell me if you might think this might be workable. Would it be possible to remove LA 32 Neighborhood Council, Lincoln Heights, put it together with Echo Park, the Elysian Valley Riverside Neighborhood Council, the Greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council, Arroyo Seco, Glacial Park, Eagle Rock, and Historic Highland Park into a district that would, one, be of appropriate size, and one that would also honor this district. I don't believe it is noted as a VRA unless I'm looking at the colors on the map on the screen incorrectly. So I'm just suggesting that because it may give some flexibility then.
May I respond to that, Chair?
Sure.
And I'm sorry. And then also possibly dipping down into, no, that's okay. Let's just stop there.
If I can just respond, that's exactly what I was thinking. So the NLA district, which to me is like NELA, right, which is the kind of the neighborhood shorthand for this area, is a VRA district. To the best of my understanding, it is. And I'm curious if we were to make that switch, if we would maintain that VRA district. Those areas that we're identifying, Echo Park, Eagle Rock, et cetera, as the testimony we heard last night suggested, those are historically Latino communities. They're facing a lot of gentrification, and as well as issues around the unhoused. So I think keeping them together makes a whole lot of sense. And what I'm hearing is and it is true, they are a part of Los Angeles and want to stay a part of Los Angeles, not necessarily with these other areas.
Yeah, because then to what you're saying, then the ripple effects is then to keep Boyle Heights and East LA together with the historic downtown LA core, because I think they do belong together, and then perhaps extending into Chinatown, and perhaps I don't know if this makes sense, to keep Koreatown whole, or I'm sorry, extending into Koreatown and to keep Koreatown whole, extending into the greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council too, instead of splitting them. I know that they really did not want to be split again. And
Yes.
that would then encompass the Wilshire corridor that stops at, essentially, I think it would be like La Brea or Fairfax or somewhere thereabouts, where the neighborhood does become much more different.
That's correct. And I think the other piece I didn't mention there is obviously if we're splitting up that Burbank North LA district, and tell me, Commissioner Kutagawa, your thoughts here, that would leave open Los Feliz, Silver Lake areas.
To be
which
with
were also-
Hollywood.
Exactly,
Yeah.
which were identified by LGBTQ communities.
Yes.
It would require rethinking Glendale. I think you can go up into La Cañada, La Crescenta areas. South Pass might be able to go into that East 210 corridor. So I think figuring out that North LA piece, Northeast LA, it's going to have a major ripple effect, but I think it could be a good one.
And I know that Glendale and Burbank also asked to be put together. I know yesterday we also talked about possibly splitting up that 210 corridor COI into two separate districts instead of one very long district. So given some of these directions that we just discussed, that may also give some flexibility if they had to break it up.
Thank you, commissioners.
I just respond just to that last piece.
Yes.
And happy to explore all of these options. Thank you so much for this direction. And just noting that in these areas, there are areas that may have VRA consideration. So I'll do what I can with the 210 corridor, and the movement might be further west as opposed to further east. And of course, just happy to explore and work on making all these directions come true to the extent possible. Thank you.
Jamie.
Chair,
Yeah.
I originally wanted to comment on the San Gabriel Valley, but perhaps I can just say to Jamie, given some of these additional changes in LA, which are going to have ripple effects, I think I'm going to hold off on my comments around the South San Gabriel Valley specifically. I'll just hold off until I see the new set of visualizations.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to see some visualizations that explore keeping Echo Park and Highland Park together in particular. Glasell Park would be great, although that probably then requires folks who Mount Washington, which is where I live, which is a very, very high income, and not really like the rest that surrounds these communities. But just, I'm moved by a lot of our comments from last night, and I'd still like us to keep an eye on not just the CVAP, the Latino CVAP in this area, even if there aren't sort of all three conditions met for a voting rights district. I think there's a community of interest historically of Latino population that is shifting with gentrification. And so just want us to take a wider view of sort of who is in these neighborhoods now, and just don't want to dilute the power and experiences of the communities that are like Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles by putting them with communities that are so in flux that they won't look anything like they are even now in 2 or 3 years. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you. And I just wanted to give general direction in terms of some of the districts, including this one, has pretty high Latino CVAP, and trying to get some of the to shift the CVAPs to other VRA districts that may not be as high, especially these that are in the 70s and 60s, trying to get them a little bit lower, so that they can. So trying to reduce the deviation closer to zero, and then trying to get the CVAP lowered and more even and balanced across the VRA districts if possible. And I think so that would be my direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gee?
Yeah, following that up on that, I'm wondering if VRA Council could comment on the NLA district as it's drawn, and then in relation to some of the suggestions that are being made, and what is the extent of our VRA obligations there? I did not actually understand that to be a VRA district in my notes, but I could be wrong. So if Mr. Becker is available, possibly?
Yeah, absolutely. It is an area where we do not see all three Jingles preconditions. So the Voting Rights Act does not require a particular district to be drawn to protect minorities in that area. It also doesn't preclude that communities of interest be kept together, given that there are some natural concentrations of communities within that area.
Thank you.
But this is not an area that the Voting Rights Act considerations are particularly strong.
Thank you. Any other direction to the line drawers with regard to Los Angeles before we move to Southern California? Thank you, commissioners, for your thoughtful feedback this morning. Thank you, Jamie. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Savan will be coming on in just a second, and she will be pulling up the map in the southern region of the state. In this region, we have a total of 23 districts we're going to be talking about. The population overall we're above by 80,000. As we heard just this morning from Commissioner Sadwani, there's some considerations of on the LA Orange County border, some conversations yesterday with Kern and Tulare borders, so I think there will be some changes there. Given the swap in mappers, just ask a little patience. We adhered to a lot of the requests that we received from last week, and we got most of those in. There were a couple situations where we found we still need to add those in, and Savan will highlight a couple of those areas. There are, for the most part, I think 20 of the 23 are in the deviation of the -5 to 5. There are two visualizations that are currently just over 5%, and there's one that is over 7% that we will be addressing, but just wanted to let you know we're aware of that, and those are changes that we are aware of and will be making. With that, I will hand this over to Savan, who we are going to start with the visualizations that have VRA considerations first, and so I will turn it over to Savan.
Hi, everyone. In case you missed it yesterday or forgot, my name is Sivan. I'm part of the Haystack DNA team, and I'm really honored to be here. I'll be taking over for John's region, so Southern California. And as Andrew mentioned, we're just going to jump right into the districts that have some potential VRA considerations. This is largely going to go in order of the PDF booklet. So if you wanted to turn to page 90 to follow along, I'm going to start with the SEC district, Southeast California. So there were not many changes that were made to this district from last time. And I'll just be also toggling on and off last week's visualization boundaries, just to kind of further highlight where those changes were made and where we kept what we had. The main change that was made to this visualization right here is that, as you can see up here near Needles, we received direction from multiple commissioners to try and add more of a buffer around some of these rural communities, just keeping in mind that there are folks who live outside of those incorporated boundaries who are likely associated with the city or town nearby. And so you can see here that we just added a little bit more of a buffer around Needles. So also regarding changes that were made to accommodate commissioner requests, we definitely heard loud and clear that we want to have it as a goal to keep as many tribal lands intact as possible. So keeping that in mind, there are 31 reservations or Indian associated lands that are in this visualization. We were able to keep 29 of the 31 intact, and the 2 that are split are actually just land splits, not population splits. And we have some ideas of how to kind of wiggle things around to maybe even reduce that further. But as you can see, this was a little bit more successful at incorporating some of those instructions that we received. And this district currently, or this visualization, excuse me, currently has a deviation of negative 1.97% with a Latino CVAP of 54.75. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Becker in case he has anything else to add.
Nope, I don't have anything to add here.
All right. This will be the only jump in order, so bear with me for just a second. If you would turn to page 112, I just wanted to quickly talk about this district. Not much to say, as it maintains the same boundaries that you saw in the last round of visualizations. Mr. Becker, did you have anything else to add?
No, I don't have anything else to add. In fact, I'll just interject if I have anything, or if obviously respond to any questions that you all have as we go through these.
Okay, perfect. In that case, I will move right along. So if you would flip back to page 91, and then we'll be on track. We should be on track to stay in order. I'm just going to zoom in this area here where we have a cluster of these potential VRA districts. And pardon the buffering. So sorry about the lag. Hopefully it will speed up soon. All right, there we go. Thanks for your patience, everyone. So starting out right here, again, there were no changes in this PCO. That's the Pomona Chino, Ontario visualization. So this maintained the same boundaries that you saw last week. The next one on page 92 would be the RCFR visualization right here, which also did not have any changes from last week. On page 93, SBCHR, right to the east of the previous visualization. Again, we did not make any changes from last week, so this is the same visualization that you've already seen. And then going down into the Harupa Valley, again, no changes were made to this visualization. And then the final VRA consideration visualization is this MPH district. And I'll just turn on last week's boundaries to highlight the changes that were made. It's really minor, and I'm actually going to have to zoom in just to highlight it, but it was in consideration with the same instruction to preserve native lands. So as you can see, the border last week kind of zigzagged to accommodate the border of the city of San Jacinto. And all that was changed was that the border was actually just moved slightly farther to the west just to reunite this Saboba Indian reservation that's right bordering it. But otherwise, it is the same that you have seen.
Sivan, would you mind giving us the page numbers also? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So that last one was on page 95. And I'll just be going in order. So once we get to loading, I will move on to page 96. You'll just bear with me for one more minute.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was late. I heard that we've already done Imperial County and the San Diego visualization, and as we were waiting for this to upload, I just wanted to know if that one isn't going I think the most important, and this goes for just all the visualizations, that includes that the South San Diego side, is to make sure that we're keeping National City, Imperial Beach, National City, Bonita, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Chula Vista, and San Isidro together as one COI, as one community of interest, and that's both looking at it as just a low-income, working-class, Latino and Asian area, and in some of them I know, and I'm talking a little broader, we're connecting that area all the way up to San Bernardino, and the truth is the South Bay area is very different than the far east area, and the more I think of it, the more that visualization isn't making sense.
Commissioner Sinai, just to confirm, so are you talking about this Chula Vista San Isidro visualization that's on page 112, or are you talking about the southeast, the SEC district that's on page 90?
So the one on 112 I think is close, and I don't think it can expand to include Barrio Logan and Logan Heights, but ideally it would include Barrio Logan and Logan Heights.
Absolutely.
And we can talk about where we would have to change, but Barrio Logan and Logan Heights is really part of that whole visualization. Sorry, I think I jumped because I thought this one was the one that was connected to Imperial County, but then that's more in the congressional and the Senate side. But I just wanted to say in all of them that this should be the kind of the anchor is those communities.
Absolutely. We can definitely go back to our VRA council and try and potentially see if there are options to kind of extend this national city border north to include some of those neighborhoods in San Diego, such as Barrio Logan. And yeah, were there any other questions from commissioners about these VRA visualizations, or should I move on to the other ones?
Continue.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so we are going to talk about San Diego first. So good news, Commissioner Sinai, you did not miss it. I'm going to start with page 96. So this is the SESDC district, which is right above that district or the visualization we were just talking about. And as you can see, these red lines are last week's visualizations. There were no changes that were made, so you've already seen that. And pardon me, I just realized that I still have my CVAP. Would it be helpful if I kept my CVAP numbers on, or should I just turn it to show the deviation? What would you all prefer?
Just the deviation.
All right, just give me one moment to turn that off quickly. Sorry about that. All right, so now the labels are just displaying the deviation for your reference. The next visualization is on, is on page 97. And this is the SDC visualization that kind of comes all the way down the coastal areas of the city of San Diego and then goes all the way north to actually split Carlsbad, which is new in this visualization, and also encompasses Coronado. We definitely heard your feedback last week to kind of play around and see if Coronado could fit in a district with the downtown area of the city of San Diego. And unfortunately, we were not able to kind of incorporate that feedback for this round of visualizations. But if it's something that you would like us to keep in mind going forward, we will definitely hold on to that instruction and continue to try and fit that into a visualization so you can see what that would look like. The only other differences between this district that you're seeing now and what we saw last week, just highlighting again that Carlsbad is now split down a major street, and then also a little bit more of the city of San Diego was incorporated into this coastal district. Moving on to page 98. This is the SDCY district, and I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you all can see more clearly. But this really encompasses just kind of the central area of the city of San Diego, stretching from north to south. And the only change that was made from last week is that it was extended just a little bit north of the city of San Diego northern border right here. And I believe that was for population balancing. Any questions? Is this pace okay for everyone? Just checking in.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. Can we go back to the coastal one, the blue one?
Absolutely.
Because I think there's just a few things to kind of keep in mind. I did review kind of the report that we received from Equality California and then compared it to some of the work that we're doing. And many of the LGBTQ plus communities also kind of butt in or are right next to or share areas that are also other communities of interest, as well as in some cases VRA districts. And so I think that's important to realize that, we are looking at all the different communities of interest, but we do have 6 criteria that we need to follow, with kind of the VRA being up at the top at number 2. I do, for this one, the coastal, one of the things that might be possible, and I'll explain, all of this kind of connects together. So the LGBTQ plus community in San Diego encompasses North Park, Mission Hills, Hillcrest, South Park, Normal Heights, University Heights, Kensington, parts of downtown. I mean, downtown is a little bit of everybody. Downtown and, if possible, Golden Hill. I mentioned those neighborhoods. They all are basically together in the yellow, the San Diego City one. But if they could be with the coast, the reason I would like to see if we can move those neighborhoods to the coast, that would allow going up the coast for Carlsbad to be whole, because it would be the opposite. It could be that Carlsbad could be whole going south, right, and be with the Camp Pendleton. But one of the things that came up on this up there is that Oceanside doesn't fit in with the Orange County communities that are on the other side of Camp Pendleton. And so if we had said that as much as possible, we would try to keep it balanced, the cities from 2 different counties, and to keep it balanced and similar community demographics. I know originally I had said go from Oceanside south to Carlsbad, but looking at it, I would say Oceanside east to Vista. But we can keep playing with it as when we get there. And I would also include Coronado with downtown. So it might be that the coastal district just moves north a little bit, or anyway.
Okay, so just to reiterate, just to make sure that I understand, are you saying that you would rather Oceanside come in with Vista to this VSME district? So that Oceanside...
No, Camp Pendleton, Oceanside, and Vista.
Okay, so to extend the SOCN-SD to include Vista.
Right, and so we could keep Carlsbad as much as possible together, whichever way it has to go, and then take Vista, and then if you still need more, then go south on Carlsbad.
Great, and I will definitely look for community of interest testimony that is talking about neighborhoods in San Diego. Unfortunately, we don't have an official San Diego neighborhood layer, so any specific instructions you could give to kind of further define where those neighborhood boundaries are would be extremely helpful.
Okay,
I'll kind of adding
I'll do a
those
quick Google
areas.
map and then get back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think Andrew's raising his hand, but I'm not sure.
He is. Hold on, please. I'll manage the meeting. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. And I was just going to say, we will also look at COIs that have been submitted as well, Commissioner Sinai, to see if there's any, there's been a number of COIs that are submitted. So we'll look at those as well as we're considering those directions for this visualization. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, in terms of Coronado, the San Diego one, the SDCY is negative. So if possible, maybe move that, because I believe Coronado is not as, it's only 20,000. So that might fit in well there. And if that happens, I'm trying to keep Carlsbad, not split. So I'm hoping that will maybe open up Carlsbad not being split, plus that district is already a negative, almost -2. So maybe that will be enough to keep Carlsbad together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional feedback in this particular area? Okay, Savan, you can continue, please.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you for that feedback, commissioners. All right, I believe we just covered the visualization that was on page 98. So moving on to the visualization on page 99, which is WSDC, right here just to the east of the city of San Diego. In terms of changes, the main change that you can see from last week is that the city of Ramona is now incorporated into this visualization, as well as this unincorporated area that lies between Poway and Ramona. And that is really the big change that happened in this district, and that added about 21,000 people to this visualization district. So as you can see, the deviation is a little bit over, but that is what happened when we moved Ramona in. And then moving to page 100, just north, obviously, since we pulled Ramona out of this district and moved it south, that's one change that you'll see from last week. And then just giving my map a second to load again. Awesome. So as you can see, so Ramona was removed. Sorry, I thought it was going to buffer faster, but it stays being really slow. Excuse me. We'll work on getting this a little bit faster for next time. All right, so this Vsme visualization, which you can find on page 100 of the PDF, this removed Ramona and this unincorporated area. The other thing that it did was it added Bonsall as well as Fallbrook and Rainbow. So you can see in the previous version of this visualization, it was cut off just south of Bonsall, and so we've extended that north to the county border. Moving on to the next visualization on page 101. So looking at this coastal area that includes Camp Pendleton as well as Oceanside. Excuse me one second. I want you all to be able to see while I talk about it, so it's in context. All right, thanks again for everyone's patience. So yeah, so this district is incorporating Oceanside with Camp Pendleton, and obviously we received some direction today about some ways in which this could potentially extend. It does cross the Orange County border to pick up these cities in the south of Orange County. And in terms of changes from last time you saw the version of this visualization, the border with Carlsbad, we've already discussed in the San Diego Coastal District, but this was split just slightly right here. And then obviously Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall were removed from this area. So now it stands at a slightly negative deviation. All right, so moving on to the visualization on page 102, which will just move us slightly north up the coast. This is the NOCCC, which I believe is North Orange County Coastal. I'm not sure what the last C is, but this is the North Orange County Coastal District. And the only changes were that Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills were added. And then Costa Mesa was split, which was previously not split, in order to add the southern part. And I will turn on last week's borders just so you can kind of see where that change occurred. Just up here, it extended a little bit north to include that portion.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, on the visualization, West San Diego City, the page 99. One of the questions that was asked before was, where do we kind of split El Cajon? Because El Cajon is really part of East County, which is a lot of what that pink district is. But also there's a lot of immigrants and refugees and Latinos. It's a working class, lower income community and a very wealthy community. And I think in looking at where are most of the resources for low income, and where there seems to be a line in El Cajon at Hamish Avenue. So I'm not sure if El Cajon was split here and what was used, but I just wanted to put that groups that west of Hamish is more the low income in the part that should be connected with Lemon Grove, City Heights, Lemon Grove, and Spring Valley, and southeastern San Diego, and north can stay with that pink area. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll definitely take a look at that. Were there any comments on previous districts, or should I go back to where I was, Chair?
Go back to where you were. Continue.
All right.
Thank you.
Moment. Absolutely. All right. So the next
Siobhan, excuse
yep.
me. Andrew, did you have a comment before we continue?
Yeah, I was just looking at the El Cajon just as we're waiting. It looks like that obviously it was split, but there was 8,000 people in one district and about 90,000 in the other. So we will look at trying to keep that as one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay, so we're just going to move away from the coast slightly into this Santa Ana Anaheim district, or SAA, and you all can find this on page 103.
Excuse me, Siobhan, before you continue. Commissioner Sinai, do you have a comment? Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to reply, make sure I was being clear. El Cajon should be split. I just want to make sure that the split was at Hamish Avenue. Okay, sorry, I thought that you were, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. Okay, so yes, this SAA visualization actually did not see any changes from last week. So you have already seen this, and if there are any instructions on tweaks, would be happy to hear that. Otherwise, moving on to the following page 104. This is the Garden Grove Westminster district, and I'm going to zoom in to give you all a better look. And the instructions that we received about this visualization from last week included an instruction from Commissioner Kutagawa to move Cypress out of the district and move it in with a portion of Costa Mesa. We also received direction from Commissioner Kennedy concerning Los Alamitos about shifting Los Alamitos from Harbor Gateway into the Garden Grove. We did not do that for this version of the visualization, but could definitely take a look at doing that for this next round, if that is an instruction that still stands. And then we also received, let's see, obviously trying to keep intact COIs that are concerning Little Saigon. And I'll just show you, these are just 2 examples of community submitted maps that describe what the potential borders of Little Saigon are. And as you can see, the current configuration of this visualization does a relatively good job at keeping this COI intact, although you can see there's a little bit that is excluded from this visualization, but overall seems to encompass what a lot of folks were giving feedback about what is Little Saigon. So I will just turn that back off. And let's see. So the changes that we saw in this visualization from last week, just to highlight, the northern part of Costa Mesa was added in. So previously Costa Mesa was not split, but now you can see this northern portion is added in with the green. Additionally, Olive Cypress was removed, just given that direction that we received from Commissioner Kutagawa. Stanton was also split, and we split Stanton along the 39. So you can see that right here. All right, moving on to the NOC visualization, which is just to the north. So let's see. So the main instruction that we received last week about this visualization was from Commissioner Kutagawa, asking to see if there's flexibility to keep Little Arabia in one district. So we were able to pull some testimony COIs about Little Arabia. This is just one example of what community members defined as like the Little Arabia kind of corridor. And so as you can see, this is kept intact within this visualization, although I believe the directions were initially more about this Santa Ana district, but we were able to keep this intact in a visualization. It was just not in this Santa Ana, Anaheim district. So the other things that were changed, Olive, Cypress, Artesia, and Cerritos were added. And I will just turn on the old borders to show you what that change looked like. And then the other change was that the part of Stanton that was cut by this Garden Grove Westminster visualization was added into this NOC area. And this is one of the visualizations that, as Andrew kind of mentioned at the very beginning, is a little on the high side for a deviation, although keeping in mind that these are still very much kind of exploratory visualizations. We would be really happy to hear feedback in just concerning what populations to lose. And I will be working very closely with Jamie about this LA border area, which, as we know, has been, a little bit difficult to say the least to kind of split up and categorize. So any feedback about that would be greatly appreciated.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Sivan, I'm sorry. Did you explain why we split Stanton? I probably missed it, so I apologize.
No, I didn't give a reason. I believe it was for population. It was split along a major transportation corridor, the 39, I believe. But I can definitely, if I receive an instruction to try and kind of reunite Stanton in either district, I could take a look at that.
Well, that's what I was thinking is right now the district below is negative, and if you added all of Stanton in there, it could also reduce the positive 5.8 in the current district. So I was trying to, that might level both of them out. Stanton isn't huge, so that's just
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll definitely
recommendation.
take a look
Thank
at
you.
adding that back in. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, to me, the problem with this district stems from the previous one, the Garden Grove, Westminster one. I had disagreed with Commissioner Kutagawa last week about the Costa Mesa addition, and I continue to disagree with that change. I think we've also heard a whole lot of community testimony about Costa Mesa staying with Irvine, Tustin, possibly yes and no's on Newport Beach. So I think that needs to come out of this district, and perhaps that's one of those decision points that we need to be discussing about which direction we want to go there. But I don't think it belongs in that district. So I was more comfortable with what was there last week that included Cypress, and I forget what else was included. I don't recall if Los Alamitos was a part of that district. I think so. No, it was not.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I forget what the deviations were on that, but I mean, certainly I think that the cut that we had last week made a whole lot more sense. I do like where we're going with that district up above that we were just looking at, that North OC one. So if we took out all of Cypress to add it back into the Garden Grove one, certainly that's going to shift the deviations there. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't recall what it was before, but I think it's also, again, stemming from that South LA, North OC district where there's all those AAPI COIs. Again, I think we need to get that sorted out, and that's going to help answer a lot of these other questions in the North OC area.
Commissioner, would you like me to look up what the deviation was last week? I have it I can look that up quickly if that would be helpful for you.
Either way, I mean, I think to me, getting that Little Saigon area right, and then going as we move further up, getting that area with Hacienda Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut, et cetera, right, will help us answer what needs to happen in that North OC area. It's the connective tissue, so to speak, between those two regions. So it's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with that. I can look it up. I have it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sadwani, I will admit I was wrong on that one. So I've been trying to figure out how to move out Costa Mesa and put it back in with Irvine without throwing off the numbers completely, because Costa Mesa is so big and I have yet not quite figured it out. I've been, trying to figure that part out. But I will agree. One of my directions was to ask to remove Costa Mesa from this Garden Grove visualization. I know we've also heard quite a bit of testimony. There's also a lot of written testimony, both pros and cons, in terms of the placement of Los Alamitos and Rossmore, as well as now Cypress. I would maybe just say for right now, we leave those as kind of flexible areas. I think those are those LA Orange County border areas that we'll have to grapple with whether or not they, we'll need to put them back in with Long Beach to balance out the populations in Orange County, or whether or not, for example, if we were to put Los Alamitos and Rossmore in with the Orange County coastal, which is Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and then make some adjustments to the Irvine visualization with the addition of Costa Mesa. I do also agree with what you just said in terms of the North Orange County visualization. I do like where that is going as well too, because I think it's hitting a number of communities of interest in those areas. Sivan, maybe a thought, and this is where I think there's going to be somewhat of a dismantling, because it's the CNF. I know that I don't think you quite got to that one yet, but the CNF includes, just a really odd combination of cities. It's really huge. It includes a lot of Riverside County, but it also includes Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, Walnut. I'm mentioning this now because I think I said this yesterday. Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, and Diamond Bar should be together. I know that Diamond Bar and Walnut want to be together. Brea is also pretty closely aligned with these communities as well too. So I was also quickly trying to figure out population numbers. I'm still working on that, but I think there's going to be a dismantling here. So it may be that I would just, my direction would be, I think just globally.
Can you hear me, Nadia?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
So Sivan, just globally, I think given some of these additional changes, I'd like to see what you come up with and see how these other areas turn out to be given some of these changes of moving a city as large as Costa Mesa will be.
Absolutely. Did you want me to jump to talk about Oh, pardon. I can talk about CNF next if that would be helpful for your directions, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, so that would be on page 108, just flipping forward slightly. And as was mentioned, some of the major changes were that Walnut and part of Industry, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Chino Hills were all added to this visualization. And I'll give it another moment to buffer. So you can see the addition of those areas just over here. The other changes were that all areas in Orange County were removed, the ones that were previously in the district that kind of stretch from Silverado to Mission Viejo. Additionally, Meadowbrook and part of Lake Elsinore that's west of Meadowbrook was removed. And I will turn on last week's borders just to show those kind of pretty drastic changes. So you can see the loss of Meadowbrook right here, that this border was moved up to exclude these kind of mountainous Orange County areas, and then extended northwest to capture Roland Heights, Diamond Bar, and Chino Hills.
Commissioner Samwani?
Yeah, I'm just going to say a big no on this one. And back to the drawing board. You know, I think we've mentioned numerous times, there's a whole bunch of COI testimony that we've received, you know, about this South LA County area. I think we have to figure that piece out. I just do not see that area as connected to Temescal Valley and some of these other Norco and these other parts of Riverside at all. So I think that we need to go back to the drawing board here. And that's as much as I'll give it at this stage.
Thank you, Commissioner Samwani. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have an additional comment?
Yeah, if perhaps I could just give direction in terms of what I would like to see with these cities, and then Sivan, maybe you can add other areas that might make sense for population.
Absolutely.
Because I think with what's similar to what Commissioner Sadwani said, I mean, these are as diametrically opposed as you can get. Very, very different COIs, very different kinds of communities. I'd like to see Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, La Habra, and I know that we're also looking at some reshuffling of some of those San Gabriel Valley cities, which is why I'm also noting La Habra and La Habra Heights. Perhaps we can also look at, I saw some COI testimony speaking to the Phillips Ranch portion of Pomona, which I believe is that little teeny tiny, like, I don't know, looks like a an iPhone charger little block piece that seems to be right in between Walnut and Diamond Bar. We did also hear some testimony, both in terms of written and also last night, about Chino Hills. I don't know enough about Chino Hills. Maybe there's a portion of Chino Hills, or we can take a look back again at the testimony, COI input, to see, if there's a specific portion of Chino Hills that may make sense to pull in. I would also add in, if it makes sense, to pull in Brea as well too, and that unincorporated Carbon Canyon area that is right next to Brea for some population. And Brea and Roland Heights and Diamond Bar have a lot in common. They're all up the 57 there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Savan, you can continue.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. I believe that last week we did receive direction that that commissioners would prefer that Chino Hills stay with cities in Riverside County. Is that still an instruction that you would like me to attempt for the next round of visualizations? Does anyone feel strongly?
I'll say for me, I think we heard some testimony last night, at least from one person, that he feels that they have more of an affinity to the Orange County, LA areas more so than Riverside. And so, again, I don't know enough about Chino Hills, and I would just go back and look at COI testimony to see if anybody noted like any specific borders that they feel might make a distinction between, is it the whole city, or if you split it, like if there's any areas in Chino Hills that make sense.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to remind commissioners to cue themselves with the hand raise, please. Commissioner Satwani.
Yes, thank you. On this question of Chino Hills, I think Chino Hills is one of those areas that could end up potentially in a lot of different places. It's right on that cusp, right on that border between LA, OC, and Riverside. So I really do see it could go in different directions. And we've received a lot of different kinds of testimony about Chino Hills. Earlier in the summer, I recall getting testimony about keeping Chino and Chino Hills together, that they share school districts and all sorts of local resources. At the same time, we also received testimony that Chino is a more working class neighborhood, whereas Chino Hills is not. So I think that there's definitely a divide there between Chino and Chino Hills. And for me, I would be very flexible about where it goes. And I see it could potentially go in different places. And if need be, I don't have the population in front of me, but even if we needed to make a split within it, I'm sure the people Chino Hills wouldn't be happy about it. But I believe there's like a reservation or canyon or something that's in there. If we turned on we don't need to turn on the terrain layer right now, but I believe that there is some natural border within the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, I was just going to say, just from my experience of the region, Chino Hills is more culturally aligned with Orange County. And so that would be my preference, although certainly I believe Commissioner Sadwani is right. There may be a split, or it could potentially go with LA County, though it is very distinct from the rest of the visualization that starts with Chino and goes north. So am less inclined to put them together with Chino.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I also recall COI testimony from the summer, some including saying that Chino Hills could actually go with Yerba Linda, as it's sort of all in the hills, that area. So that's another possibility as we decide where Chino Hills goes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional feedback on this particular area of the visualization? Okay, Savan, you can continue, please.
All right. So I think the next logical one we should talk about then would be this LAOSB visualization, which you can find on page 106. The major changes, which are also reflected in some of the changes that I've already said for previous districts, so excuse me if I am repeating myself, but all of the areas in LA County were removed. So this does not include any LA County cities or areas. So previously, what was in LA County that was included was Rowland Heights, Walnut, Diamond Bar, and Industry. And then also Chino Hills was removed. Placentia was added. Tustin and North Tustin were removed. And the district also previously ended in the south at the edge of Anaheim. And now the district goes down to include the kind of canyon areas of and mountainous areas of that Orange County. So that would be Silverado, Williams Canyon, Majeska, Trabuco Canyon, Mission Viejo, Rancho Santa Margarita, Las Flores, and Coto de Casa. And then that would also include all of the unincorporated area that goes up to the Orange County border. So just to show again what that change looked like, major changes from the last time you saw this visualization. Again, snapping to Orange County borders, kind of moving to include Placentia, excluding North Tustin, and sweeping all the way down to Mission Viejo, all the way up back to the Orange County border.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, on this visualization, LAOSB, I know that one of our directions was to add Costa Mesa back into Irvine. If we need to do that, my direction would be to remove Lake Forest and add it to the LAOSB visualization, because it will then at least bring up the standard deviation a little bit more. And yep.
Thank you so much. Was there any other feedback for this visualization, or should I continue?
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Generally speaking with Commissioner Kutagawa on this one, as we shift Costa Mesa, I think parts of that Irvine district can get shaved off. Can you tell me, in the Irvine area, there's like a lighter pink area on the, yep, right there. Is that a part of the city of Irvine, or is that a different city?
I believe that's actually unincorporated. Let me just turn off this layer so we can see better. Yeah, this is actually just an unincorporated area. And I believe I can turn the terrain layer back on if that would be helpful, but I believe this is pretty mountainous right here.
Got it. Okay. So I don't know what the population swap would be between Costa Mesa and Lake Forest, but I do recall receiving some testimony about the eastern parts of Irvine, east of the 5 freeway being somewhat different from the western portions of Irvine. I'm not suggesting that we need to cut into Irvine, but if we do, that would be a border that we could think about. My understanding, if I recall the Coy testimony, maybe it's worth if staff or line drawers can go back and take a look at it, that was a sort of a natural border, I recall, between where UC Irvine is and where there's a lot of renters versus homeowners, et cetera.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I was of the same mind about Irvine. However, I've read more recent testimony, most people asking for Irvine to be kept whole, including, I believe, the vice mayor of the city. Of course, for them, they'll probably prefer that the entire region or the entire city be together. Commissioner Sadwani, just so that you know, that pink corner that you were asking about, that's the Great Park in Orange County that used to be the El Toro Marine Base.
Got it. Thank you so much. And I agree. Keep it whole if possible, but if we end up needing additional population, I think cutting in that direction would make sense.
Thank you. Savan, continue, please.
Thank you so much. The only other thing I'll add before I move on is that the directions that were incorporated from last week for this visualization were from Commissioner Kutagawa, saying North Orange County including Brea and Yorba Linda, to add Hacienda Heights and then remove Chino Hills. So that was removed for this visualization, and then Yorba Linda and Brea remain in this visualization as well, and Hacienda Heights is not in this visualization. The next one would be talking about this Irvine District IRV, which is on page 107. We received direction from Commissioner Kutagawa to include all of Tustin with all of Irvine. And as you can see, we maintain that in this visualization. The changes in this visualization from last time were removing Laguna Hills and Laguna Woods, as well as adding all of Tustin, which had previously been split, as well as North Tustin. And you can see those changes right here. And then moving on to page, the next one would be CNF, which we've already covered.
Sivan, excuse me.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kutagawa, you have a comment?
Yeah, Sivan, if it helps, because moving, again, Costa Mesa, the numbers are so much more larger than just moving out Lake Forest. I saw mixed testimony on this, but North Tustin, if it helps to move that out also into the CNF or LAOSB visualization, if that brings the numbers down for Irvine and the numbers up for the CNF one. Or no, I'm sorry, LAOSB. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely give that a try and see what it looks like and show you all. All right. Were there any other comments, Chair? Or sorry, I don't have the whole Zoom screen up on my.
No, there isn't at this time.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. The next one I wanted to talk about was visualization MA. Just gonna zoom out for 1 second. And MA is this Temescal Valley kind of corridor. And we actually did not receive any direction on this visualization last time. However, the changes that were made were to include more of Lake Elsinore, as well as all of Meadowbrook, which had previously been split. So reuniting both of those cities. And then moving to page 110.
Before you move forward, Sivan, Commissioner Ahmed?
Just a quick clarifying question. Is that bottom portion of Temecula cut off into SEC 1102?
I believe that this is actually tribal lands, but let me just confirm that. Yeah, so it looks like this is actually part of a native reservation.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, Sivan. I'm looking at the South Orange County, North San Diego visualization. I know that the LAOSB visualization is still short some people, even with the addition of Lake Forest. I think if I'm looking this right, yeah, Lake Forest and North Tustin. I'm also looking at perhaps if you were to incorporate in Ladera Ranch and Rancho Mission Viejo, would that bring up the numbers enough? And then could you then extend the North Orange County coastal coastline all the way down to the coast and including San Clemente? Would that, because it's under deviation right now?
Yeah, so just to confirm, you're saying try moving Ladera Ranch and Rancho Mission Viejo into this LAOSB district?
Yes.
Is that what you were, okay.
Yes, so
and
that
then
you could bring
taking the Orange Coast all the way down to this, the county border?
Yes, because the deviation is pretty large right now still, so I want to see if it would bring that number up, and then seeing what you might have to do. Yeah.
Absolutely, we'll give that a try.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank
Kennedy.
you.
The population of North Tustin is a little bit over 25,000. That's in and of itself going to swing the variation on the LAOSB district to slightly positive. So
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. We're going to be coming up on a break in 5 minutes. Savan, continue, please.
Absolutely. I believe I only have 2 more, so that's the good news. Maybe I can get through them in the next 5 minutes. The next one is going to be quite large, so let me zoom out quite a bit. And this is the Morongo Basin Coachella Valley MBCV, which is on page 110. And if you'll just bear with me while I get a good visual of that visualization.
Commissioner Kutagawa, while that's loading, is your hand raised from before, or do you have a new comment?
No, my apologies. I'm going to.
All right, so again, this is one of the visualizations that is quite off for deviation. So this is going beyond that +5, -5% deviation. So would really appreciate any feedback, especially kind of concerning these bordering counties, and I will be working very closely again with Jamie and Kennedy to incorporate those changes. But this visualization, the main changes from the previous version that you saw were to remove low populated areas in eastern San Bernardino County. Additionally, unincorporated areas that lie between Homestead Valley and Lucerne Valley, as well as Big Bear City, were removed. Whitewater and Cabazon and the tribal area south of Palm Springs were added, and Desert Palms was removed. So it almost combines 2 visualizations. So there's quite a lot of changes, and I'm happy to zoom in a little bit closer to the Coachella Valley area, if that would be helpful for commissioners to get more detail on that. Just let me know.
Commissioner Kennedy.
thank you, Chair. Just my initial reaction is see about removing the portion above Interstate 40. You know, not sure what best to do with it, whether it's to attach it to a single other area, in which case, you know, that might be with Inyo County, or to divide and put part of it with northeastern Kern County, and another portion with Inyo County. But the area above Interstate 40, I don't think there's much population there. So that would be my initial reaction. Thank you.
Okay. Savan, I think this is a good stopping point. We are going to take a break in about 30 seconds. So when we come back from break, which will be at 12:45, Commissioner Kennedy will be stepping in on my behalf to chair the next 90 minutes, and I will see you all after lunch. I do need to step away for a moment, so I want to make everyone aware of that. So at this time, let's take a break. We'll pick up where we are right here, again, under the direction of Commissioner Kennedy. So enjoy your break and see you all back a little bit later. Thank you so much.
Welcome back from the break. Thank you for your patience, and I will once again turn it back to Sivan.
Thank you so much, Chair. All right, so I still have this kind of large scale zoomed out view, and I just wanted to quickly highlight the Coachella area. So I'm just going to zoom in quickly so you can see some of those changes. And definitely feel free to interject at whatever point if you have feedback. But I just mainly wanted to point out how the border of the visualization now goes outside of these cities in order to not split these native lands right here. And then, as I mentioned before, it removed desert palms, which was initially in this visualization. And then if there's no immediate feedback, I can just move on to our final visualization for assembly districts. That's just to the north. And let me zoom out to give you more of a macro view. So this is visualization VVHD, which is Victor Valley High Desert, and it should be on page 111 of your PDF booklets. The main changes from last time you saw this viz were that unincorporated areas between Lucerne Valley and Big Bear City were added. And I believe this goes along with the general commissioner feedback to give more of a buffer to rural areas. We also added Barstow to this visualization, although as you can see, it splits Lenwood, and it does not give Barstow very much of a buffer. So I would definitely be open to hearing feedback about how to proceed with this area. But as you can see, currently we are over the 5% allowable deviation. So we're definitely going to need to lose some population from this visualization district in order to make it work. But that's what I have in terms of visualization. So be happy to hear comments and feedback.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. Yes. To your question, Savan, I'm wondering if it may make sense to include the portion of Highland that's currently not in SBCHR. Yes. To start there, that may give, I'm not sure how, there's probably more population, honestly, there in that portion of Highland than places up north in Barstow. So I'm wondering if drawing our boundary, moving those boundaries will give you a little bit of play up north in Barstow. I'm not sure where else there's not really another clear line I see, but maybe other commissioners do.
And Sivan, I also have a question because I believe there are tribal lands in the Highland area, and I'm not seeing them on the map.
You know, the layer that I have on the mapping software is, I believe it's all registered tribal lands. So it's possible that there could be some native population over here, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it is included on this map layer.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're talking
Is
about
that it
this
right
area?
there?
Is this what you're talking about? Let me zoom.
That could be. I know there's a does a casino,
It looks like this is part of the city of San Bernardino, the San Manuel Indian Reservation.
yeah, okay.
And currently
fine.
this is in this is not in the this is in the SBCHR visualization.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm probably going to have to rely on you, Chair, and others. I'm not as familiar with this area, and I do know that the visualization right next to it on the right is also over. And I believe Savan said that the last visualization we had asked for Big Bear City to be in this VVHD. Is that what you said, Savan?
It wasn't actually a specific direction. I was just saying what had changed from the last time.
Okay, because I'm just trying to.
Quite sure why.
Oh, I see.
John had drawn these visualizations, so
Okay.
I think he just moved this farther out to incorporate some of the unincorporated folks who might be living outside of these cities, but are kind of associated with either Big Bear City or Lucerne
Right.
Valley.
So I'm just just looking at the maps and the how they stand right now. Just potentially you could move Big Bear City to the MBCV to get that, because right now it's at a positive almost 8, and then I'm not sure about Lucerne Valley and the Barstow area up there. I think those are areas that we might have to play with between the two visualizations, and then. Obviously, if you move that, then the other visualization, the current one, the VVHD, will be even higher positive deviation. So we're going to probably have to move to the west to fill up some of those areas. So I'm just, unless, Commissioner Kennedy, you move north to grab some of the population in a different county.
Well, I had said that the area of San Bernardino County north of Interstate 40 might possibly be connected with Inyo County, but I'll need some time to take a look at these two and surrounding districts, and I will come back with some other ideas. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I just wanted to also respond to what Commissioner Fernandez was asking about. I believe I had given direction to incorporate in Wrightwood, because we got some COI testimony that Wrightwood, Pinion Hills, and Phelan were a community of interest. And then also Wrightwood is more of a ski area in this particular area. And so it just seemed like it would make sense to be in a district that also included Big Bear and Running Springs, because those are also ski areas as well too. So more mountainous ski areas. And that way, then they're all contained in the same district.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, some points. I do think Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, and Big Bear City, we should try to keep them together. They're the ski mountain resorts. So wherever they go, we should try to keep them together. Same with Lytle Creek, even, that those all sort of, those are the mountainous go up the hill recreation areas for folks in the suburbs in the IE. What was I going to say? I just also wanted us to be mindful that while we are overpopulated for this green and sort of tan districts, and pretty much right on the money for that San Bernardino visualization right now, I do, if I'm remembering correctly, we do have some VRA considerations in the San Bernardino area. So we don't actually have as much play in terms of where
or just around those areas. We don't have a lot of play because the CVAP there is really important for us to track.
Right. Very good. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. And I was just going to make that exact point that we will talk to the, especially about Highlands. Yes, it's split, but we do have some VRA considerations. And the other thing is, this was the area where, the border between Kennedy's maps and Savon's maps wasn't as worked out as we had hoped for today, but definitely something that we will have a little bit more nailed down for Sunday when we revisit these next week.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Just one reminder, the East 210 is actually at a negative deviation. And that's also the one I think that we said that could be the more flexible of the LA areas. I know we keep saying not to cross counties, but we've got to start crossing counties. There's no way around this. So I just wanted just to remind that's one of the flexible areas, and I know that's kind of the Jamie, and it's a shared area.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, is that another?
Yeah.
comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, so I would love to hear some feedback if you're out there, i.e. FAM, would love to know what you think about extending the East 210 corridor to be very much a more mountainous community, to include not just Lido Creek right now, but also include Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, and maybe even Big Bear City. Again, I don't know what those populations are, but is that something that the community would want? And so maybe could I see a visualization that brings the Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear City, depending on population, into the East 210? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Savon.
Oh, I was just saying thank you for the feedback. We will definitely give that a try. I think that makes a lot of sense given the COI testimony we've heard.
Big Bear Lake is listed as 5,000, so that's approximately 1% of an assembly district. Big Bear City is 12,738, so that's a little over 2 percentage points. And Lake Arrowhead is another 12,000. So we're starting to go way over on what we need to move, but I think the idea in general is possibly a sound one, and we might be able to accommodate those changes. So I'm with Commissioner Vasquez. We'd very much like to hear from the community if that's something that you think makes sense. Commissioner Vasquez, did you have more?
No, was just going to add, maybe there's some play. Again, it might honestly be with some live line drawing, but like portions of upland, the southern portions of some of those, that East 210 corridor, we could maybe potentially lose some population there in order to keep Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead together.
Right. Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I want to support that. I also want to just remind everybody that we had given early in the line drawing start time the possibility of even breaking up the East 210 So if that were to happen, because of some of the reshuffling that's going to be done in the East LA, downtown LA area, that may even make that idea of bringing the mountainous areas of that Inland Empire even more feasible. I like that idea of at least having a district that would include all of the mountainous recreation, ski, fire hazard areas all in one location, one district. I think that would work out really interestingly well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Sivan, did you have more?
That was it from me. Unless there's other commissioner instructions, I'm happy to go back and look at any of the previous visualizations that I've shown.
Okay. Andrew, where do we stand from your perspective?
From our perspective, I think we're ready to move on. I think we're next, we are going to go to, I believe it's the I'm sorry, the Senate.
Next, we're going to the Senate visualizations, and we can start in the Central Valley with the potential VRA areas, and Kennedy will start screen sharing very shortly. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Very
thank you
good.
so much, Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
Was that my introduction to start, or do we have something else? Okay, so I will get started. We're going to start again. This is our Senate visualizations. I know that you have them as well, but I'll just keep the deviations, percent Latino CVAP, percent Black CVAP, percent Asian CVAP, percent Indigenous CVAP, and percent white CVAP on just as we look at these. And so I was asked for all of my plans to do a revamp of taking a new look at these Senate, congressional, and Assembly VRA consideration districts. And so here we have us kind of piggybacking off of what you're going to see from Assembly and just kind of making them bigger. And it's going to start off, for this we have 2. And again, it's covering the same areas within Bakersfield. And again, I'll say some of those communities: Irvine, Benton Park, Cottonwood, Fairfax, La Cresta, East Niles, Hillcrest, Potomac. Those are all together here in Bakersfield. And then we move north, and unlike the Assembly, I do add all of Shafter. Again, no splits, even out to the corner. And we have Wasco, McFarland, and Delano. And then if you recall my Assembly visualization, it took on a similar shape of Kings and Tulare, and I was able to kind of nest those in together and put those together. And so one thing I would like to point out that's different is that Visalia is not split, and it is non-contiguous. There's a piece over here, but all of it is together and with Three Rivers, which was not able to happen, as you saw before in my Assembly plan, but this is together now. And then it keeps Kings County completely whole, reaches north into Fresno, and takes Selma, Fowler, Delray, Sanger, Reedley, Parlier, Orange Cove, and keeps those all together. And so that is the first one that I have. Again, I'll zoom out so you can see we have Kings, Tulare, and down into Bakersfield for this one.
Kennedy, what was the page on that? Sorry.
Oh, and my apologies again, the page numbers, that is page 30.
Kennedy, can you do me a favor and turn off the blue dash
Yes, and
lines?
those are the existing, and I was going to say those are the existing lines as well, and I will turn those off so you can
thank you.
take a better look at this. And I will outline it with my hand and circle around where that goes. So here's the border within Fresno, and then follows Kings and down.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. For the line drawers, will you all be taking all the comments that we said before on like the assembly maps and applying them when appropriate to these maps as well, or should we be repeating our thoughts?
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for that question. We are going to take whatever we can into consideration unless you change the direction.
Go ahead,
So,
Kennedy.
yeah, sorry. So I will move on now. And to the second one here, we have something we have not seen before. I was told to take a look into adding San Benito as well as the Salinas Valley down to King City and putting this within a visualization. I'm going to zoom in closer to Fresno so we can see what that looks like there. But we have one split of Fresno again, which was compared to, I think, about 3 before. We're keeping Old Fig Garden, Sunnyside, Southwest, West Park, and west of the 99 together. And I was told also to look into where the Hmong community resides in Fresno. And we saw them, I saw in looking at Airtable through their testimony, saying that they were in a lot of the places that the Black population was, in Sunnyside and Southwest Fresno. And I would like to also say that I took a look, and I'm going to turn this terrain layer on so you can see the streets. The Muslim community, and again, I cut this off actually at Shaw. So before it was closer down by Shields. And we saw the community saying that if we were going to cut this city east-west, that Shaw, Ashland, or Shields would be the streets in which we should cut. And then I also saw that there was a Muslim community that outlined itself between North First Street going down here to East Bullard, down to Ashland Avenue and North Cedar. And so cutting at Shaw does split that up just for future. And so sorry. So I'm going to zoom out and just to let you know what's there. And I also would like to say that if San Benito isn't something that you want to be added in, I could, within the 2 that I drew in assembly, I could in a way merge those together. However, the problem that we faced was population. So I was at a negative 29% deviation, and that required me to take some things in because I had to take out YOLO. And so without taking out YOLO, I moved this in, and that's how I was able to explore this. And
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez?
Just a process question. Chair, should we hold our comments until Kennedy's done, or did we want to do it with each one? I mean, I kind of prefer waiting until the end, and I like to have her just go through it. So I do have a question on a prior one, but I am very willing to wait.
Okay. I was going to, on these VRA districts, I was going to have questions and comments during, and then once we get into all the others, then we can hold until the end. So if you have a question or comment,
yeah, just a quick one.
Potential VRA district.
Sure, Kennedy, on the page 30, and I think, and this is just related to the comments, public comments that we received yesterday regarding concerns with Kern County and Fresno being together. Is this the only visualization for Senate that has that the link from Kern to Fresno? And is there also on the congressional side, or will we see it as well?
yes, you will see it in congressional as well. And that is due to the fact that for this VRA district, it has to take into Bakersfield, and Bakersfield and Tulare alone isn't enough. So if it doesn't go up to grab Fresno, which as you see, we have North Fresno and Clovis kind of helping to populate this, but we would need to get population from somewhere, which I don't have direction to go south or west or east. Last time I was told to take San Bernardino out, so Ridgecrest could be with Kern, but that is the reason for them being together, is because they help to populate this region, and this kind of
For the
takes
VRA.
away a lot of that Bakersfield area.
Okay, for the VRA purposes, correct? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that explanation.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. And you had this for a hot second, but could you turn on the terrain layer? I just want to take a closer look at Merced Fresno.
Would you like me to zoom in a bit closer?
Yes, that would be helpful.
And now that you've seen the labels, I can also turn those to make them not have as many numbers, if that helps the commissioners as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I will do so right now.
I was going to say, I don't know. Do people want it? I don't know. But thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ahmed, did you have any further question?
Sorry, no, that was it. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. I mean, I would definitely like to explore how to fit in those Islamic areas that had been identified. We had definitely received a whole bunch of testimony that they want to be kept with that south of Shah region, I believe. I don't know what our options would be there since we're already overpopulated in the district, but that I would like to, at minimum, explore that.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Becker, do you have any comments before we move on to the non-VRA areas?
I think this is Dale Larson here. I think Becker stepped off for a few minutes, but I have nothing else to add on this.
Okay. He said he was back, but anyway, that's fine.
I didn't know if you didn't hear me. I appeared on video and I said no, there's nothing to add.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Kennedy, please proceed.
Okay, so now we have finished with the VRA districts, and I will remember to tell you the page numbers now as we move forward. Those were 30 and 29, and now we're going to move to 31. And this is going to be Madera down to Kern, and this is keeping those eastern parts of Fresno and Madera together and not with Mono and Inyo. We have Tulare here, which I said Visalia and Three Rivers is connected in this visualization, and down to Kern, the rest of Kern that is not a part of that VRA district. And that VRA district does create those constraints as far as what's connected going north instead of going opposite directions. And so that is that on page 31. Don't know if I mentioned that, but I'll say it again for everyone. And now we are going to move on to our next one, which is on page 28. I'm going to move north, continue moving north in the Central Valley. So here in red, we have our San Joaquin down to Merced. It said Stanislaus, but also includes Merced. The city of Merced, Atwater, Fairmead as well are in these, or my apologies, not Fairmead. Winton, Atwater and Winton are in this as well. And then moving north, we have all of Stanislaus being kept whole. And it does include Mountain House and Tracy, Ripon, Escalon, and the eastern farming cities that are within San Joaquin County as well. Now we will move on to page 27. This is going to be, says I want to Stanislaus, it does not. San Joaquin and Sacramento. And as you can see again, the request to keep Stockton whole, it is. Lathrop and Manteca are also added in here. And then moving north, though Elk Grove is with Stockton in this visualization, I would like to point out that Elk Grove is with this Greenhaven pocket area of Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard. Fruit Ridge pocket is in here. I'll zoom in so that you can see that clear, but Fruit Ridge pocket, Lemonnier Parkway, southeastern Sacramento are all together. And I believe we heard yesterday Elk Grove and Galt having some similarities in there together in this visualization as well. And then continuing to move north, we go to page 24. And we do have West Sacramento, a part of this visualization, along with northern parts of Sacramento. Natomas being up here, Del Paso Heights over here, East Sacramento in the middle, keeping Art and Arcade Carmichael together. We have Rancho Cordova up to Ella Verde, Rio Linda, Citrus Heights, and Fair Oaks and Gold River, all kept in this area, as well as Rosemont too, which is down here. And everything in green. And now it's only two left. We have our Eastern California. So I'm going to zoom out so we can see that clearer as well. So, and here I was not able to keep Sierra and Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado together, but in this visualization, unlike others, Placer is kept whole. It is with El Dorado. Folsom is brought into this visualization, as well as Rancho Murrieta from the Sacramento County, and then keeping Mono and Inyo up. And I also moved to keep Tuolumne, Mariposa with Calaveras as directed before. And now we are going to jump pages quite a bit and go to page 8. And that will have our Northern California visualization on here. And it's keeping together, as I said, Sierra Nevada, Sutter, Yuba, and Butte, Colusa going with the north. We did bring in Trinity. You can see we're still under negative 7.43. Something that might be able to help that is bringing in Del Norte. And then we do have the part of Humboldt carved out that has the Karuk tribe. And that is it for the Senate visualizations in my area.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to go back to starting with the Fresno, Kern, Merced, Madera, Kern maps. I'll start with Kennedy. I'm going to have some questions and then also specifically directions possibly. So in the Merced Fresno visualization, is it possible to cut off, if you go and you zoom in on where the line, the border between where Merced Fresno and Madera Kern is, if you could zoom in on that part. Now, if you were to, there in Madera, there is the mountain areas, and I think Madera is partially split already. I'm just trying to think about, taking into account, thinking about what some of the folks from Kern, the callers that we had giving testimony about just the length of this district. Is if we were to incorporate in a little bit more that Madera County and then take all of what is the mountainous areas, Yosemite Lakes, Oakhurst, and put them into the Eastern California COI, the visualization, because I think that is almost just a little over 4% under deviation. I don't think there's a lot there that's going to throw off that number. But if we were to bring in that part of Madera, would it throw off the Latino CVAP for the Merced Fresno visualization that we're looking at right now? And also, on that same vein, Fresno County also includes Auberry and Big Creek. There's a mountainous area along that area. If we were to include that in the Eastern California or the ECA visualization, that would also close that gap in terms of the being under the standard deviation. Not by much, but it would. And then bringing in a larger portion, I don't know if I want to say a larger portion of that Fresno area. Maybe it's just, taking away a little bit more of that topmost portion from that Kern County visualization. Would it throw off the VRA numbers for this district? Because I know that this Merced Fresno one is a VRA district.
I will definitely take a look at it. Definitely taking something like this out would change that and make it lower, but I will take a look.
Yeah, because I'm also trying to think about, how can we bring that northernmost border down on this visualization for a potential district. The other question that I have is specifically around Fresno. I know that I believe yesterday I was asking about the Hmong, and I know we've gotten a lot of Khoi testimony about the Punjabi Sikh community, and I wanted to see. I asked yesterday how this visualization is also taking into account these two communities, and I wanted to see if you might be able to give some perspectives, because I want to make sure, and I know that we've gotten some additional Khoi testimony about community input for the Hmong and Punjabi communities, and I just want to make sure that we're not inadvertently disenfranchising, a community that would have a lot in common with the communities that would be to the west.
Yes, so I did describe that briefly before, that the Hmong communities, looking in Airtable and looking at their testimony and feedback, their Khois and responses to visualization said that they reside in, Sunnyside and Southwest Fresno, where a lot of the Black Khois also reside. And then there was a Khoi that described itself, which I'll turn on the street layers again, that says it has one of the biggest mosques in Fresno, and there's a big Muslim community in Khoi that is bounded between North First Street, East Bullard, down to Ashland Avenue and Cedar. And so I was told to make at Shaw, that's where a lot of communities of interest said that they would like that line split. But looking at Airtable and other feedback, I saw people saying that Khois saying they would be fine with Shaw, Ashland, and even Shields being taken. So
I guess I'll just point out to you, if you could take a look. I think we've also received some new testimony about both the Hmong community and the Punjabi community in Fresno. Something about it's hard for me to compare and contrast with what we're looking at on the visualizations and the descriptions on the on the testimony that we're getting. But it said something about being east of the 99. And I'm not totally sure. I also noticed that there were some comments also that said that there are communities in and around the Cal State Fresno area as well too. So even though I know that a lot of testimony did say, south of Shaw, I just want to make sure that we're mindful of not inadvertently leaving out, a community that shares a lot of commonalities with the Black community, the various Asian communities, as well as the various Latino communities. So I just wanted to make sure that that's taken into account. Thank you, Kennedy.
Yes, understood. And I will say that, continuing to move this border up, would probably result in having to separate some of these communities that we've talked about already, as far as Old Fig Garden, Sunnyside, West Park. But I will take a look at that and let you know further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, Kennedy, I don't know if I need to repeat my comments from the assembly side, but when you get to, oh my goodness, 27 and 26, the whole Sacramento County, yeah, if you can just go up there, that'd be great. Thank you. A little bit more, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you can zoom in, that's perfect. A little bit more. Can you bring it down a little bit? Thank you. It's like you almost know what I'm going to ask. Because you probably do. You already know. It's pretty much repetitive. If I miss anything from the assembly, please take that into consideration as well. Here we have Sacramento, that's the greater Sacramento, that is split up in probably 4 or 5 different visualizations. Again, from Elk Grove up north. Right now you're splitting out I realize that you kept Lemon Hill and Parkway and Florin together with Vineyard and Elk Grove, but that is also part of the greater Sacramento area. That is also communities of interest with the downtown Sacramento. We've heard various COIs on that. And then we also have the Rancho Murrieta, Folsom, Granite Bay. So pretty much repetitive of what I said before. In terms of West Sacramento, I would prefer to keep that with Yolo County. I don't believe that we should add West Sac when we're removing some communities of interest from Sacramento proper. And again, also up to Roseville and that whole area. And this is going to bleed into Taminas, and we'll probably end up looking at another visualization and potentially breaking that up to try to create another potential district in this area to encompass those Sacramento type communities. And you can also bring in some of the like Sierra, El Dorado, if needed for numbers. And I think I'll stop there. And in terms of GALT, I realize GALT is in Sacramento County, so it can go either way. I believe Commissioner Turner was saying it's more Sacramento. GALT, actually, there's quite a bit of agriculture and open land. So I kind of liked it being with Harold and Clay and some of the southern communities, which were more agriculture, because once you get to Elk Grove, unfortunately, those agricultural lands are no longer there. And there was another, and I already said West Sac with yellow. So any questions for me, Kennedy?
Just, no, not too many, just one, like just noting that a lot of this results too from trying to have as little splits as possible within counties. And this, could lead to trying to push that up, might lead into, splits and Stanislaus and going further. And I just want to know that that's okay, because I see that as being a direct result. And I'm being told to keep that whole, and I know Merced isn't whole, trying to keep as many together, but I do foresee this having to be split a bit more. And if I were to split it, I know, Modesto and Turlock having to be together. And I know that wasn't necessarily what you were talking about, but, moving that north, I'm going to have to continue to move upwards.
Right.
And
yeah,
just was wondering.
I don't want to give that direction right now because that's probably a different commissioner's direction. But yeah, because right now you do have the NSAC and the SSAC. They're both, one's under, one's over, almost break-even point right there. But as you get to, if you look at the ECA El Dorado, that's a negative, so we can pull from that as well, which was what I was getting to try to get some of the population from that area as well.
Okay, Kennedy, are you clear from Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, you can continue.
Very good. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. About Fresno, when you are looking at options for what to do around Shaw, just to give the specific instruction to experiment with Old Fig going north with North Fresno, Old Fig Gardens. Then one other thing, the Northern California, the far north, you had mentioned this, but to give the specific instruction to experiment with, including Del Norte, with the Eastern Senate visualization. We've gotten mixed testimony about that, and maybe one way to honor that is to have it go eastward for the Senate and then southward for Assembly and Congress. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on page 24, the visualization is NSAC. Can you please zoom in into the Fruit Ridge Rocket area? I just want to take a closer look at that. The PDF, the words on the PDF are blocking that area. Are those two separate cities? The two different shades of blue on the left side and then the right side above Longman Hill?
This
No.
is These are both Sacramento together.
Got it. Okay.
And then separated by these cities in the middle.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, they're not necessarily cities or they're communities within Sacramento.
Like the census designated places.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I guess a couple things. Just have some questions. So, Commissioner Fernandez, I was just comparing the congressional and the Senate maps, and they're pretty different. And I think it was similar to direction Commissioner Kennedy that you gave, or somebody gave, about trying to keep the Senate and congressional districts as somewhat similar in size and shape so that it reduces the confusion as to who I'm voting for and what district I belong in. So I am wondering if it would be possible to look at the congressional map as a foundation. I don't know if that one's that much better, but maybe using one or the other as a foundation for this Sacramento area, specifically like the, I'm looking at like maybe the Placer Sacramento map that was on the congressional map, and I think there's, just trying to get to that page again, but I think there is a similar map for the Senate map too. Or maybe it's called NORCAT. So anyways, I wanted to suggest that. I also have a couple other questions for Kennedy. Kennedy, can you tell me where is Del Paso Heights on this menu, on this visualization?
I will zoom in and show you.
So I was
And I'll
trying to
turn
look,
on.
and it was hard to just get that context.
Yeah, definitely is hard to do. It's here in northern Sacramento under the Dwight Eisenhower Freeway, kind of following this Raleigh Boulevard and Rio Linda Boulevard in this area here.
Okay, it is in the Sacramento visualization. Okay, I wanted to just double check on that. I think this is, I think maybe this is similar to what, anyways, I think maybe just what I said in terms of trying to have similar, somewhat similar basis for both the Senate and the Congress might be helpful. And then I guess I'll just comment on the Congress one later on when we go to that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the Napa Napa, I think it's Napa Byron, a map. And I'm the lower part of the Delta and Contra Costa County seems a little bit, I mean, I understand why we have it here. First, I want to say the maps are looking better from my perspective. I'm just a little bit concerned about the lower, the Contra Costa part of the Delta being with this district. I do think from Colusa County, there's farm worker communities up there, the Williams and Arbuckle, Grimes communities, as well as that potentially could be part of, that I could see being part of this Yolo County, Napa, Solano district. The population may not be there to try to shift this a little bit up, to try to make it more of a agricultural district. So I also would be supportive of adding the city of Sonoma and some of the wine producing area, Sonoma, Kenwood area, to try to maybe even up to Verona Park to try to bring in some population if needed, if we could shift around the district up a little bit.
Okay, we'll take that up in greater detail with Tamina, since that's part of her responsibility.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Did you have anything else?
No, and I concur with Commissioner Yee on Del Norte. I think that would be a good compromise. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Kutagawa, and I do agree and would like the senatorial as well as congressional districts to look alike. So I obviously have the same issues with the congressional, so I'm trying to get to that point. And what I'm trying to do is I don't even want to call it fix it, but trying to address it at the assembly level, that hopefully that then carries forward to the Senate as well as the congressional. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Toledo, is your hand still up or is it a new comment? Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Back with that, the Madeira Kern area that we're sort of talking about, I was thinking this pops back into Savon's area, that area that you were saying, say, north of I-40. If we wanted to put that into that Madeira Kern area, and then take possibly that the mountainous area of Madeira out and put it with the East California, the Sierra area, that one, that might give us enough population in both. It might help out a little bit with the reducing some population in the Madeira Kern, and also locate it a little closer down to keep in the southern area, and add a little bit more population up north where we need more population. So that's something to consider.
Okay, Kennedy, are you clear on that?
I am. Thank you for checking.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to, one comment about Del Norte. I do agree that it seems like it would make sense to add it to the Siskiyou, NorCal visualization. I just want to note that there was some COI testimony that said that it would be difficult to access Del Norte without going up and down the 101. The transportation corridor doesn't really allow easy access east to west. So I just wanted to just state that. I do have a comment, on this NorCal one, with a deviation under 7%, that's quite a bit. I'm thinking that perhaps we just need to start going south on this one because we don't, I mean, Del Norte's not going to add enough to it to really bring down that visualization more, especially for congressional district. I'm thinking that we should look at placing portions of Placer and El Dorado. I know that we've gone back and forth on this, and I'm sure Commissioner Fernandez is going to have something to say about this. But that is just the thought that perhaps the eastern portions of Placer and El Dorado might belong in this NorCal area so that at least the Lake Tahoe portions of this county will remain together and together with the northern part. And then for the ECA, maybe that might help with some of the Merced-Kern issues. We'll just have to pick up. I know that it wasn't what they wanted, but that might be the easiest way to pick up some of the population to keep this as an intact district as well too. So that's my guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. And while I appreciate what Commissioner Kitagawa was saying, the numbers are, Placer is 151,000. So that just sort of blows it right out of the ballpark, adding it up there, where Del Norte is at 25,000. So I believe that would take it from -7 to about -2 in terms of the numbers on this NorCal, which is not ideal, but it's certainly within the ballpark. So I do agree also with what Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Toledo seconded, putting Del Norte and then kind of leaving it like that. Just for the numbers.
If I could add something to help you thinking about it, with direction to have Elk Grove moving north and then moving more of these cities to the east, that will populate this as well. Like I can't remember the numbers of Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova, but they are pretty populated. And so I'm going to have to bring those out to put this in, and that's going to help with that. Although, then we have the Madera issue, but I'll figure that out later. But just something for you to know each other's stuff as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kennedy. We appreciate that.
Any further comments on Kennedy's visualizations at this point? Okay, Karin and Andrew, back to you for next steps.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Kennedy. We are going to move over to Tamina's area. And if she could please just share the screen, that would be fantastic. And then we can get started there. Screen's up, Tamina.
Good afternoon, Commission. We are starting today with North Coast areas, and I was listening to the instruction that you gave to Jamie, so I'm going to do my best. I'm sorry, Jamie, to Kennedy. I'm going to do my best to tell you a little bit about how the direction that you just gave to Kennedy may affect some of these regions. I'm just kind of doing some live numbers while we were here. So if you'll bear with me. There are no areas in this map which are under consideration by VRA Council. So we're going to go ahead and start in the north with N Coast. So we're going to start on page 9. So N Coast is similar to the N Coast that we saw last week. The difference is that Trinity was taken out and moved into Kennedy's area. She needed it for population. This does bring the deviation. This does bring the deviation down and to 1.33. It was added 2.96% before. So aside from that, nothing was changed. A few comments about some of the movements that you just described. Del Norte's population is 25,140. So if we were to move Del Norte out of the North Coast visualization district, then this would change the deviation to a -121%. So we're still within the deviation thresholds here. There was also a discussion of possibly taking Sonoma City from, right down here. Taking Sonoma City and bringing it over into the Napa Byron visualization. And so I'm happy to look at that as well. Again, we're going to kind of look at these in sets because they all tend to affect one another. But because this is Senate, the sets are a little bit smaller in terms of number of visualizations. So really these two are the ones we're going to look at together, Coast and Napa Byron. Coast we just talked about. Napa Byron puts together Lake and Napa, all of Yolo County, all of Solano County, the Delta area, and the northeastern Contra Costa County. I'm sorry, this is page 12, forgot, page 12. Did hear comments about possibly exploring an alternative to northeast Contra Costa County in order to make up this area. You'll notice that this visualization is underpopulated by 7.81%. And this is because we're going to be discussing it in very shortly with Cocoa, which is on page 15, which is over by 6%. So I wanted to give you a couple of ideas of what we could possibly do with this area. The first is one that I just heard from you during Kennedy's, which is to take West Sacramento. West Sacramento is 53,915 people. And so if I could add West Sacramento into this visualization as it is, and that would take this area, this Napa Byron visualization district, to a negative 2.34%. So that would fix the problem of the overpopulation here. Another option we have Vallejo and Benicia, which are part of Solano. There were two requests which conflicted. One was to keep Solano County whole, and the other was to move Vallejo and Benicia with North Contra Costa County. So just giving you an idea of what those could look like. I could move Benicia or Vallejo into this lower Contra Costa based area over here. I could not do both. Benicia is 27,167 people. So that would create Napa Byron as like a 3.46. And Vallejo by itself would actually move Napa Byron up to a 4.99. And that would be without West Sacramento. So I could not do both, but I could do either one. They are both bridge contiguous to this Cocoa area. And so if either one is moved back, the other one would still be able to stand with the Cocoa visualization. Another solution here was to look to Colusa. Colusa is 21,898 people. So definitely can bring it in. It's still going to need more, but definitely could bring that in if that's your direction, because that's such a small number of people. Similarly, the city of Sonoma down here is only 10,761 people. So that switch could be made without negatively affecting this population too much. So I'd like to go to page 15. This is Cocoa. And we'll continue talking about this. This is a Contra Costa and Alameda based area. So this, if you'll recall, this visualization used to come out east, and it used to actually include Lathrop and Manteca. And I was given direction to cut this at the county line. So that is what I did. This keeps the county line of Contra Costa and Alameda intact. This also keeps Pittsburgh with Bay Point, which was a small change here, but there was COI testimony and commissioner direction that Bay Point and Pittsburgh should be together. So this keeps them both together in this visualization. As I mentioned, we do add Vallejo and Benicia here. And then coming down, you'll see that the Tri-Valley area here is completely intact. We have Dublin, Pleasanton, and Livermore intact, and then all the way up through San Ramon and actually all the way up the 680 corridor are together in this visualization. This area over here actually used to go out east as well. And so this is per direction that we have this on this line currently. And as I mentioned before, this is 6.21% overpopulated. None of the cities, there are only 2 cities that are split in my whole section. One is South San Francisco, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And the other is the city of San Jose, which is just massive. So I have not experimented with city splits in this area. So would love some direction as to where you believe population should be moved from these areas in order to balance. And again, of course, if Vallejo or Benicia are moved to the Napa Byron area, then that would alleviate some of the overpopulation here, and I might be able to balance that just fine. But also open to any other suggestions that you may have of how you would like to move that population. Depending on how this population moves as well, may be able to get Sunol in there. I didn't include it, of course, because we are already overpopulated, but it is in the back of my mind to try to keep Sunol together with the Eastern Alameda County neighbors. And we'll move to page 13, which is Alameda. So Alameda starts with Oakland being whole, and then going up the 80 corridor all the way up through the rest of Alameda County and Contra Costa County all the way up to Rodeo. It does preserve the Oakland Hills line and does not go over it. And that's all I have to say about that one. So we'll go to page 16, please. Page 16 is Eden Tech. And this keeps all of the Eden area together, keeps the Tri-Cities together. We did take Pleasanton out before Pleasanton was in here, which kind of created a little bit of a split. So by taking Pleasanton out, that was able to be accomplished. It was traded for this Berryessa area in this little area of San Jose down here. So this line is to keep some of the kois intact that we have in the area, but that was really the trade that we are looking at. This also took out North San Jose, which is this area right here, and added it to this S. Cruz district in order to balance it for population. And we'll move to page 18, which is S. Cruz. So S. Cruz is so named because this used to be in Santa Cruz. So you can see how far this district has moved along. S. Clara used to be the one that was over here. And in fact, S. Clara used to come east all the way to Modesto Turlock. And so it came out to this area and you said, no, don't do that. Definitely take a look at ending at the county line. And so this cuts off again at the Santa Clara County line. And instead it has become a San Jose City-based district visualization. In this area, we stopped at the county line. We have all of South San Jose in here. We have quite a bit of it, actually. The only areas that we don't have are areas around Cambrian Park over here. And then there's some areas around Burbank over here. The rest of San Jose City is intact, except for this Berryessa Foothills area up here. Now, this line here is according to the KOI testimony. I want to note that this line does technically split the Alum Rock East Foothills areas. However, the KOIs for Alum Rock actually draw it differently. And so they actually want their area to start down here. And so that's the line that we followed, was the line for the KOIs that were actually in that area. Just an idea of some of the KOIs that are here that we are preserving. North San Jose Berryessa, the Latino Alum Rock neighborhood, Japantown, and the Punjabi Sikh KOIs. They're all overlapping right in this area and down in this area. And so that's where this line came from, to make sure that those KOIs could stay intact. We'll move to page 14, San Fran, please. So San Fran, it hasn't changed since the last time we looked at it. San Francisco is still whole, and we include Daly City, Brisbane, Colma, and South San Francisco. What I'd like to go into a little bit more with you today is just where this split in South San Francisco is. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit and turn on some streets for us. So you'll see this pink area over here. This is South San Francisco, the areas that are not included. So just to orient you with the area, we're starting this visualization up here right at the border of Daly City. So this is the skyline area here. Where this split actually begins in South San Francisco is right at the 35 point. And then we're going to go along east to Kings. Come on, man. There you go. So this is King Drive, which is going to go over the 280. After you go over the 280, it becomes Arroyo. And then crosses over the 82 to Memorial. And that's it, just that area. And we'll go to Peninsula, page 19. So Peninsula, the difference here is the Peninsula visualization was very closely related to the S. Clara visualization. And this was because of several different pieces of advice, direction that I received. One was the Santa Cruz to Los Gatos. So here's Santa Cruz, wanting to connect it with Los Gatos. The previous visualization, Los Gatos was in with the Peninsula area. So that was taken out. The reason for this area, this shape, which includes Saratoga, Campbell, including it with Mountain View, this is all part of Santa Clara County, by the way, but not going directly through, is to preserve the Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino Koi in this area. And so reached over to get Saratoga, Campbell, still part of the same county, but just moving one over in order to keep that koi together. There are also just those few areas of San Jose City in here that I mentioned from before. They're also a part of this, but the main direction was to keep San Mateo with San Mateo. And we have all of San Mateo County in this visualization with the exception of those areas which were taken for the San Francisco area. Which brings us to S. Clara. This is page 17. And before I zoom out, I'll just again point out the Santa Cruz to Los Gatos along Highway 17 corridor. We do have Morgan Hill, San Martin, and Gilroy in this visualization as well. This is a coastal visualization. So you've seen this before, but the difference is, as you've seen when you talked about Kennedy's areas, is that we have the San Benito and the Highway 101 corridor of Monterey County being connected to the eastern areas in those potential VRA area districts. So we did some exploring on how to move around and try to bring up the LCVAP as directed in these areas. So currently this is not part of my area anymore because it is part of Kennedy's today, but the resulting district, which is from taking this part out, just want to zoom in and show you, this is Salinas down here, and this comes all the way down to King City and to Pine Canyon. So this is a lot like what we were speaking about in the assembly of a possible line that could be down to King City. This is pretty much what it would look like for that particular line. The rest of Monterey County is included. And then in San Luis Obispo County, we come as south as Arroyo Grande, making sure that Arroyo Grande stays with San Luis Obispo County, and that is per direction. Lastly, we have page 20. Page 20 has S Coast. Direction to keep all of the islands together was followed, though I will be adjusting that to follow the new direction to keep the islands with their respective counties, as directed earlier. We have Southern Santa Barbara Coast staying with Southern Santa Barbara, and the Ventura split is still the same as you saw it before. Just cutting right before Camarillo, Somas, and Moore Park, as you've seen before. And as I mentioned, there are no other city splits. And that is my whole area. I'm happy to take feedback.
Very good. Thank you so much, Tamina. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tamina. So if you can just zoom into, you probably already know, 12 and 15, which is the Yolo, Napa kind of area. Okay, perfect. So on the Napa Byron, on this one, yes, in terms of what you said earlier, we can potentially pull out West Sacramento from the NSAC visualization. And then down below Southern Solano down there. Where is the Solano county line? Is it that one?
Solano County line is following along
Right
here.
there? Okay.
And including Vallejo and Benicia.
Okay. So my, what I'd like to see is moving Benicia and Vallejo into the Napa Byron, and then move where your hand is right now, moving the Bethel Island, Oakley, Antioch, moving that to the visualization below, which I can't remember what the name of it is. That is page 15.
Understood. Okay.
That's the Cocoa. But then I wanted to see what some of the, okay, and Cocoa's already over. I already foresee an issue with this because I believe by moving Benicia and Vallejo, that population-wise is not going to equal what I'm suggesting to move in. So I was trying to see where, can you move down Cocoa real quick? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about that one a little bit more. And unfortunately, Commissioner Furnishari had to leave, and his comment regarding this was also the same in terms of moving Vallejo and Benicia into the Napa Byron, and then the Bethel Island Antioch, moving that to the Cocoa visualization. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Let's, I don't know, at some point it may be useful to have a very bare bones map that just has the deviations and nothing else, because we need to keep sight of the fact that we need to be moving population north rather than south. I see Commissioner Anderson nodding. So let's just keep that in mind. So with that, Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So on that same point, with Vallejo and Benicia, I think you said, Tamina, that you can't move both. So if we had to choose between the two, I would keep Benicia with Cocoa. A lot of shared industrial interests there. That would keep all the refineries there together. And then Vallejo going to Napa Byron. But that may depend on what we do with West Sacramento. So if we had to choose the two, I would keep Benicia with Cocoa. And then I had a question about South San Francisco. And thank you for the detailed look at the split that you made there. Could you say a little bit more about how you decided on that particular split? Thanks.
Sure. It's really just knowing the streets in the area over here. Happy to entertain and trying to keep the census blocks looking as much of a line and a little bit less jagged than they would. But happy to entertain any other street splits or any other ideas of where we can move that population.
Okay, Commissioner Yee, did you want any further detail?
I think it's fine. I just wanted to hear the thinking behind that particular line.
Okay, and you're happy with what you've heard?
For now, yeah, thanks.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. On that one, actually, Tamina, again, I'm thinking of shifting population to move it up north, but it sort of starts going around. I'm just wondering if you could, since South San Francisco is already split, if you could adjust that so that COI is more even instead of close to 4. If you could adjust it so it's more even, because then I'd like to take some things out of the peninsula one to move a little bit of population on the coast. But just for right now, if you could just have a look at that one, please. And then I'd actually like to go back up to the North Coast, page 9. And I appreciate all your suggestions to me. And I really I liked the way you've been giving us sort of this or that and these what happens with the changes. But we have said take Del Norte out of this one. I would actually like to put Lake in, and then the population, that the change there is around 40,000 people or so. And then I'd like to add to the Napa Byron, if I take Lake out of Napa Byron, I'd like to add more of the wine country. Commissioner Toledo said the city of Sonoma. I'd like to add more of those like Glen Ellen, that area, to bring the population up. Correct, yeah, but you see Kenwood, Glen Ellen, Hot Springs, those are certainly all wine country, wine cities. I'd like to add that into it. So I don't want to put West Sacramento in this area because I believe if we add the wine country to Napa, Solano, Yolo, we've created that agricultural area. And then with the Vallejo, Benicia area, with that population, I don't believe we can add more. But if we want to, I agree with Commissioner Yee, add Vallejo. And I would put the Antioch, Bethel Island, Oakley, that area back with Cocoa.
Anything else, Commissioner Anderson?
I will stop there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Okay, I'm going to try to contribute to this puzzle. I was thinking similar to what Commissioner Fernandez was saying. Let's add Vallejo and Benicia to the Napa Byron visualization. That total, based on the population numbers that I counted up, is 153,663. If we then deduct the deviation because there's 77,151 under, that would leave us with 76,512 over. And then if you remove West Sacramento, we'll just placeholder them with North Sacramento for right now. That's 54,071. Then that would then leave us still 22,441 over. And if we remove some of those smaller Delta towns, that may bring it down in terms of, I don't know what the population numbers, I didn't have time to look up all of those populations just yet, but perhaps they may get us a little closer to a standard deviation that's a little bit more reasonable. But also on this COCO visualization, one of the things that I was concerned about is the fact that we have a rather interesting array of industries that are not necessarily what I would call shared communities of interest. You have your Delta towns like Bethel Island, Oakley, Knighton, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, Byron. Then you have Antioch and Pittsburgh split, as well as Martinez and Clyde, along with all of those, I'll call them bedroom communities that share the 580, I think it's the 580 corridor or the 680 corridor, and the Tri-Valley communities. So this may be a way to not necessarily create something that's totally alike, but at least you have some more balance where you have your areas that are the Delta towns as well as those that follow the 680 corridor. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. We have 5 minutes remaining until lunch. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, on that same app, I'm I'm just for the African American community and their koi out in Vallejo was wanting to be with the Contra Costa area or Richmond area, and so so that is something that just keep in the back of my mind, and I know that's one of the reasons why we pulled it down. But yet we do need some population. I'm also thinking potentially the city of Werner Park because of its hospitality focus. There's quite a bit of population there. I would want to balance the two districts so they have the deviations they're both low, and with the movement of Del Norte into Siskiyou area, that's going to make the North Coast district deviation bigger. And so if there's a way to balance the two and bring in some population from the wine country area, exactly what Commissioner Anderson mentioned, potentially going even into Werner Park, which has a significant alignment with Napa Solano area as well, if we need to. And I don't know how I feel about West Sac at this point. I think I'd like to keep the county whole if possible, but I also see significant similarities between West Sacramento and Sacramento, and so that's where I'm at this point. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quick. Just for clarification, I'm going to ask Commissioner Kutagawa, because we tend to refer to the Delta towns, and I see Delta towns as there's like two separate areas. There's the area that is northernmost, that is kind of the Rio Vista all the way north, and then you've got, from Bethel Island, Antioch, Pittsburgh. So I believe Tamina was clear on what Commissioner Kutagawa was talking about, but I just wanted to make sure that we're specific as to which part of the Delta we're talking about. Thank you. Because there's lots of small little towns in the Delta. Thanks.
Yes, if Commissioner Kennedy, if you don't mind, I'll just reply.
Please.
Yes, yes, Commissioner Fernandez, you're absolutely right. I just don't have all the little town names, but when she has, hold on, sorry, let me just look at the map here. Yeah, I'm talking about like Bethel Island, Oakley, Knighton, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, Byron. I'm referring to those. I think they refer to themselves as Delta towns. I wasn't thinking going all the way up. I think that it's unnecessary to grab that much. I know that there's going to be other ripple effects if we grab too many of them too.
Very good. Thank you. And Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. I totally blew the one area. I left a lot of population hanging out there. I agree. Commissioner Toledo said, the Vallejo, Benicia, and we talked about going across the top of Contra Costa County. So I would take Crockett, Martinez, Bay Point, Pittsburgh. That's that area of Antioch, Bethel Island. I meant to take out of Napa Byron. I did not actually mean to put it into Cocoa because that makes the population crazy. And I don't know how much population is in that area if we go across the Highway 4. So we might need to come down into grabbing Concord, Clayton, that area to come over the population to help And then, excuse me, if we go the south part of Cocoa, please. Then we might be able to grab Sonol. And then that would, we could, as a population, I was arranging on the peninsula to possibly move it up and around. That's what I would like to do in that area. So, to me, I don't know if that was, I apologize if that was sufficiently vague, but the idea being, can we capture across Highway 4 that area for the industries? If that would help. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. That brings us to lunchtime. So continue contemplating how we resolve some of these conundrums in front of us. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here at 3 p.m. Commissioner Lamont should be back in the chair. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch and got a little bit of a break. Before we went to lunch, Tamina, I just wanted to check in with commissioners to see if there was additional feedback on your maps. Commissioners?
Chair Lamont, may I please ask a clarifying question?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. We were just wondering if you could please clarify West Sacramento, which way that's going to go. Thank you.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I will clarify that for you. My understanding is that West Sac should go with YOLO. Is that what you're talking about?
Sorry, yes, just wanted to make sure that that's on the record. Appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. Before we jump back in, I'm sorry, I wanted to just remind the public that we're going to have public comment toward the end of the day. And I also wanted to remind the public that comments can be provided at any point throughout the meeting via our comment form, which is at our website. So feel free to utilize that particular tool to provide us comment. We are tracking that all during the day. So we do see it quickly, and we'll make sure that that information is being incorporated into the experience as well. We got a lot, several hundred comments via the form yesterday, which was very, very exciting. So continue to utilize it. And of course, if you want to give live verbal comment, that will be happening a little bit later today. So with that, I will go to Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I just actually want to lift a concern. We're splitting a significant community of interest in Gilroy, Watsonville, and Hollister this is the Santa Clara on page 17, and then the Merced Fresno, which I don't have the page on. And I just want to know, was this considered in the VRA? These two cities were eliminated from what's connected in the Assembly District. So I'm just wondering if we could address that, please. How that came about. It's just a little further. Yeah, you see Gilroy and Watsonville. That was with Hollister, was that community of interest that was mentioned many, many times earlier in the summer, and all got keep San Benito with that area.
So in the assembly, we have them together with this area, and it creates a 50% plus LCVAP area in the assembly district. In the Senate district, they do not contribute to raising that LCVAP, and they were together in the previous visualization, but the prior direction we got last week was to take these areas of San Benito and Monterey and try to move them east for LCVAP purposes. So that's how we came up with this configuration.
Okay. So yeah, you could not create another Senate Latino district in this area without going east?
Correct.
Thank you.
Would you like us to move on to a different area? Chair Lamont, you are muted. Sorry.
No wonder no one's responding. My apologies. Yes, please, Karen.
Okay, so thank you very much. We're moving on to Jamie now. So just one moment while she pulls up the map. And there it is already. Fast as lightning. And Jamie, take it away. Thank you.
Could you get a little closer to the mic, please, there, Jamie?
Last week, of course, we didn't get to go through in too much detail Senate districts. We talked about general directions. So based on that, that's what I have for you today. First visualization we're going to look at that Mr. Becker might have comments about is page 41 of the handout. And this visualization is at a negative 4.40% deviation. I got direction in San Gabriel Valley to have sort of north to south oriented districts, and that's what we see here. I also was instructed to include these areas. It's San Marino, Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, San Gabriel areas to keep those cities together and then to sort of move south. So this visualization includes the cities I just mentioned, also includes Montebello, Pico Rivera, Downey, Bellflower, Cerritos, Artesia, Norwalk, Santa Fe Springs, East Whittier and South Whittier. The city of Whittier is split for population and CVAP purposes. And again, this is a negative 4.40% deviation, and this is on page 41.
And I'll just say, and this will be applicable to both of these VRA visualizations. As you can see, they're both underpopulated towards the upper boundary. And given the current percentages of Latino citizen voting age population and the Voting Rights Act considerations that we've determined here, if you probably need to only add population in here rather than subtract it, and you probably need to, you probably don't have a lot of leeway to reduce the Latino CVAP. So I would just make those, give those pieces of advice as you consider direction to the line drawers.
Thank you. And next, I'm going to be moving to page 43 of the handout. This is the sort of East 210 area. We received direction to have Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights with Orange County cities. So that's why this area here is not included in the visualization. And this visualization includes areas in Angeles National Forest, includes Claremont, San Dimas, Glendora, Duarte, Bradbury, Azusa, Irwindale, Covina, West Covina, North El Monte, and South El Monte, La Puente, most of the city of Industry. I'm going to zoom in to see some more detail on the southern end. And this includes the northern part of the city of Whittier and also includes La Habra and La Mirada for population. This is also a negative 4.45% deviation in this visualization. And this is a visualization Mr. Becker also, oh, I know you just gave some comments about this last one. So moving on from here, I'm going to go to the northernmost part of Los Angeles County and then move sort of south, mostly following the PDFs in the handout. And first, going to page 44, please. This is looking at the Antelope Valley and Victor Valley areas. So I'm going to zoom out. And then I'll zoom in to show more detail as discussing this. On the east and northernmost parts of this visualization, it includes the northern San Bernardino County areas. Near the Los Angeles Orange County border, it includes Victor Valley, Barstow. It also includes some areas along 210 in San Bernardino County. These areas I tried to include for population with this SD East 210 visualization, and for CVAP purposes, I could not include them. Then looking at northern Los Angeles County, this includes the Antelope Valley in this visualization. So from now on, we're going to go mostly in order of the PDFs, and our next visualization is on page 34, please. This visualization includes the Santa Clarita Valley. It also includes part of the San Fernando Valley, including, I'll zoom in to show you more detail of what's in the San Fernando Valley. This includes Silmar, San Fernando, Mission Hills, Pacoima, Arleta, Van Nuys, Lake Balboa, Reseda, Sun Valley areas. These were included for population. During our last meeting, I received general direction to try and keep Santa Clarita Valley and San Fernando Valley separate. I'm just going to zoom out and talk about this direction a little bit more. So in this visualization, the Santa Clarita Valley is a little bit more than 300,000 people or so, and the San Fernando Valley is around 600,000 people. So making this change would be a really big change. It's about 30% of a district is that 300,000 population. So making a change like that, of course, we can do that, and would have ripple effects potentially throughout the entire state. And depending on just sort of the direction that ripple would go, could have less, more like half the state or the whole state. Happy to discuss that further if this is a configuration that the commission really doesn't like, or really wants to see changes to, or just has questions about. Happy to discuss that further. And next, looking at page 35, please, of the handouts. This is the East Ventura and San Fernando Valley areas. In East Ventura, this goes all the way to Camarillo, and it additionally includes Moore Park, Vsme Valley, Thousand Oaks areas, and then also includes areas in the San Fernando Valley of Granada Hills, Northridge, Chatsworth, West Hills, Hidden Hills, and then here following Mulholland, all the way out to Sherman Oaks. And this line here does include the Poso community of interest. This one goes all the way up to Oxnard. As I mentioned yesterday, there's differing testimony in terms of how far north that line goes. It is to some degree also, this area here where the hand is also included in some COIs that go further north. So just making a note of that. and happy to go over that, of course, as well. Next, page 36 in the handout. This visualization represents a percent deviation of 1.57%. It goes all the way from Malibu to Palos Verdes, including Lomita, Torrance, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo. The airport itself is not included in this visualization. And this visualization also includes Venice, Santa Monica, Palisades, Bel Air, West Hollywood, such areas. I can zoom in on this. It includes Mid-City, West Neighborhood Council, Westwood, and Westside Neighborhood Council, and Westside Neighborhood Council does include Century City. And next, I'm going to go to page 37 of the handout. It's this west of 110 visualization. This includes the city of Inglewood. It also includes parts of Westchester. And you know what? I'm going to correct what I said previously in this sort of like coastal visualization. LAX is included in the coastal visualization and is not included in this. So pardon me, I misspoke earlier. So this is, again, on page 37, looking at the west of 110 visualization. It includes Inglewood, northern parts of Westchester, Delray, Mar Vista, Culver City, Palms, South Robertson, Pico, Olympic Park, Westlake, the Empowerment Congress areas, Zapata King Neighborhood Council, Park Mesa, Ladera Heights, View Park. And also includes West Adams if I missed that in my list. Next on page 38, please. This visualization includes San Pedro, Wilmington, Carson, Compton, East Rancho Dominguez, West Rancho Dominguez, Willowbrook, Watts Neighborhood Council, Westmont, West Athens, Hawthorne, Lenox, Del Air, Lawndale, Alondra Park, and Olive Gardena. And next, looking at page 39 of the handout, please. This visualization includes all of the city of Long Beach, Hawaiian Gardens, Signal Hill, which is here under the label, Lakewood, Paramount, Linwood, Southgate, Bell Gardens, Florence Firestone, and Huntington Park. And this is a 0.54% deviation. Going to move to page 40. In this visualization, I had received direction to include Boyle Heights, Lincoln Heights, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, and East Los Angeles together. Those are all together in this COI and also in this visualization, and also to keep COIs, also to keep sort of like AAPI COIs together. And it includes Little Tokyo, Chinatown, the Koreatown Neighborhood Council, and Historic Filipino Town. And this COI additionally includes Vernon, Commerce, Bell, and Maywood. Now, if we could please go to page 42. This visualization is a negative 4.88% deviation. It includes areas in Angeles National Forest and additionally includes Monrovia, South Monrovia Island, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, San Pasqual, Pasadena, Altadena, South Pasadena, Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, Los Feliz, Burbank, Sunland Tujunga, Foothill Trails District. These are in San Fernando Valley. Also includes La Crescenta and La Cañada Flint Ridge. And that concludes the visualizations that were prepared for you today in Los Angeles County. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, comments, direction? Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. As I noted earlier, Commissioner Fernandez had to go home, so he did have one comment, which I agree with also, so I guess it could be both of ours. Page 34 and 36. That is the San Fernando Valley. Yeah, just right next to each other. So the comment was, and I think you did mention what the population is, Jamie, but the comment is to keep San Fernando Valley together and then combine the rest of that event with, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So the direction is to try to keep San Fernando Valley whole and have Santa Clarita and with this sort of Eastern Ventura area.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just check facts with Jamie. First of all, my recollection of the input from VICA is that they were asking that to the extent that districts were not able to remain wholly within the San Fernando Valley, that we look at the possibility of having half or more of the population based in the San Fernando Valley. So I heard you say that in the SFV visualization, we have roughly 30% in the Santa Clarita Valley and 60 or 70% in the San Fernando Valley.
That's correct.
Okay, and what about for the other visualization?
For the other visualization, I believe that this population in Eastern Ventura County is also less than 50% of the population that's included in the San Fernando Valley. And I believe that if these areas were to be together in a district, the Santa Clarita Valley and then Eastern Ventura County areas, then it would also need to include all the areas out, including the city of Ventura, to create a full district.
Good. So I'm going to express my acceptance of the visualizations as they stand, in that they do in fact they are set out in fact in line with the request from VICA that more than half of the population of a district be based in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, I'd like to first go to the Orange County one. I think it's the Santa Ana, Anaheim, Garden Grove, Buena Park, Cypress, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore.
I thought we were focusing on LA County.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she went through this part. So if not, then I could just wait. I'll just then comment on the LA County map then that I also have a comment on. And this is the SDNS. On this particular one, I saw that Arcadia is removed from this particular visualization. Arcadia is, even though they have a different socioeconomic kind of level in terms of the residents of that area, they also do share a lot of the same affinities in terms of their shopping, the kind of restaurants that they frequent. I think there's a lot of in between, and I do believe that we also saw, if my recollection is, there was comments around keeping this particular area as close together in a district as possible. So I want to ask that we move Arcadia into this district. If we do, it will reduce the deviation a little bit and actually put it slightly over. My thought is then if we can, I guess we either remove, or the other one is to actually, instead of going north-south like the way it is, we relook at the SD East 210 and actually incorporate in a east-west district that encompasses these cities: Arcadia, East San Gabriel, Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, El Monte, South El Monte, stretching out to perhaps to Walnut, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, Diamond Bar in one super district that would then fit the numbers that are needed. I know that we also discussed maybe breaking up the 210, but I'm looking at some of the other communities that are in the SD East visualization, and the communities of El Monte, Baldwin Park, Covina, West Covina, La Puente, Irwindale, they are different from the communities to the north in a lot of different ways, and I don't believe we had any community of interest testimony expressing that they should belong together at any point in a district. So, and they would rather, I think there was comments that going further east, like to Walnut and Pomona, would be preferable. Thank you.
If I may just respond to the very first part of that, and thank you so much, Commissioner Kutagawa, for all of that feedback. I tried to include Arcadia in this visualization, and for just CVAP purposes could not. And of course, I'm happy to try to just keep working this puzzle out. And I absolutely have noted you'd like to see Arcadia in this visualization. Happy to keep looking at that. Thank you.
Jamie, I'm sorry, if I could follow up. Jamie, if you look at it going eastward, if you include that, would the CVAP go down? Because I am conscious of the CVAP in both those districts too. Thank you.
I would have to look at it. It's pretty similar to what we had last week. And I would just need to go back and double check. Thank you.
Commissioner Satwani.
Yep, thank you. First, I would agree with Commissioner Kennedy on that. I'm okay with how that San Fernando Valley piece is looking for now, though my next comments might have ripple effects for it. I want to take a closer look actually in that North LA, the Nila district again. Similar to my comments on the assembly level, for me, this becomes a major anchor point for LA County because it's the confluence of so many different communities of interest. And I think what's happening here is we have this district, again, like in the assembly, including Boyle Heights and East LA, with some of these other areas. And the effect is breaking up a lot of the LGBTQ communities of interest that we've received. So again, it's exploratory. So I think tell us what's possible, in a next visualization to keep some of these communities together. Because I think if we took out from that NELA district the Hollywood pieces, as well as pulling Los Feliz from the Glendale Burbank kind of area, we're going to have to make it up somewhere. And so that's going to end up having those ripple effects. I could see for the NELA piece, although it doesn't really then stay NELA, if we're taking off some of those northern parts and dipping down into like Bell Gardens and Cudahy. I'm wondering if that might be an option, for those areas. I'm also just want to take if we can zoom in, how are we doing on Koreatown? Are we split there? Or are we keeping K-Town whole?
So the neighborhood council of Koreatown is whole. Last week I asked if I should look at the neighborhood council lines or look at the lines that were submitted as a Koreatown COI. I was told to keep the neighborhood council lines intact for now because the COI version of Koreatown splits Greater Wilshire. So for now, or in this visualization, the Koreatown Neighborhood Council is together. I guess also, actually, I do have a question and happy to let you finish. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, go ahead.
I guess a question and thinking about taking some of these East Hollywood areas out of this visualization is that Thai-Town, sorry, I'm words here. Is it Thai-Town is in this area, and that would be separating Thai-Town from some of the other COIs that I was asked to keep together in this visualization. So just a matter of that's a decision point. And I think some of this could be a live line drawing discussion. Because not all of these, because Senate districts are just so big, not all of these are going to necessarily trigger like a whole structural change of the entire area.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I think let's see what we can do about those LGBTQ COIs now, for the next round. But yes, I mean, definitely when we're in live line drawing, it'd be helpful to kind of compare and contrast the K-Town Neighborhood Council to the COI districts, the COI in testimony that we've received. And I forget the second part of your question for me, but yes, totally fine to leave some of this for live line drawing, but I did want to lift it up because I think this district can shift southward a little bit and ease up some of those COIs that we were trying to keep together as well. The Thai-Town piece, I mean, it's definitely a part of Hollywood, right? So I think that's where we have some conflicting testimony. So I'd like to take a closer look at what we're doing with Thai-Town across all three sets of maps to better understand. I mean, I think one of the things I'm seeing is in some places, for example, if we go back up to the Antelope Valley, here we have Antelope Valley connecting with Victor Valley. In other maps we don't, and so I think those are some of the trade-offs that we're making as we're working across all three maps. So I recognize that might need to be an area that we trade off. Thank you,
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I have one back on the East Ventura San Fernando Valley. And I believe we were talking about taking Camarillo out and putting it with the South Coast, which I believe would help kind of even the population maybe, but also it would give more weight to the San Fernando Valley. Then the other one I was thinking of, but Reseda and the other little area, the two blue squares there, I was wondering if those could be switched for Foothill, Trails, Sunland. But then I realized you're already negative 4.8. And I only brought so that portion, the Reseda switch in there, I would only say if more population moves into the 210 corridor. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, going back to the VRA districts, if there was a way to add more population to increase the CVAP for those, the CVAPs are on the lower end. So if there's a way to increase population, either by adding, I mean, I know there's other considerations. So if there's a way to bring in more population and also increase the CVAP, that would be my direction. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Vasquez?
Sorry, I'm struggling with mute. We can stay here for right now. I do think I'm not sure that the north-south orientation of these maps is working. And in particular, I think it's a pretty big oversight for us to cut off particularly Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, potentially even Walnut, maybe Pomona from the rest of the greater San Gabriel Valley. And especially if we look at this SDNS district, San Marino, grouping something like San Marino with Cerritos, Norwalk, Bellflower also doesn't feel like it's working for me. And then finally, we have this weird sort of the southern border of the SD and ELA is also not really working for me. Bell Gardens, I think, is separated, or Bell Gardens, Cudahy. That's not a great line to draw there. I feel like Bell, Cudahy, and Bell Gardens, potentially even Maywood and Vernon and Commerce feel like a thing, and it feels those need to go. Feel like they go together more or less. So I'm just not. I think I agree with Commissioner Sadwani. Like if we can figure out maybe this SD Mila district, maybe pull that south or maybe east. I'm not sure. I don't know. This part of the map is just really not working for me. So I'd like I know this is probably going to have a lot of ripple effects, but I feel like similar to how we sort of tried to crack the nut by doing an east-west orientation in the assembly districts, that we may need to do that again for the San Gabriel Valley and the Senate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's really similar to what we had last week, and I'll do my best to incorporate all of this great feedback into something similar to that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the SPCC visualization, and it's under a little bit, and I was wondering if we've gotten public testimony asking for Linwood to be included in this group, and I know we can't add all of it, but if we can, get the difference, from Linwood, and I believe then that would raise the Latino CVAP, and I was trying to, and it might also raise the Black CVAP. I was trying to figure out exactly those two. I know Gardena, where Gardena and Torrance are, is Gardena split where they asked to be split, or is it separate from Torrance?
In this visualization, Gardena is not split. Gardena is whole. And with Hawthorne, I believe that the split that was requested there is just north of Marine. happy to make that happen or take a look at that in this set of visualizations. Just with the really quick turnaround of these maps, didn't have time for the like fine tooth comb. And Commissioner Sinai, could I please ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, just before we go back to Gardena, you had said Gardena.
I apologize.
No. You said Gardena with Hawthorne. I just want to make sure it was Gardena with Torrance.
Yes, part of Gardena with Hawthorne, part of Gardena with Torrance.
Perfect. Okay, and your follow-up, sorry.
So for the Linwood piece, I did try to include that. Just for population, it didn't quite work out. And if the direction is to look at a split, I'm happy to look at that, of course. Additionally, wanted to note that on this visualization with Long Beach moving up 710, I also just received direction to include Bell Gardens, Huntington Park area to the north. This visualization is already 0.54% deviation, and then removing Linwood would, removing Linwood plus these northernmost areas, I think would
Put it negative.
Cause a deviation issue. So just, I guess it's not necessarily a question, but wanted to mention it. And I guess one follow-up question, I guess, could be then, would you be okay with Florence potentially moving into the sort of like San Pedro North visualization? Would that be, oh wait, that's actually going the wrong way too. I will take a look at all of this, and if Linwood needs to be split, it sounds like that's the direction potentially.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Just and again, looking at the CVAP for two of the communities, if it helps. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, on this particular one, I guess I would ask Jamie if I noticed that Florence Graham and Linwood both have about similar sized populations. You'd have to split either the neighborhood or the city, but perhaps that might make sense, because I think in addition to the previous visualization that you received, and I do agree with Commissioner Vasquez on not including or making sure that Bell and Cudahy is included, Bell Gardens is included with Vernon and Maywood and Commerce. I do agree that they belong together. I think as you re-look at also the SDNS visualization, which is the north-south of the San Gabriel Valley going into the gateway cities and the I-5 corridor, it might make sense. I guess I'll just generally say, I would encourage you to take a look at some of the assembly visualizations based on the directions that we gave this morning, and perhaps using that as a basis, because I think we're pretty, I'm feeling much better about the assembly than we are about the map in terms of the east-west direction and some of the groupings of cities where we've gotten community of interest testimony in terms of their similarities and their affinities with each other, also with the residents sharing similar kinds of shopping and schools and worship and other things like that. So that's going to be my direction, Jamie, it's perhaps we could look at the assembly as our starting point. And I agree with what Commissioner Sadwani said too. I think that Northeast LA, what we discussed with the assembly, I think could help maybe break this nut too. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, Jamie, you probably already said this, and I didn't hear it. On 38, that's the one, the SPCC. I just wanted to confirm that Watts was kept whole.
The Watts Neighborhood Council is kept whole similarly to Koreatown Neighborhood Council and Koreatown Coy. We've also received COYs around Watts that are a little bit larger than the Neighborhood Council area. And in this visualization, the Watts Neighborhood Council is whole.
And how much population is the other portion?
I'm not sure in terms of population. I will, I'm looking for that COI now, and I'm just going to zoom into it. So it does go up and include parts of Florence Firestone and the area on the map labeled Empowerment Congress Southeast Area Neighborhood Council.
Okay.
So it's this area in red.
Okay, I was just thinking because this visualization is low on the deviation, so if we added all of the watts, that might bring it up a little. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kuchgawa, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I wanted to comment about that Gardena piece because I know that we did receive some COI testimony about a historic Japanese American community in that Gardena area, and I believe it was more south of Marine versus going north. But I also recall that the caller mentioned that it was cleared with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I'm going to ask that we look at that piece of Gardena included into the LA Bay Area map. I think with some of the also other new directions that we've given around Northeast LA, I believe that there's going to be some shifting that's going to probably happen on that upper part of Northeast LA, because looking at it, it looks like it's a rather long district, and yeah, and it looks like it includes some of West Hollywood. It is kind of interesting that Studio City is included there. My understanding or is that that's part of the San Fernando Valley as well too. And I just also want to be conscious about the request that they've given us to not go south of Mulholland. So as you're making some of those adjustments, maybe keeping those in mind.
Yeah, thank you. To clarify, Studio City is not in this visualization, nor is West Hollywood.
Oh, okay. It was a little misleading from what I'm looking at. Okay. What is the part that the LA Bay Area goes up to? It's kind of hard to tell from this.
That goes up to Studio City.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the Northeast LA.
Oh, no. I was talking about the LA Bay Area part. Yeah. And then, yeah, I mean, as you're doing some adjustments, it could be that you might need to pull in Mid-City West into the Northeast LA. Depending on what happens to the north, it may make sense to pull Studio City into back into the San Fernando Valley. So just wanted to point those out as well too.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Any additional comment or feedback? Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you so much.
Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. Sivan is going to be pulling up her map in just a second. Just to remind you, we're going to be looking at the southern part. We have 11 visualizations that we want to show you. We have 3 that we worked with the VRA attorneys with. So we will start with those, and then we will go through the other ones that we have. So with that, I will turn it over to Sivan.
So, starting again in this Southeast California visualization, which is pretty similar across all the plan types. This is another one that is up for some VRA consideration. Mr. Becker, did you have anything specific to add about this visualization?
And this is on page 47.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I apologize. And I'll be moving in order, so you can just follow along and I'll announce the page number, but thank you for the reminder.
I have nothing to add other than just to note the perfect deviation here so that there is some flexibility if there's some instruction that commissioners want to give with regard to removing or adding a little bit of population there.
Thank you so much. And then I'll just zoom in right over here. And then on page 48, you'll find POF, which is this visualization right here. And it is also at a perfect deviation currently. So there might be a little bit of flexibility, as Mr. Becker mentioned, for the previous visualization. And I should have also mentioned before the last district, the only change from none of these have changed from the last time you've seen these VRA visualizations. The only thing that has changed was a slight portion, sorry to backtrack here, a slight portion of this rural area was extended to incorporate more of that rural unincorporated buffer, but I actually don't believe that it added any population or made any significant change. So just to point that out. And then back to these can you have seen the same thing already, and this visualization SBRC we found on page 49. And I believe it's yes, I think it takes in into account as it does split Riverside City, trying to follow some neighborhood borders in there, just to kind of minimize disruption of that city split. But that's all the notes that I have on the potential VRA districts. Does anyone have, or Mr. Becker, did you have anything else to add about any of these? Okay.
No, very, very low deviations, so some flexibility if you want it there. The Voting Rights Act considerations are there, but they're also likely addressed by the current percentages in these districts.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly turn off the CVAP numbers just to kind of reduce some visual clutter. So just give me one moment. All right, so now the number displayed should represent the current deviation of the visualization. Moving right along to page 50, this is the SESDCEC visualization. So this is moving into the southwestern corner of San Diego County. This visualization incorporates the boundaries of several Southeast San Diego COIs, and then also maintains the integrity of Paradise Hills. And you can see I'm just outlining the border here. And then moving to page 50.
Siobhan, before you leave, Commissioner Sinai, you have a comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Mons. I wanted to go back to the southeast corner and just have, this district is huge geographically, and it includes so many different communities of interest, as well as counties, as well as geography, as well as cities. Is there, and if we keep it the way it is, most likely the southwest corner is going to be where a lot of the candidates come from. So I don't really know if it's going to represent, if it's going to be representative for everybody in this district. And so I was curious if if we have explored it. I know I brought it up last time a little bit, but is there a way to look at VRA in a different way? So San Diego has a VRA district, and then Imperial, Riverside, San Bernardino have one.
Mr. Becker, did you want to make a comment on that?
I mean, my main comment here would be this is one of the easier districts to define. It is the largest of the types of districts, the Senate districts, and it is anchored to the entire southeast corner of California, the entire southern border and much of the eastern border. There's not a lot of leeway there, but you can absolutely feel free to give some instruction to see if that can change. But this is going to be one of those places where there's the least amount of leeway. Fortunately, the way this was drawn is there is some population deviation possibilities here.
Okay. I mean, I can understand the way you just described it is a way that we can tell the story better. I know that we're getting a lot of pushback on how big this district is and just how the representation will work.
I'll just say really quickly, there is no way this district isn't huge geographically. There's
Yeah,
no way
no,
to draw it that way.
it's very
It is
true.
it has massive areas of underpopulated area. There's just no way to draw it differently. If you change the overall area of this district, it'll probably be changed as an overall percentage by a very small percentage.
Yeah, I mean,
it'll
South Bay is the one giving the most of the population. South Bay, San Diego, I believe.
That's possible. It also goes up into the Riverside, into that Riverside corridor there. It's capturing some of that central part of San Diego County. Okay. I mean, they can absolutely try to do that, but if the concern is size, the size is still going. If you take out a heavily populated area from this district and replace it with another area, the size is actually going to grow.
Well, it's not. Yes, exactly. It's size, but it's also it's when I say huge, it's not. It's just the diversity and the there's a lot to bridge here.
Yeah, so
that's what I mean is the bridging.
Yeah, you should feel free to give whatever direction you'd like. I just also want to point out about all of these Senate districts. We're talking about districts that are nearly 1 million people large.
Right.
They're some of the largest districts anywhere in the United States. They're larger than congressional districts. And so you absolutely feel free to give direction, but there is no way to create districts that probably won't encompass some disparate areas, that won't encompass some areas that have different interests to some degree just because of the sheer size of these districts and the number of people in each of them.
Commissioner, I just zoomed in slightly to give you a better view of some of those cities that are bordering those San Diego districts and then the Southeast California district. Do you have any, are there any specific areas that you were wanting us to kind of experiment with switching out? I know that this SDC has a positive deviation, so this might be where you get the most flexibility, but I just want to hear what your thoughts were about that.
Yeah, this is really difficult because my thought would be for the the SEC neighborhood district to move north and east more than continue to move into San Diego. So if we pulled out, Chula Vista, National City, that bottom west triangle, the South Bay, it would definitely leave a big hole. Could we, I guess what we could do, but then we won't have this, I don't think we'll have the CVAP data if we grab, that's the thing is if we were to grab some of these other communities that Lakeside and Spring Valley and La Prensa, I don't think those are going to help us with the CVAP number because that's part of, I mean, for VRA purposes, so that's why I think we are a little stuck, and that's why it's good to have these conversations publicly so those listening can also see where the challenges are.
Andrew.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. And Commissioner Sinai, one thing that the San Bernardino part of this has about 7,000 population. So that is something that, as you know, that could be possibly shifted to that district up there. But that's something we can explore in live line drawing. And I don't think that would, but of course, being conscious of the VRA considerations as well. But just wanted to give you heads up on that.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to respond to this conversation because I just want everyone to remember the size of this, and then when we go north, it's really big, and then coast is really big. So there are going to be, unfortunately, areas that do have commonalities and some that don't. And I'm just really, especially this one that's a VRA district. I think we're challenged with it, unfortunately, because it is VRA, to find a different way to not make it so big. And so anyway, that's probably just one of the, something that we'll have to grapple with as we move forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Sinai?
Again, my point isn't so much that it is big in size. It's just that the difference between Chula Vista is the third largest city in San Diego County. It's one of the largest cities in California, and so it's very urban, and yes, Imperial Chula Vista, that's the border, but that is the most unique part of the U.S.-Mexico border. It's a very urban area. It's not rural like the rest of the border all the way to Texas. And so that's why I'm saying it's very different from the Salton Sea. And when Imperial County said they wanted to go up into the Salton Sea, they were very clear that they didn't want to go west, to San Diego. So I understand it's a huge area. It's just that this part, that South Bay piece, so there's two questions: is can we have two VRA areas? Is there a way to do that? And second, is there a way to give representation, not so much to the Bay Area, South Bay, but my concern is representation to the rural areas, especially Imperial and East Coachella Valley.
Commissioner Mr. Becker, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll just say very briefly, I just want to remind the commissioners, the areas where we found consistent VRA considerations, definitely in Imperial County, definitely in at least the western part of Riverside, maybe moving out towards the east, and definitely in the southern part around probably Chula Vista. We saw this. There were not as many VRA concerns in areas kind of directly north and west of here. Really none. So, I want to give credit to the line drawers. I think this is very, very good. And there's literally no way, if you drew, you absolutely feel free to give instruction to Imperial Beach, Chula Vista, that area if you like. And there might be something that can be done there. But most of this district can't really be moved that much because of the southern border and the eastern border.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I was just going to ask on this. I think, hearing what Commissioner Sinai is saying, if this district were to move into that part of what is visualization MCV, which is, I'm not sure what page it's on, but
that is on page, 57.
57, thank you.
Yeah.
Just so that Andrew, who's taking notes, can also take note. If you were to go into portions of that district to then offset the removal of Chula Vista, one, is that still would that still ensure the VRA district? And two, is Chula Vista specifically a VRA city, or one that we have to consider as part of the VRA, and therefore removing it would actually then hurt, its ability to respect the VRA?
I'll respond briefly. I don't have the really zoomed in maps to look at whether there's an area around Chula Vista, and I just don't have the map zoomed in as much with the racially polarized voting analysis that we've looked at. But it's right around there, and it's an area where we've seen consistent racially polarized voting, so it's certainly an area that we should be highly considerate of. That said, you should absolutely, the questions you're asking there, Commissioner Kutagawa, I think are directions you could give to the line drawers to try out, and we could see what happens there. I actually think that it's likely that this area might give you a little more flexibility than the Chula Vista Imperial Beach area does. But we have to look at the Voting Rights Act considerations in that South San Diego area. That being said, the Chula Vista Imperial Beach area, you run up against the Pacific. There's nothing you can do there. Whereas this gives you some flexibility if you want to give instructions in this area with regard to a couple of those communities that in that area of Riverside.
Okay, then I'd like to go ahead and do that. Then if the line drawers can look at Chula Vista, National City, Imperial Beach, that southern tip of the corner there that butts up against both the border and the Pacific, and then to look further into looks like Riverside and San Bernardino County to still maintain that VRA district and see if that might be doable. I mean, at the very least, we'll know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this visualization? Great. Continue.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I think it's always good to have these conversations. Definitely the point of having these visualizations is to explore all the options. So I really appreciate all the commissioners' input on this.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sivan. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for helping think this through. I just wanted to add, National City, Imperial Beach, Bonita, San Isidro, and Logan Heights, and Barrio Logan. So the South Bay, what's defined as the South Bay in San Diego. And if we do need to take parts out, it's almost better to keep it all together in this big one than pull out one or two of those, because they really work as a very tight group, tight community. I guess
Commissioner Sinai, can I just ask a clarifying question quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you prefer? Would you prefer that the cities and neighborhoods that you just mentioned go in with this San Diego visualization, or more with this southeastern visualization? I'm not sure where you're directing me to move them into.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would probably move it in with the southeastern, and then there might be a need to move some of the southeastern then up into the city of San Diego. Because
Thank you.
There'll be too many, but so that's a great question. Thank you.
Are there particular cities that you're okay losing from this district? I can also zoom in if that's helpful.
Yeah, could you zoom in and?
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, Santee, Eucalyptus Hill, Lakeside, Winter Gardens, Crest. The split we talked about on El Cajon, or all of El Cajon, and Rancho San Diego.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I know I just gave you a lot, but.
No, that's great. We'll definitely try it out and let you know next week what we found. So.
All right, thank you.
And
Chair, was there anything else? Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sinai just wanted the El Cajon. We will do Hamish Avenue as the split again. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you. I just wanted to flag that we did receive a comment from the Paula Band of Mission Indians around this area, just expressing some concern about putting all of the Indian tribes in one district and the amount of responsibility that it would lead to this for this one Senate district. And so I just wanted to flag that as, and there's some advice in that, or some guidance suggestions in that letter as well. So I just wanted to flag that for the line drawers and it came in yesterday. So it's in the, and it's from the chairman of the Paula Band of Mission Indians. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Is there any additional feedback or guidance? Okay.
All right, so I can't remember if we had actually talked about this district visualization or not, but this visualization incorporates the boundaries of several Southeast San Diego COIs and then also keeps Paradise Hills intact. And I can also turn on and off the boundaries from last time, although I don't think any changes were made because I don't believe these were presented. So not going to see anything too dramatic there. And then moving just to the city of San Diego, this SDC district, this is on page 51. It looks like this visualization was drawn keeping in mind COI testimony that had to do with Poway Unified School District. So as you can see, the city of Poway is included in this visualization, and it stretches south from Coronado all the way north up into Escondido, Hidden Meadows, and Valley Center. And then I believe the Poway School District looks something like this. And so that should be intact within this visualization as well. Were there any comments before I move to the north side? All right. Just gonna zoom out one more time. The next visualization is this INC. I believe the page order skips over. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. My eyes are getting very tired at the end of the day. All these screens. Okay. SOCNSDC is the next visualization, and that's this coastal area right here. So let me zoom in a little bit closer. And as you can see, this stretches to include the kind of southern coast of OC cluster of coastal cities, and then stretches all the way to wraparound Rainbow. And then it goes as far south as Solana Beach, Del Mar. The notes I have for this visualization were that it kept in mind a commissioner request to exclude Temecula from a San Diego County district. So as you can see, Temecula was removed from this visualization. All right, and then continuing north along the coast, this district visualization is called INC, and you guys can reference the map on page 53. And this visualization keeps in mind a commissioner request to modify a prior North Orange County Coast district to include Irvine rather than the Buena Park area. It also keeps in mind COI testimony to keep Irvine and Tustin together, which you can see right here. And then it goes as far north as Seal Beach and stops just short of the Los Angeles County border and in Long Beach. All right. The next district viz that we'll take a look at is this SAA visualization, which is Santa Ana, Anaheim. And you can find it on page 54. This keeps in mind a commissioner request to not split Santa Ana. So as you can see, Santa Ana is kept whole. It also separates Anaheim Valley area, or the Anaheim lowlands, and then splits off from the Anaheim Hills area over here. Wraps around Buena Park, and then also includes Rossmore in this visualization as well. One thing to keep in mind is that we are working at a pretty high deviation for this viz. So we're at almost 9%. So really looking for direction on potentially something that we could swap out or change to get closer to that 5% deviation would be really appreciated from commissioners. Were there comments, or should I just keep chugging along, Chair?
Commissioners, do you have comments at this time, or shall we? Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I do have a comment about this SAA one. And I did notice that really high deviation. One of my biggest concerns is that it is splitting Little Saigon. And I think that's, I understand why, but I think that we need to relook at this one. I would like to give new direction. Okay. Who are we charging $1 to? Okay. I would like to remove Los Alamitos and Rossmore from this visualization. I know what I'm going to say is not necessarily going to make it that much better. But Sivan, maybe instead of me giving specific cities, I would like you to relook at this. I think Garden Grove, Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley need to be in this visualization with Santa Ana, Orange, and Anaheim. I think you have, I would just comment and say that, or direct you and say Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Cypress, even Bueno Park, I think you can perhaps look to move to other areas. Bueno Park, perhaps to a new district, because we're going to do, I think we've instructed to do some moving around in those northern Orange County districts that could possibly be attached to Fullerton and La Mirada and La Habra, maybe Los Alamitos and Rossmore. We've also talked about bringing down into the district with Seal Beach. So hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, that's great. That's great suggestions. I just put up, these are two Little Saigon kois just for commissioners to reference. This is what you were talking about, I hope. But yeah, I will definitely play around with this southern border, especially to try and kind of dip down and reunite that Little Saigon area.
Yes,
Thank you so much for that feedback.
I also realized I didn't name Stanton, and Stanton and Anaheim also is home to Little Arabia. So I think those also need to stay together with Little Saigon in the same, visualization with Anaheim and Santa Ana and Orange. Thank you.
So this is just for your reference, this is the Little Arabia corridor. So as it is now, it is kept whole in this area. So I'll do my best to try and kind of shift things a little to the south to pick up Little Saigon as well and keep those together. Thank you so much.
You can continue, Sivan.
Thank you so much, Chair. All right. The next one would be IOC, which you can find on page 55. Again, this is a little bit high deviation, not as bad as 9%, but we're at almost 6% here. So let me just zoom out slightly so you can see it is a bit of a long district. So just bear with me for a second. And see if I can get a better view for you all. All right, so this IOC, the Viz had a slight change. The boundary was moved to include Hacienda Heights and La Habra Heights, and then it also removed a previous split that was in Industry City, and that snapped the border to the Rowland Heights boundary. And then I think you should be able to see that change from the previous iteration of visualizations. You can see that change right over here. And then the other commissioner direction that this visualization keeps in mind is, again, splitting Anaheim and Anaheim Hills, which you can see Anaheim Hills is incorporated into this visualization. Continuing on, and definitely jump in and interrupt me if there's something else that comes to mind. Moving
One moment,
to,
Sivan.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Savon, can you zoom in on this? Is Hacienda Heights split?
Let me just turn this. So it doesn't look like it is in this viz.
Okay, thank you. This is part of what I was saying earlier. I think it was to Jamie about looking at more of an east-west orientation for these Senate districts in this San Gabriel Valley, I guess North OC area, but specifically that East San Gabriel Valley. I think to group these cities, I think there's a different way or a better way that we could look at grouping these cities in a district, because I think there's a distinct difference, and we've seen this from actually even some of the COI testimony from some of the other visualizations that we've had. The citizens or the residents of Brea, Yorba Linda, Placentia, especially Diamond Bar and Walnut and those areas, don't feel that they have much in common with those in South Orange County. So my direction to you is to look for a way, and I guess you'll be working with Jamie to see how we can create more of an east-west orientation on this. And then for the South Orange County, perhaps looking to go down into that South Orange County, North San Diego area to combine them. I think they would rather be together than with the South Orange County, even the coastal Camp Pendleton district, than to be to the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Savon, please continue.
Yeah, can I just clarify something with,
Sure.
was that Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so when you say east-west, you're talking about kind of extending north. Right, my cat is sneezing in the background if you hear some weird noises. To extend north to include Silverado in these areas, is that kind of what the general line of what you're talking about?
For the South Orange County, North San Diego County version?
Exactly,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, and that Cleveland
Okay.
National Forest. I do also want to say I just learned something new. I didn't know cats can sneeze.
All right, thank you so much for that clarification. And then we'll also look at getting Hacienda Heights and Roland Heights, maybe Walnut and Diamond Bar potentially kind of reallocated into one of these other districts that's closer to Los Angeles County.
Commissioner
All right.
Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable about the direction that we're taking on these Senate maps in this area. And so my general instruction would be to take a look at the Orange County table. OSET had put together a couple possible ideas for consideration that was specifically linking some of the Latinx and Asian American communities in these areas, many of them having some very specific religious and cultural communities of interest testimony. I'd really encourage you to take a look at that report. And I think it might hit some of the general notions that Commissioner Kutagawa is trying to achieve, but perhaps doing so in some different configuration. So I'd really like to take a look at those a little bit more closely and see what parts of that might be incorporated into these maps.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sadwani.
Commissioner Sinai.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to San Diego for a second because I just want to make sure that when we were saying, earlier we had talked about during the Assembly District just to look at the LGBTQ community, and the Senate maps right now kind of split it up a little bit, split it up in half. And so I just wanted just a reminder of looking at the neighborhoods and of Normal Heights, Hillcrest, Mission Hills, South Park, North Park, University Heights, and Kensington. And again, I can get you the roads if that helps, so that you know exactly where those areas are.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Chair, just a question, and this might be for legal. When we're asked for, can you get us specific roads and stuff, should we do that in public, or how should we follow up with that so that we're keeping it all on the up and up?
Anthony? We'll get an answer. I'll get an answer for you for that question, Commissioner. Thank you. Any other feedback before we move on? We are coming up on a break in about 6 minutes. Just making you aware. Okay, Sivan.
Should I resume? Okay, perfect. All right. So just moving over here to this red district right here, this SWRC, you can find this map on page 56. This visualization takes into account commissioner requests to not cross the Orange and Riverside County border across the Cleveland National Forest. And then it also respects the COI testimony that we heard that reflects the same desire to stay together. And the next one is just this large one, which we sort of touched on, but we can revisit in its entirety. This MCV, which is the Coachella, includes the majority of the Coachella Valley. And let's see, this keeps Hemet and San Jacinto together, which had previously been a direction from the commission. And I'll just pan a little bit north so you can see where this ends. It stops short of the county border, but it takes in some large swaths of this low population land over here. And that is all of the districts that I have to present on. I'm happy to go back to any previous ones if there are additional directions from commissioners.
Commissioners, is there additional direction that you'd like to provide at this time? Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, Sivan, if it gives you more flexibility, I'm re-looking at this IOC map. And if it gives you more flexibility, I would instruct you to look at Yorba Linda, Placentia, Anaheim Hills. And it looks like that East Orange section down to the South County OC inland communities, if that gives you more flexibility then to combine it with the South OC Northern San Diego. I do believe that.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that one more time? I'm not sure I understand.
So if you look at that map, if you go up a little bit further north and you go to Yorba Linda and Placentia, and if it gives you more flexibility to include those with those communities that are currently in the green, and perhaps dip more into, I think it would be Rancho Mission Viejo, a little bit further south to create a different kind of district. If that gives you more flexibility, I wanted to just say that out loud to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll definitely try it a couple different ways and come back with what we found.
Yeah, I would just say that Fullerton, Brea, in this case, even Chino Hills would, I think, be a little bit different. Although they could, I mean, you could include Chino Hills if you needed it for population, but I think some of the COI testimony, they seem to want to be more with like Diamond Bar, Walnut Roll, and Heights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. We're going to go to break shortly, and then when we come back from break, we will be at 4:45. I'd like to make sure that we get an opportunity to review the notes and make any updates during that time. Then I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the notes. That should take us right up to our 5 o'clock point at which we'd like to start public comment. So we'll be taking public comment on our discussion about the notes and the motion, as well as the visualizations for the day. Okay.
Am
So
I
with-
okay to stop sharing the map, or were there?
Yes, yes,
okay.
you can stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Sivan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So with that, let's go to break and everyone report back at 4:45. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to ask commissioners if they've had a chance to review the notes. And the notes I'm referring to are from 10:23, 10:27 through 29, and 11:2. There any corrections to the notes? We have someone on hand to take notes on those corrections. And once that part is completed, I'll ask for a motion to approve the notes with the corrections. So Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, yes, I have had a chance and I do have some corrections. So bear with me.
Okay. Salma is
first-
going to be taking those
Salma? Okay.
corrections for us. So.
Okay, Selma, so on the notes for 102721, on the first page under myself, the last bullet says new visualization of Rio Vista. On this, I had revised it to have YOLO whole with Northern Delta combined with Solano, Napa, and or Calusa if needed for population. And on the second page, kind of in the middle.
Can I pause you quickly, Commissioner? So the revision should be YOLO. The direction is YOLO, combine it with Solano. And what was the last piece?
So revised to have YOLO with the Northern Delta and combine with Solano.
Yes.
And then add Napa and or Calusa if needed for population.
Napa or Calusa or and Calusa?
And or, it depends on what the numbers are.
Okay.
And then on page 2 in the middle, under page 39 to 42 under myself, it's put West Sac with YOLO, not and YOLO. And remove Natomas if necessary.
Okay, so that direction is West Sac
With YOLO.
with YOLO.
And then at the end, and remove Natomas if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, and then for the 11/28/21.
Yes.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. The 5th page. Under Northern Central. Selma, do you have copies of this, right? So.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. No need to call me ma'am. So basically, under that, for myself, Fernandez, NorCal, it's the same direction as I did prior. No YOLO with Northern Delta and Solano, and combine with Napa and Calusa counties if needed for population.
So again, that's YOLO combined with Northern Delta and combined with Solano and Napa and or Calusa?
And combine with Solano, then comma, and then combine with Napa and or Calusa if needed for population.
Okay, so YOLO with Northern Delta with Solano and combine with and Napa and or Calusa?
If needed for population. Okay, did you get it?
Yes.
Okay, so for 10/29/21. First page.
Yes.
First page. I'm right there in the middle. The first one I've given direction. So
Yes.
So that last sentence, keep YOLO with Northern Delta, Rio Vista to Clarksburg, both sides of the Sacramento River.
So keep YOLO with Northern Delta.
And I'm explaining Rio Vista to Clarksburg, both sides of the Sacramento River.
Explaining, can you repeat that again, Commissioner?
Keep YOLO.
The second piece.
Rio Vista to Clarksburg, both sides of the Sacramento River. So include all the towns on both sides of the river.
So we're going to use the notes that we have, the closed captioning. So if we can just skip the repeat, and I'll help you with capturing the feedback that commissioners are providing.
Okay, did you get that, Selma?
Yes.
Okay, and then on page 7, correction to the line drawers under myself, my name. Okay, so right now it reads YOLO with all of Solano and if needed for numbers include the Northern Delta. Move and if needed for numbers, that's going to go right before Napa. So it's going to be YOLO with all of Solano, include the Northern Delta areas, and go, if needed for numbers, go to Napa, into Napa and or Calusa.
Okay.
Okay, and the last one I have are for the notes for yesterday. Page 4, and actually, I mean, these are supposed to be directions to line drawers. So some of the stuff that's in here, it's not really directions to line drawers, it's more of comments that are made by commissioners. So on page 4, right before Bensel. So there's a conversation between myself and then, or a comment that I've made and then Anderson made, which is fine, and then Sinai made, and then I made. And those three, really, they're not directioned to the line drawers, it's directions in terms of deviations. So I'm not sure how, if you're gonna keep this information in, then I believe we need to be transparent about it. And right before Bensel, I did provide another comment, clarification. So if you're going to leave it in, my comment was that I did not provide direction in terms of having higher deviation in the north. What I did was explain why the north was negative, not that it was okay for rural areas to be negative. And as I had mentioned earlier, I will be keeping track of the positives and negatives to ensure fair representation throughout California. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Anderson.
Unmute. Thank you. First of all, on all of them, could you please spell Anderson correctly? It's S-E-N. In almost all the documents, it goes back and forth. But then on the 1027, first page, at the bottom, under Anderson, that should be Sears Point.
Continue.
Then on page 2, I say El Dorado, Amador. That's El Dorado and Amador share Highway 89. Nothing about likes or anything like that. And then on page 4, I've started at the top. If you just remove the last bullet item of mine.
That was
Continue.
page 5, Commissioner?
Pardon?
You said page 5?
I said page 4. Yeah, I that's me at the top. Take the last bullet item out, just delete it. Okay. And okay, then 1028 on the second page under me. It should say ad la puente, not fluente. It's the P, the P. Very minor.
Continue.
And then on on the 1029, on page 7, and it's in the second sentence of, I say something that I says, it should say what remains fits in with, and then Commissioner Fernandez says, blah, blah. But what remains fits in with. And then
Continue.
on the 11.2 notes. Let me know when you're ready.
Continue, Commissioner.
On the first page, the second bullet, basically delete that. It just should say page 42, Sac Stannis. Remove Florin, Vineyard, Elk Grove. Add to page 36, Sacramento. Reason, agree with Commissioner Fernandez. Then page 42, Sac Stannis, remove Terminus area to I-5, add to page 17, Solano. Reason, keep Delta areas together. Then on page 3 under me, it should say, I'm okay with plus or minus 4.7 to 4.8 deviation for now, but must balance areas in the state. Then, and delete by that little section there, say page 44, Stanislaus. Remove Manteca, Lathrop. Add to page 42, Sac Stannis. Reason, agree with Commissioner Turner. Then page 44, Stanislaus. Add series from page 45, Merced. Reason, for population, unless it affects VRA or Merced district. Then page 5, it should say, after Novato, it should say, and south. And delete the second bullet. Then on page 7, it talks about Azusa. When I talk about Azusa, it should say from COI testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes, I have a few corrections. This is on notes 1027. And I believe this is on the second page. I don't know. These are not numbered. So I'm going to also ask that they be numbered so that when it comes to these kind of things, it also makes it clear. I think it's, I don't know. It's the second page. It's the one that says Split Lake, add North Coast. And then it says, or Van N Coast. Is that supposed to be VAD-N Coast? I'm not sure about that. It's a little unclear. And then there's another page under, for me, it says, consider massive districts and accessibility to representative. What should be, it should say is, be mindful of massive districts and accessibility to representative, not consider. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll move on. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I do have a correction on 1028. And that's on the first page under Central Coast. Under, for me, it says cut off after Montecito. I do believe cut off Santa Barbara map after Montecito. And then down under Los Angeles on that same first page, it says Glasso, Glasso. I'm sorry, I have to just say that. It should be Glassell, ELL at the end. And then what is a DUC? This is on page 2 under Southern California. And what is a COA at the very end of that page? Those are
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes. It's
DUC is a disadvantaged, unincorporated community, generally adjacent to an incorporated community.
Okay, I don't know if those kind of acronyms should be spelled out since the members of the public are also reading these as well too, and it may not always be clear to everybody. We've been cautioned on the use of our acronyms. And then COA, this was under Commissioner Anderson. I don't know if that's supposed to be.
As noted, Commissioner Kutagawa, our team will make sure that that acronym is spelled out.
All right. Another question, 1029, page 2. What is Legion Valley Riverside? So that I can give accurate clarification on that. I don't know what that was meant to be.
We have other staff filling in that took the notes, so if you just want to clarify the correction, we can update them.
I'm to be honest, I'm not sure what that meant, so that's why I can't give additional clarification. One last one, page 6. It should be split between 2 tribal lands, not split 2 tribal lands. And then the last one is on the November 2nd notes. There is, I want to remove the part where under West Side, page number 6, I want to remove that 3rd bullet point. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. It's Elysian Valley, Commissioner, the clarification on that question you had earlier.
Oh, okay. All right. So, okay, thank you.
Moving on to Commissioner Fernandez.
I was just ready to make a motion unless there are more changes.
Are there any more changes, commissioners? All right, Commissioner Fernandez.
Motion to approve the direction to the line drawers provided on 10/23/21, 10/27/2021, 10/28/2021, 10/29/2021, and 11/2/2021 with edits provided.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to public.
I'm sorry, excuse me. This is the court reporter. Who seconded, please? I didn't catch that.
Ahmed. Commissioner Ahmed. Okay. Okay. With that, we are going to go to public comment. The public can comment on the motion on the floor as well as any of the visualizations presented today. Before I do that, Commissioner Kennedy.
Chair, I don't know if we need someone to check. I thought we had already approved several of these. Certainly not all of them, but I think we have approved.
Not per my conversation with council. So if we did, then we'll do a reapproval.
Okay.
It won't hurt to reapprove, particularly since changes were made to almost each of those dates. So I'd like to just move forward, if you don't mind. So who is going to be our, Katie. Hi, Katie, welcome.
Thank you.
So if you could read the instructions, you can go to public comment. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 845-9522-1762 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, the host would like you to talk, and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we will be giving a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining in the 2-minute public comment segment.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just for clarification, this is public comment on the motion and general public comment.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will start with caller 2080, and up next after that will be caller 7693. Caller 2080, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller 2080, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Yvonne Garcia. First off, I would like to thank the commission for the great work they have made so far. I currently live in Sugarloaf, California, which is an unincorporated community near Big Bear Lake in the San Bernardino County National Forest. Earlier today, I was watching the commission discussing drawing me and my family into different assembly districts than the current visualizations that keeps the San Bernardino County National Forest, Big Bear Lake, and Lake Arrowhead with the San Bernardino County High Desert communities of Apple Valley and Hesperia, and of course, Victorville. Our community of Big Bear and the mountains share similar rural values of the high desert communities. We also have similar transportation, districts, water districts, and our air quality districts with San Bernardino County High Desert. I believe it's incredibly important that we keep our area whole and we are not drawn into districts that population is based on LA County. Thank you for your allowing me to provide public comment and your time.
Thank you so much. Right now will be caller 7693, and up next after that will be caller 0723. Caller 7693, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Christine Rowe. I'm calling about DSD events San Fernando Valley -1102. The San Fernando Valley should not be drawn with Ventura, the areas of Vsme Valley, Thousand Oaks, and etc. There's 1.4 million residents in the San Fernando Valley in the city of Los Angeles, 1.8 million if you count the communities of Calabasas, Burbank, and Glendale. Please draw the San Fernando boundary at the LA County line, but include Bell Canyon because they're landlocked and can only get out through West Hills. I'm a former member of the West Hills Neighborhood Council, and I'm very engaged in our communities, our neighborhood council system, the city of LA government, and the LA City redistricting process. Please do not include any of the San Fernando Valley with going out into the Santa Clarita Valley. Use the boundary line if you need to. The southern boundary, use the DSD LA Bay area 1102 as your southern boundary. Keep that straight and go east of there, north and east of LA County boundary on the west, as I said before, including Bell Canyon. Go east to the 405 freeway, and you should be able to get 1 million people between there and the neighborhood councils to the north of the 118, and then start another district of LA City in the areas of San Fernando Valley roughly, and going south from there to pick up Burbank and Glendale. And please stay in LA City because we have more than 10 million people in LA County and about 4 million people in LA City. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it greatly.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0723, and up next after that will be caller 3028. Caller 0723, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
All right. Hello, commissioners. I hope you're doing well. My name is Kara Solis, and I live in Isla Vista, just outside of the city of Santa Barbara in Santa Barbara County. And I'm calling because I really want to urge you to keep Santa Barbara County whole. I have family in North County in Santa Maria and in southern San Luis Obispo County in Napomo, and I work throughout all of Santa Barbara County, as well as occasionally in southern San Luis Obispo and San Luis Obispo City. So I'm up, down, all around often, but usually spend at least a week out of the month in northern Santa Barbara or southern SO County since I was a child. And the voices in northern Santa Barbara County are very often forgotten or pushed to the wayside. And I just really, really want to urge you to keep Santa Barbara County whole, because North County has historically been underrepresented and put wherever it is politically convenient. So please break that cycle and allow North County and our Latino population the representation that we deserve by keeping it with Santa Barbara County. Thank you so much for listening and for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3028, and up next after that will be caller 3196. Caller 3028, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 3028, you are unmuted. Can you hear me? May want to double check and make sure you're
Can you hear me?
perfect. There you are. The floor is yours.
Hello. The district that has Fresno and Kernan is too geographically large. The amount of distance between Fresno and Bakersfield would require a representative to try to voice the concerns of vastly different regions economically and culturally. That would not be a unified voice and would result in many people effectively disenfranchised. Having these areas separated would mean better representation for both areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3196. And up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 3196, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Christian and I live and work in Long Beach. I actually gave public comment a few meetings ago to thank you for the visualizations you were considering for my area at the time. Throughout this process, our Long Beach community has been really consistent in asking you to keep our city together. And this appeared to be the direction the commission wanted to go. I know several of you have been really clear in your support for our community, and I want to thank you for that support and your continued work on our behalf. This said, I want to be really clear in expressing my disappointment with the current visualizations in the Long Beach area congressional districts. I understand that you and your staff have a lot of balls in the air and a lot of considerations to keep in mind, and I'm aware that my neighbors and I may not come out of this with every single thing that we want. Compromise is going to happen. The problem is this map isn't compromised. It runs a congressional boundary right up the middle of Long Beach, including through neighborhoods where there is no organic boundary anywhere near there. This bordered completely bisects Cambodia Town, and as a member of the LGBTQ plus community, I'm especially hurt that it cuts apart my city's historically queer neighborhoods and institutions. When you get the chance to give direction on this map, in your meeting tomorrow, I want you to respectfully urge you to explicitly request Long Beach to be made whole. As you know, this work is incredibly important to the future of our state and to every community touched by these decisions. And I want to thank you again that you and your staff are doing everything you can to protect communities and keep communities of interest together. Thank you so much again for all you're doing, and please keep Long Beach together.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3700, and up next after that will be caller 4201. Caller 3700, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I am the Executive Director for the Business Council. My comments today are regarding Zone F, San Joaquin County. We want to thank the Commission for all your hard work, and we would like to request the Commission to take into consideration the maps we submitted. Set at map 1006, 202, 1123, Congressional map 1006, 202, 1112, and Assembly map 1007, 202, 1124. When preparing these maps, we carefully listened to our coalitions in our community, and the message from the people was very clear. They would like 1 Senate seat, 1 congressional seat, and our neighborhoods would also like 2 assembly seats, representing our diverse and unique populations. Our community has submitted a flood of emails and requests for this commission, and we hope you have been able to review their concerns and comments. We understand the task before us is not easy, but we have followed the commission's criteria, and we are confident we have checked all the boxes. I heard earlier comments from several of the commissioners about the disappearance of agricultural land in Elk Grove. This speaks to our request not to move too far north. I also heard comments of keeping the congressional and Senate districts similar to prevent lack of confusion for the voters. I believe our maps satisfy these points also. I would submit to the commission, please honor the voice of the people and protect our communities of interest and keep our county together. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 4201, and up next after that will be caller 6451. Caller 4201, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Stuart Waldman from the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA, as well as the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition. I want to thank the comments of many of the commissioners today, talking about the San Fernando Valley, trying to keep the San Fernando Valley whole, trying to put Studio City back in the San Fernando Valley. That's very important. Studio City is part of the San Fernando Valley. It would be a shame. I know there's one map where they are in a Senate district alone. And I know there was talk about putting them in an assembly map where they'd be the only valley part outside. We'd like to keep them. They suffer the same traffic and heat that the rest of us do as well. As for the Senate seats, appreciate that we right now have what looks like a 48% Latino CVAC district that I think we can probably, with taking a couple blocks, get it up to 50%. And would like to not see too many changes on that. We think that you've done a great job, and we really appreciate all the hard work and the efforts for the Valley, and thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6451, and up next after that will be caller 8680. Caller 6451, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your service and for taking my comments into consideration. My name is Will O'Neill. I'm on the Newport Beach City Council and was mayor of our great city during 2020. We are an easily accessible city located in the center of our coastal Orange County cities. This means that we receive tourism from up and down the Orange County coast. Our premier shopping center is Fashion Island, which receives business from folks traveling here anywhere between San Clemente to Seal Beach. We remain a connected city, especially with cities around us. For shopping, dining, or tourism, our residents are more likely to enjoy coastal neighbors like Huntington Beach rather than travel away from the coast. So please make sure that the Orange County coast is properly represented in the same congressional district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now is caller 8680, and up next after that will be caller 9879. Caller 8680, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 8680, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, hi.
Perfect, there you are.
Thank you.
That's okay, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Samuel. I'm calling on behalf of, in reference to Vsme Madera Kern. The map as it's currently drawn, I have to voice my strong opposition to combining Kern County with Fresno County. For a long time, Kern County has been paired with Tulare County and San Bernardino County, all of which are significant, particularly with reference to agriculture and energy production. Fresno County is vastly different and certainly would not be appropriate pairing up, although realizing that maps do have to change, we do need, and our community does need to be paired up with currently Tulare and San Bernardino counties. Please keep those communities of interest together. I do appreciate your work on all of this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And right now we have caller 9879. And up next after that will be caller 9652. Caller 9879, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
I appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns about the Commission's decision to combine the Kern and Fresno communities together in a new district. But as a Latino, I feel much of Kern County's history and diversity can be changed or otherwise lost if the district is altered so drastically. Just as a community, it truly recognizes the impacts of the Latino community in the past and present in agriculture. Introducing so many communities to representational representation of the Latino community in Kern County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9652. And up next after that will be caller 6332. Caller 9652, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. Happy Wednesday. This is Sky Allen with IE United. I did call in on Friday, and given that little to no changes were made to the IE over the weekend, all of that still stands. But I did want to offer a few thoughts on your discussion today that will hopefully be worthwhile. Regarding your assembly discussion in the morning, I heard you all wrestling with how to honor COIs in the mountain community below the high desert. We actually submitted an assembly district in our proposal that keeps all of those mountain communities together, and I would encourage you all to review it as it might help you think through that question. At the Senate level, I did say this Friday, but I do just have to repeat that visualization, VSD, SBRC, is our least favorite idea. Thank you for drawing a VRA district, but there are better ways to do it. And we submitted some as well. But back to today's discussion, I wanted to comment on VSD SECA, that southeastern one. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for raising that any state senator for this district would have a hard time reflecting all of the community interests, given that it crosses 4 different counties, and that likely San Diego folks would lead, despite most of that district being inland. We actually submitted a district map for that area that combines all of Imperial County with the Coachella Valley in eastern Riverside County, the San Gorgonio Pass, and Morongo Valley. This way keeps the Coachella Valley whole, keeps the Morongo Band of Mission Indians with the pass, and ensures the environmental interests around the Salton Sea and farm worker interests of the Valley and Imperial County are all connected. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you so much for listening. And as always, the maps we submitted to you are a great guide, and we encourage you to use them. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6332. And up next after that will be caller 6478. And I would like to ask all of those that have called in, if you will please speak at a pace, being considerate of our captioners and our ASL team interpreting our meetings here. Thank you so much. Caller 6332, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Nancy Starzyk, S-T-A-R-C like cat, Z like zebra, Y-K, Nancy Starzyk. And I wanted to let you know, let's see, shut this off, sorry about that. I'm calling regarding the Santa Clarita and the San Fernando Valley Assembly and Senate seat. I've been a realtor in the area for 33 years. And I'm concerned that you do not put the San Fernando Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley together. Northridge, Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, Chatsworth, Reseda, all of those should be separate. You did great with the Senate seat, so you got that right. The two cities are extremely different. There's a huge mountain range and pass between Santa Clarita Valley and the San Fernando Valley. Everything is different between the two. Median home prices, transportation, housing, schools, utilities, demographics, everything is different between the two. We are seeing in Santa Clarita Valley, there's a huge amount of housing being developed. There's greenfield issues there. There are unincorporated areas. There's huge growth, and there's a younger demographic there. So I would be very happy to see that you not mix the two valleys together. So thank you very much for the time. I appreciate your efforts, and I commend you for this difficult task that you have.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6478, and up next after that will be caller 8499. Caller 6478, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all you do and for the opportunity to allow us to speak publicly. My name is Robin Robinson, and I'm from Bakersfield, Kern County. Just want to really reach out and say that I strongly oppose Kern County being partnered with Fresno County. There's so many things that we just do not have in common geographically. Our cultural connections as well are completely different. Our agriculture, our oil, all of those things, the economy, all of the things that are so unique about Kern County, to be paired with Fresno County would be really something that's not a match. And we just have much more in common with Tulare and San Bernardino counties. We've worked there. I am a community-based organization, and we have worked through the earthquakes and the different things that go right near San Bernardino County as well. And I just would say today that I think that the pairing of Kern County with Fresno County is just something that would not be good for our community. Thank you so much for listening today and allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8499, and up next after that will be caller 3422. Caller 8499, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. I feel that Kern County's unique history with deep roots in oil, which we are seeing now is evolving into renewable and clean energy, will neatly fold in with Fresno's own history and energy practices. With new efforts made by our local businesses and industries to use clean and renewable energy, I feel it is not true to the work and efforts put forth by Kern County to fold in Fresno County and change the district and its representation. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3422, and up next after that will be caller 2668. Caller 3422, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. This is Juanita Salas calling again. I heard the discussion around the Imperial Senate seat. I want to remind you of my continued message. It is perfectly acceptable to pull Southeast San Diego into Imperial while including Coachella. This is a VRA seat that serves all of our communities, so please hold the course. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2668, and up next after that we will have caller 82628. Caller 2668, will you please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. So I live in Bakersfield, and I think having my representative accessible to me is quite important. With the visualization right now, my district can very likely have someone representing me who lives 2+ hours away. I wouldn't want someone from Fresno having the same trouble as me. Having someone down in Kern pretty much inaccessible to them. That's why I think having Fresno and Kern separated would mean that someone I know who will be in my community will represent me in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8628, and up next after that will be caller 7690. Caller 8628, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Trevor O'Neill. I'm a resident of Anaheim Hills, and I serve on the Anaheim City Council, so I know the area well. Anaheim Hills is contiguous with the cities of Orange and Yorba Linda, and to me, it makes sense to keep those communities in the same congressional districts. Our cities are very similar, largely single-family neighborhoods. We have similar zoning, similar shopping and dining locations that all intermix without a clear border or boundary between them. So we really are one community that is tied together. I believe that all of our cities have plans for future growth and economic success, and our governments already work very closely together. So I'd ask the commission to keep this in mind when making their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7690, and up next after that will be caller 4688. Caller 7690, if you will please follow the prompt to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 7690, if you will please follow the prompt. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by saying thank you to the commission members for allowing me to share my concerns with you today. My name is Mike Maggard, and I am the 3rd District Representative on the Kern County Board of Supervisors, and I would like to speak to the proposed Madera Kern map number 1102. Kern County is a unique and distinct community of interest and should not be linked to Fresno County. First, geographically, the district as proposed unnecessarily divides the community of interest, which is the city of Bakersfield, thereby denying a common voice for our residents about issues vital to our way of life and our common interests. The proposed map divides school districts, thereby dividing and diluting the voices of parents regarding the education of their children. The map divides city council wards and county supervisorial districts, further dividing and diluting our representation and voice regarding neighborhood concerns. The health care of Kern County residents is also threatened. Healthcare is delivered to our underserved community by at least 2 providers, Clinica Sierra Vista and Omni Healthcare, which tend to care for people within distinct geographical boundaries. This proposed map separates those residents and further imperils their ability to receive healthcare services and voice concerns about their medical care. Kern County's economy has many sectors, unique to Kern County and distinct from Fresno: oil, renewable energy. Kern is the largest producer of renewable energy in California, logistics, and 2 military bases. Water is an extremely scarce resource. Water is an extremely scarce resource vital to our economy and citizens, for which competition is fierce. Kern County is a distinct water basin from Fresno and will compete directly with Fresno for our precious water resources.
15 seconds.
For all these reasons and more, the proposed map will unnecessarily dilute the voices of residents of Kern County by linking us with Fresno, which has a dissimilar and competing interest. Thank you very much for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4688, and up next after that will be caller 3392. Caller 4688, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to speak. I'm calling with regards to San Bernardino County and specifically the Senate map covering the high desert. I want to thank the Commission for the new visualization that keeps the Victor Valley connected with the Antelope Valley in Los Angeles. Please continue to listen to communities of interest as you move forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3392, and up next after that will be caller 9505. Caller 3392, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Alejandra Ponce de Leon. I'm calling today as a resident of Jurupa Valley, and speaking about my city here, where my family is growing. I wanted just to, appreciate all the work that you're doing and really take into account a lot of the feedback that you're receiving for the IE Inland Empire. And I particularly wanted to thank you for the way that you've designed the Assembly District, specifically that encompasses Jurupa Valley and connects it to Riverside. I did want to call also, but to raise some concerns about your Senate district for Jurupa Valley, where you're connecting our city with Ontario, Upland, Fontana, even though they are neighboring cities. I do have concerns about, being placed in a San Bernardino County district instead of staying within a Riverside County district, and especially where we can have more of a say, especially if it's a district that allows for, a greater a Latino CVAP as well, and residing within Riverside. I think a lot of my connections here, a lot of our family are on this side in Riverside County, and so definitely want to uplift my concerns and just for you to consider keeping Jurupa Valley with Riverside in a VRA district in Riverside. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8542, and up next after that will be caller 2911. Caller 8542, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. One more time, caller 8542, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. Caller 8542, I do apologize. There appears to be some connectivity issue. I will come back to you. I have it labeled. Right now, we will have caller 2911, and up next after that will be caller 9575. Caller 2911, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you all for your time and your dedication to this process. My name is Janine Arakat. I've spoken to you before. I'm a policy associate at PANA. PANA serves hundreds of immigrant refugee families across San Diego County, but especially in the neighborhoods of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. And as you know, we've been engaging our community members for the past year on redistricting and have worked with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub and community members to draw maps that accurately reflect our community's shared values and interests and concerns, which is why it's concerning that the Assembly Visualization splits El Cajon and splits parts of La Mesa and pairs them with Santee. When you split El Cajon, you're splitting a significant community of interest to the Arab community and a growing African community in El Cajon, who are already disenfranchised and made invisible in the census. I urge you not to split the city of El Cajon, which is a vibrant and community-connected neighborhood and has long histories of interconnectedness. Similarly, I'm alarmed that the Senate visualization pairs COIs of Lemon Grove, La Mesa, Spring Valley, Southeast with Santee. Many of the residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, Southeast, and El Cajon are refugees, immigrants, or largely BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities who have shared needs such as increased affordable housing, equitable transportation, and language access, all of which are not a concern for many Santee residents. You can pull up the demographic data of Santee and the housing, ownership, the schools, all of which would show how detrimental it would be to map us with Santee. We don't share anything in common with residents in Santee and have different priorities and concerns. I urge you to keep our community of interest together.
Seconds.
Please don't split El Cajon and don't map us with Santee. Thank you for your time.
And as a reminder to those calling in, your comments are being interpreted and live transcribed. Please speak at a moderate pace and take time with city, county names, and numbers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9575. And up next after that, we will have caller 6207. Caller 9575, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm the electoral field manager for the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. I've been a resident of Palmdale and the Antelope Valley since 2006 with my family moved from El Salvador. And ever since, I've been working to organize my community, helping them get out to vote, informing them about redistricting and the census count. Although I can vote, this is something that's really important to me and my community. Shirla is an organization that has been organizing for 35 years, and our mission is to achieve a just society fully inclusive of immigrants. And as such, Shirla organizes individuals, communities, and coalitions in order to build power, transform public opinions, and change policies. We want to congratulate you on all the work that you have done and the commission staff has done so far to create opportunities to engage. Today, I wanted to provide feedback on the Antelope Valley, High Desert, San Bernardino, and for District Assembly visualizations. The High Desert is one of the communities that should be kept together at the state congressional level, but the voters here deserve a first shot at electing an assembly member of their choice. We want the High Desert communities of Hesperia, Delanta, and Victorville to be grouped together with the Antelope Valley communities of Little Rock, Palmdale, and Lancaster in order to have VRA districts at the assembly level. We know that it's not going to be possible to keep all of those cities whole, but that is something that we can do as long as we achieve the VRA district and our communities can elect candidates of choice. This could be achieved by modifying visualizations VAD underscore Antelope Valley and VAD VVHD. We also want to provide comment on Rialto that should be grouped with San Bernardino at all levels by taking out Redland and Loma Linda to replace it with Rialto. And this should be for the 15. Visualizations VAD as DCHR that you presented just today. So thank you so much for all the support, and we just want to uplift the maps submitted by the IE Redistricting Hub at all redistricting levels that have been drawn to comply with.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6207, and up next after that is caller 8495. And again, please, a moderate pace for our translators. Caller 6207, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
I recognize the thought behind the decision to join together Kern and Fresno counties, yet these counties are extremely distinct in our needs and enterprise, which is why I asked the committee to maintain separation between these two committees when the congressional districts are drawn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8495, and up next after that will be caller 4270. Caller 8495, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm a community organizer with PANA. PANA serves hundreds of immigrant and refugee families across San Diego County, especially in the neighborhood of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. We have worked hard with Black Hub and community members to draw the map that accurately reflects our community, share values, and interests, which is why it is concerning that assembly visualization is split. El Cajon split part of La Mesa, pair them with Santee. And the Santee visualization also pair quarters of Lemon Grove, La Mesa, Spring Valley, and southeastern San Diego with Santee. Many of residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and El Cajon are refugee and immigrant, largely BIPOC communities who have shared needs such as increased affordable housing, equitable transportation access, and language access, all of which are not a concern for many Santee residents. We do not share anything in common with residents in Santee and have different priorities and concerns. I please urge you to keep our community of interest together. Please do not split El Cajon and do not map us with Santee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4270. And up next after that, we will have caller 0276. Caller 4270, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commission, for the hard work you guys have been doing. I know that the Commission is convened every 10 years, and it is an important task because you set the sort of the pathway for how we select our electeds moving forward. My concern this evening is with regards to the congressional district that was presented, which combines Kern County with Fresno County. I am a resident of the city of Clovis, and we are in eastern Fresno County. Within our county, there's already enough issues. There are different, sort of the economy is very different from Kern County. And I think that the interest can better be served if it was not such a large district and our congressional representative can take care of our area. Not only that, I have seen that water is also a big issue. And as a previous caller already stated, the water issues up here in Clovis, Fresno area is very different than those down in Kern County. And so for those reasons, just how vast it is and for water and for the economy, and also keeping the two counties more separate are reasons why I would push that we change that congressional district to
30 seconds.
Make it where it is similar to how it is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now, we will have caller 0276. And up next after that will be caller 8044. Caller 0276, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. First, I'd like to offer the courtesy by saying thank you for continued work on these maps. Now I'd like to urge the Commission to continue working the congressional maps in the city of Fresno. I believe that there should be a Voting Rights Act congressional seat anchored in Fresno that includes everything south of Shaw Avenue and west of the 99 freeway to ensure Latino areas of Fresno are included in one district. As of now, there are 3 congressional seats in Fresno, which is diluting the Latino vote. The Commission should draw 2 seats in Fresno, which one of them must be over 50% Latino. I firmly believe that having those 2 seats will ensure that Latino precincts in Fresno will have them stick together, given their similar interests. That's all I have to say, and thank you for listening.
And thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8044. And up next after that will be caller 7296. Caller 8044, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am a resident of the city of Victorville, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you for the efforts put forward. Thank you for involving the community in this way. My reference today is for the visualization on the high desert map. There was a map submitted from the IE Hub that included a VRA, a Latino VRA of over 50%. The visualization submitted by the Commission, there is no VRA at all. So I would urge you to take a look at the map submitted by the Hub and just include a VRA. We'd love to be able to vote someone in of our choice. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7296. And up next after that will be caller 8037. Caller 7296, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. This is Deanna Kitamura with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus. Thank you for many of the new instructions you've provided. I'm calling today about the timing of the release of the draft maps. We've heard the Commission say that it plans to release draft maps either November 10th or 12th, and we support that. We recently saw that the Commission added meetings for November 12th, 13th, and 15th. We hope this does not mean the Commission is thinking of releasing the draft maps after November 12th. You may remember that Asian Law Caucus was part of the amici letter brief that supported your attempt to get additional time from the court. We were extremely disappointed when the court denied your reasonable request, but I'm bringing up that letter brief now because it mentioned the analysis and outreach and education community groups plan to do once the draft maps are out. My organization had already scheduled community meetings for November 15th and 16th to prepare community members for the input hearings you have scheduled that begins on November 17th. Now we are scrambling to figure out if we can somehow do all the analysis and community meetings in time if you delay the release of the draft maps. You might think you can simply delay the input hearings, but that would take you into the Thanksgiving week, and we know we'll lose community participation if you do that. So we're asking you to stick with your plan to release draft maps on either November 10th or 12th. The earlier, the better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8037. And up next after that will be caller 2115. Caller 8037, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Griffin, and I'm a student at Orange Coast College, and I'm here to voice my support for keeping the Orange County beach cities together. Although I live in Costa Mesa, I do spend a lot of time in Newport Beach and Huntington Beach. And I believe that the beach cities have many things in common, one of which is sharing the highway, which is PCH. I often drive from PCH in Huntington Beach all the way up to Sunset Beach to visit some of my favorite places. And I highly recommend that you keep us all together. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2115, and up next after that will be caller 1998. Caller 2115, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Hi, thank you for all your efforts to draw up these maps in the most effective way. And I understand the inclination to combine Kern and Fresno counties, but it's important to note that these are really two unique communities who don't share the same culture or history or any of the enterprises or with each other. And I would strongly urge the commission to separate the two communities when drawing up the congressional districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1998. And up next after that will be caller 2408. Caller 1998, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Drew Bessinger. I'm a Clovis City Council member and the mayor last term. I'm calling about the Congressional District Fresno, Madera, Kern. The Fresno metropolitan area consists of Clovis at 120,000 people and Fresno, the fifth largest city in California with over 500,000. We share regional issues with our neighbor: water, economy, transportation, housing, etc. The proposed redistricting removes Clovis from all of the other incorporated cities in Fresno County and links us to Bakersfield, which is 2.5 hours away. We don't share a lot of issues with our friends in Bakersfield, as they've already called in and talked about, and the proposal removes us from the cities of our own county. The proposed congressional maps of the adjacent areas in the Fresno metropolitan area will separate Fresno, the city of Fresno, into 3 congressional districts, which I think is detrimental to our influence. Reviewing the proposals of the other adjacent counties, the proposal for the other metropolitan areas are very similar to the county lines. I request that the commission either keep the existing borders or at least come up with some logical county line or major rivers like San Joaquin River or Kings River to permit us to stay with our regional area. Thank you so much.
Okay, Katie, before you continue, I just want to announce that the phone lines will be closing in just about 5 minutes. So I want to make that announcement. We also have a hard stop on comments at 8 p.m. Katie, please continue.
Thank you so much, Chair. Right now we will have caller 2408, and up next after that will be caller 0106. Caller 2408, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. one more time. Caller with the last four.
Oh,
There you
I'm
are.
sorry,
The floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry, it didn't work
Sure
the first
can.
time. Good evening. Yes, my name is Andrew, and I'm calling from Long Beach. I'd like to thank the commission for providing this opportunity to weigh in and for all of your work throughout this process. I'm joining my neighbors this evening and asking you to keep Long Beach together in your visualizations for California's congressional map. In the most recent visualizations, our city is cut in half between districts. And I'm respectfully requesting that when this map comes up for discussion, you direct staff to reconsider this most recent update to our area. Long Beach is an incredibly diverse city, but we're all united here in asking you to keep us together. We think this is a completely reasonable position and something that can be accomplished along with many of the other priorities I know you are considering throughout your work here. But by keeping us together, you're helping to preserve not only our city borders, but the communities of interest that call Long Beach home. I know this commission has received letters from organizations across our city representing our Latino community, our Cambodian neighbors, LGBTQ plus residents, and many others. When you keep us together, you're working to make sure all of us across Long Beach have a full voice in choosing members of Congress who understand our needs and represent the best of our city. Thank you for the support you have given our needs over the past few weeks, and I hope you'll take our feedback to heart by working to reunite Long Beach in your next congressional visualizations. Thank you again for the chance to speak and for your time this evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 0106. And up next after that will be caller 1461. Caller 0106, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Navon Watson, and I am calling today on behalf of Long Beach City College Superintendent Dr. Mike Munoz. I'd like to read into the record a letter the Long Beach Community College District submitted earlier today. I'd like to express concern with the fourth round of visualizations for the 2020 Citizens Redistricting Commission released earlier this week. These maps propose to put each of the Long Beach Community College District campuses on the edges of different congressional districts. LBCC serves a diverse population of students, and our campuses must be kept together. They are both important parts of the Long Beach community. As a community, we have been following the process closely and have witnessed all that has gone into it. Over the past several months, several of our students, community members, and board members have called in to voice their preference for Long Beach to be kept as whole as possible in our state and federal legislative districts. Please do not dismiss their voices. Long Beach City College is the fifth largest single college district out of the 116 colleges in the statewide system. We are a nationally recognized institution of higher education within the California Community Colleges system. We maintain a hyper-local focus and work closely to bring students in from the greater Long Beach area. We rely on our ability to organize with our state and federal partners to fund some of our most important programs, including the Long Beach College Promise and our economic and workforce development programs and our career pathway programs. Please keep our campuses connected. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. All right, now we'll have caller 1461. Up next after that will be caller 1268. Caller 1461. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. One more time, caller. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you for taking public comment. My name is Chris Hicks. I'm from Running Springs. I'm calling about the visualizations. I like the assembly and congressional maps that you have. They connect our mountain town with a lot of communities we feel a common bond with in San Bernardino County. I heard some people talk about how we have ski resorts and ski areas, but that's just part of our economy. Most of the folks that work at those are really temporary seasonal workers, but the folks that actually live up here choose to live here to have a more rural lifestyle. We're not luxury communities. Our full-time residents just like being away from the overcrowded urban areas below us. and we don't want to be connected with the flatlanders, as we call them. We feel like we are a rural San Bernardino County community, and the VEA, VIC, VAL, and VVHD maps reflect this. Last, I heard some chatter about putting us in a mountain district with Los Angeles County communities, and I can't stress enough how much people in rural San Bernardino County want nothing to do with Los Angeles or any other county outside the Inland Empire. Most of us move to the mountain or desert to enjoy a more natural environment, and we want our representatives to understand that and represent our issues, not to be a population grab for other areas. So thank you for taking comment.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 1268, and up next after that will be caller 8751. Caller 1268, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Kern County is California's leader in energy production. We have a strong petroleum industry which supports thousands of families in our community, as well as a vibrant renewable energy sector at the cutting edge of the green energy sector. Fresno, however, is not an energy producing county. Sharing a district will dilute the representation of our oil-producing families and could potentially curb the advancements we're making in renewable energy. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you'll consider my comments as you continue to decide.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8751, and up next after that we have caller 6777. Caller 8751, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm calling, I live in San Bernardino County, and right now, San Bernardino County, a large part of the rural area are combined with Kern County for the Senate district. And I really like the way that is set up because we share a lot of common interests. Our way of life is very similar in terms of rural living, but the way the proposal looks for the Senate districts, it would cut San Bernardino County, the rural portions, in half, combine one with LA and the other with the Coachella Valley, and then combine Kern County with Fresno. And I think that's a mistake because it takes all three, Kern and then the two portions of the high desert in San Bernardino County that right now are all combined well, and splits them up and combines each one of them with a community that is not similar, but has a higher population, like LA, Coachella Valley, and Fresno, and would potentially then take representation away where currently they all are represented similarly. It would skew it more towards the urban areas. So I would ask that you would try to keep Kern County and San Bernardino County connected rather than linking Kern and Fresno or San Bernardino with Riverside or LA County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6777, and up next after that will be caller 0082. Caller 6777, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Kay Arodaberry. I live in Fresno City. Thank you so much for all your work on the redistricting. I would like you to keep the Hispanic precincts together, please. Please do not split our Hispanic communities. Dividing up our communities takes our voice away and makes it difficult to elect people who truly represent us. That would be a real mistake. So please do not divide the Hispanic community in Fresno City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0082. And up next after that will be caller 9816. Caller 0082, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Jason Sutton. I'm a resident of Bakersfield. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear me out. Kern County and Fresno are very far apart. The districts would be too far for a single person to cover, and our different industries and different cultures and different interests that I think one representative will not be able to represent these two areas well enough. And I would like to keep the districts as they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9816. And up next after that will be caller 8600. Caller 9816, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking this time to hear our concerns and for the hard work you're doing to make sure we have fair and balanced and equitable districts in Congress.
Sir?
I would like to point out that Kern County, yes.
One moment. Is everyone hearing me? Christian?
Okay. Can you hear me?
So?
Okay, to caller 9816, if you are listening to the live stream, if you could please mute that. And then go ahead and press *6 to unmute your phone, and we'll restart your time, please. That's for caller 9816.
One more time, caller 9816. As you were just unmuted, there was some feedback. If you could please mute the live stream, and then please press *6 again to unmute yourself. The floor is yours.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Caller 9816, you're getting a echo because you have a live stream on or because you're connected with multiple phones. We'll come back to you.
We will make notes. If you could please get one speaker. Right now we have caller 8600, and up next after that will be caller 4003. Caller 8600, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to hear me and voice my concerns. I worry that the new congressional visualization, will change the treatment of constituents from representatives because the district will be so large and it will be difficult to travel within. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right now we have caller 4003, and up next after that will be caller 2996. Caller 4003, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening. Thank you for taking public comment. I appreciate all your hard work on this commission. I am a resident of the city of Clovis and a member of the Latino community, and I'm concerned about the way the congressional maps were drawn to include Bakersfield with the city of Clovis. This option does not seem to serve all communities equitably and would not be accessible to all constituents. In the congressional maps, the city of Bakersfield in Kern County was combined with Clovis in Fresno County. And to travel from the southern population center of Bakersfield to the northern population center in Fresno Clovis, you have to drive through 3 congressional districts. Kern and Fresno counties have very different interests, including agriculture and oil. Fresno and Bakersfield are home to two separate California state universities, and they have two different media markets. They have different industry and businesses and different needs. I believe it was last week at one of the commissioners' meetings, it was mentioned that Kern County, the Kern County seat, spanned 300 miles, was too vast. I urge the commission to create a more compact congressional district in Kern. Please do not put Clovis and Bakersfield in the same congressional seat. I want everybody to look at everything equitably and accessibly to constituents. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for hearing my public comment.
Thank you so much. All right, now we will have caller 2996, and up next after that will be caller 1334. Caller 2996, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Susan Rao from Bakersfield, California. Thank you for your hard work and opportunity to allow us to speak into this redistricting proposal. I am strongly opposing combining Kern County with Fresno County. As stated by the previous speaker and by our council member Mike Maggard earlier, the proposed redistricting would drastically dilute representation of concerns for both communities of Kern and Fresno County. Being a leader in energy and agriculture and food, the economy and culture of Kern County is uniquely important and vital to be represented well. Please don't dilute Kern County by extending representation into an unfamiliar and unrelated distant area of the state. We have much more in common to the geographically closer Tulare County and San Bernardino County. Thank you for hearing and your consideration of my comments and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1334. You'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you for taking time to hear my concerns. I think that the new congressional visualization will change the treatment of the constituents. With the districts being so large, if you combine them, I think it'll take away from the constituents in both Fresno County and in Kern County. And it'll make it hard for
Thank you so much. I believe they hung up, Chair.
Go ahead and take the next caller, and we'll go to break right after.
All right. Right now we will have caller 0135. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 0135. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a resident of Yorba Linda in North Orange County. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that you've kept Placentia, Brea, Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and Orange together, because I believe it's important that we keep those cities together, as we do not focus as much on tourism or clean beaches in our county. We focus more on our infrastructure, maintaining high quality roads, and doing whatever we can to minimize traffic. And I believe that's important for both Congress and the state Senate and the state Assembly. However, I do see one issue with how our new state districts are made. It is very hard to access the southern part of Orange County from North Orange County. There is no clear roads that go through the unincorporated area of the county that has now been assigned to our district. And so I would like to please have that changed and noted if possible. It'll take a lot longer for us to access that lower part of the county. Thank you, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you, Katie. We're up on our break, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 6:30. Please don't hang up. If you hang up, you will not be able to get back into the queue because our lines have closed. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. We have quite a few people in the queue. I just want to re-announce that we do have a hard stop at 8. So I'm going to take the final caller at 7:55, and then we will close the meeting with the vote on the motion on the floor. So reminder to callers, if you want to speak on the motion, please do, as well as any of the visualizations. Katie, please continue. Katie?
Katie, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
I'm so sorry. Right now, we'll have caller 0362. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 0362. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 0362, can you hear me? You are unmuted.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Victor Beas. I live in the Imperial County. So first, I would like to thank the commissioners, the commission for their hard work on this redistricting process. And also, I want to thank you because you listen all our participations or the community request to have to expand the districts. I believe now the 3 districts for Congress, Assembly, and Senate are very aligned for the interest of the community. So first, I believe the way it is, it works perfectly for the Imperial County and the communities. Like, for example, all the way to San Diego, because of we share the border, and we are a high populations of Hispanics. I think that's a very important to keep together. And at the north, with this new drawings, I believe now also it's very important to include all the communities that surround the Salton Sea. Now they are all together under the Congress, Senate, and Assembly, so that works perfectly as well. Also at the north with the Coachella Valley,
30 seconds.
we have in common that we are agriculture areas, rural areas, mostly Hispanics as well, so that works perfectly. And by the east,
15 seconds,
all the way from Needles to Winter Haven, we have in common the Colorado River. So I think that's the most important topics we have in this area. And now I believe the 3 levels.
Thank you so much. Right now we'll have caller 0073. And up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 0073, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6, and the floor is yours.
Hi there, commissioners. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your hard work, and specifically, I'd like to thank Commissioner Sadwani for their request to keep Los Angeles' LGBTQ community united. My name is Mike I with Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ plus civil rights organization. And I'm calling to ask that the LGBTQ community of interest stay united in Los Angeles. The Senate visualization continued to separate the city of West Hollywood from Hollywood, which divides the heart of Los Angeles LGBTQ plus community that resides in this core area and its surrounding neighborhoods. The city and the county of Los Angeles is home to an expansive and culturally intersectional LGBTQ plus community and is connected through a rich history of LGBTQ plus civic activism dating back to the 1967 Black Cat riots, which erupted in response to police brutality experienced by LGBTQ plus people, marking one of the first LGBTQ plus demonstrations in the United States. This solidarity and sense of belonging among Los Angeles LGBTQ plus residents continues to this day, with several LGBTQ plus businesses and community spaces thriving in neighborhoods from Silver Lake to Los Feliz to North Hollywood and Studio City to Hollywood and West Hollywood. With this history and solidarity, the LGBTQ community of interest in Los Angeles has actively organized around LGBTQ plus candidates of choice and made history for the LGBTQ plus communities in the city, county, and state level. It is paramount that the LGBTQ plus community be kept together and not separated into 3 Senate districts that fail to see the LGBTQ commonality between West Hollywood and Hollywood. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7175. And up next after that will be caller 8978. Caller 7175, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there, thank you. This is Jeremy Payne of Equality California. Didn't know I'd be going right after my colleague Mike, but again, we are calling for Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ plus civil rights organization. Called in yesterday about San Diego. I'm calling again today about San Diego, but for the Senate Visualization SDCY that was released 1102. Despite concerns being raised by San Diego's LGBTQ plus residents, this Senate Visualization continues to split the heart of San Diego's LGBTQ plus community by dividing Hillcrest at the California 163 highway. The visualization not only divides the LGBTQ plus residents of Hillcrest, but the LGBTQ plus residents in the neighborhoods that surround Hillcrest and Balboa Park, which include Mission Hills, Bankers Hills, University Heights, North Park, South Park, and Normal Heights. For the LGBTQ plus community of San Diego, these neighborhoods are our home, and we are rooted together with LGBTQ plus businesses and community spaces that are culturally vibrant as much as the history of our region. And so we ask that the LGBTQ plus community be kept together and not separated or divided at the California 163 highway. Instead, we recommend using Interstate 15 as the eastern boundary of the Senate district so we may keep our LGBTQ plus community united. I want to thank the commissioners for your advocacy of the LGBTQ plus community, especially Commissioner Sine, for your advocacy of the LGBTQ plus community throughout California. And I hope that we're able to keep San Diego's LGBTQ plus community together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8978. And up next after that will be caller 4984. Caller 8978, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm a resident of the Central Valley, and I want to first say I want to thank you for your continued work on these maps. I am concerned, however, that the Latino vote will become diluted with 3 congressional seats in the city of Fresno. The Latinos should be able to have the ability to elect a candidate of their choice in the city of Fresno, and drawing 2 seats in Fresno, particularly in the area south of Shaw and west of 99, will ensure that. I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 4984, and up next after that will be caller 7672. Caller 4984, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I call in today because I'm here to voice my concerns with the proposal, specifically that which joins the counties of Kern and Fresno, which I see as being too distinct and large to group together. I ask that the committee please think of the constituents who do not wish to be overlooked or forgotten by their representatives, specifically in their congressional districts. And these offices, as we've noted before during this committee meeting, these offices could be as far away as ours, and therefore would be harder to get a hold of and accountable.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7672, and up next after that will be caller 9642. Caller 7672, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
to unmute.
The floor
You
is
are
yours.
unmuted. The floor is yours.
Your live stream.
Hi, good evening. Your live stream.
Hold on. Okay, is this better?
Much better.
Is this better? Okay.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Henry Fung, and I'm calling about, I'm a Cal Poly Pomona graduate, and I'm calling about the districts that are cutting through Cal Poly Pomona. Cal Poly Pomona is uniquely split up between the unincorporated LA County and the city of Pomona. So you have people living in dorms that are in unincorporated LA County aren't part of Pomona. And I would like to see that Cal Poly Pomona be united in the city of Pomona such that people that live in dorms don't vote in different districts than people that live just off campus. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is regarding the districts that go along the 210 corridor. While I am not a fan of those districts, I ask that those districts do not cross LA County and go into San Bernardino County. Our interests are much different, as the San Bernardino residents have mentioned. I think that like the Senate district, I think is good on the 210 corridor, but I do not like the Assembly and the congressional districts stretching all the way from La Cañada and La Crescenta all the way out to Rancho Cucamonga. That is not a community of interest. The community of interest needs to stop at the San Bernardino, Los Angeles County line. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9642, and up next after that will be caller 3781. Caller 9642, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Andrea Testa. Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Andrea Testa, and I am a resident and business owner in the city of Long Beach, specifically a realtor in this area. And I'm calling to express my disappointment in the commission's maps that split Long Beach into two. Long Beach is a single community. We've consistently asked to be kept together because we truly do work so closely together. And we've been so thankful to hear that the commission has heard us. I believe at several commission meetings, commissioners have voiced support for keeping Long Beach together. And staff has summarized comments from Long Beach as wanting to be together. We love all of that. I don't remember a single commissioner giving direction to split us in half, which is why we are so shocked and disappointed to see that this commission would consider breaking us into two. If that happens, the synergy that we've got going could also break in half, and no one wants that. Please keep Long Beach together and reject any proposals that would split us apart. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3781. And up next after that will be caller 9436. Caller 3781, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Andrew. I am a current resident of Santa Clarita, California. I called in a few days ago regarding our congressional and Senate maps, urging you to possibly replicate our congressional district boundaries with the Senate district for better representation. I did also just want to call in today as I want to flag that recently our Santa Clarita Valley City Council has actually submitted a second letter requesting that Vsme Valley be placed back into our district by boundary lines. And, I really just want to kind of call it as it is. This is a complete bend of political pressure from our region and some of our certain leadership out here. And I did want to point out that the city of Santa Clarita actually defies the California Voters' Rights Act, and by marginalizing our minority voters, as they are the only city, I believe, left in Los Angeles County that is refusing to go to districts. We are actually in a potential lawsuit again. Previously, they had also sent a letter on July 20th of this year requesting that we do keep the city of Santa Clarita within the boundaries of Los Angeles County. So I did want to just urge you to reconsider. Our local NAACP has also sent a letter in regards to this. So I just want to thank you for the current map that you have given us, and I urge you to continue using our current congressional map and keep our city within the boundaries of Los Angeles County and to just protect our communities of interest. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9436. And up next after that will be caller 0893. Caller 9436, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. This is Councilmember Greg Tanaka calling from the city of Palo Alto. I'm calling as an individual and not behalf of the council. I'm calling in reference to Congressional District VCD Santa Clara. Wanted to first thank the commission for your hard work on this. I've been on the other side listening to a lot of public comments. I really appreciate your patience and the opportunity. I agree with the current maps of excluding Santa Cruz County. I think those are different social demographics, so it makes sense. But I'm calling in today because I think it's important that we keep Silicon Valley together. So over the past 10 years, Santa Clara County, Silicon Valley, has actually become majority Asian. But in the current proposed map, November 2nd map, the demographics for Asian percentage is almost exactly the same as 10 years ago, even though the county itself has swung majority Asian. In fact, many cities, including the city I live in, Palo Alto, has moved from being 30% Asian to now 38% Asian. So it's the largest ethnic group. And Mountain View is nearly the majority as well as Los Altos and a few of the other surrounding cities. Yet, if you look at the current map, it shows the proposed congressional map shows almost the same percentage of Asian as it did before, even though in the city's containment map, there's been a large Asian increase. So to remedy this, I recommend that Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara is not carved out, and that we move the northern boundary to the Santa Clara County line. I think it's important to keep Silicon Valley together. It won't look as gerrymandered. Silicon Valley has a much more high-tech industry. So thank you for taking my comments into consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0893. And up next after that will be caller 3974. Caller 0893, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us. My name is Vsme Visualization. I'm a Muslim Arab community organizer from Spring Valley, San Diego, and I'm also the Redistricting Fellow with Majdal, the Arab Community Center of San Diego, which is located in El Cajon. Majdal serves hundreds of immigrants and refugee families in El Cajon and surrounding areas. And over the past 6 months, we hosted 4 bilingual community of interest sessions, spoke directly to dozens of community members, and hosted redistricting workshops in both English and Arabic. Our community members are especially connected with other refugee and Black Indigenous communities of color, hubs in our region, in the neighborhood of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. After working hard with our community members to draw maps that accurately reflect our community shared values and interests, it was very concerning to see that the assembly visualization splits El Cajon and splits a small part of La Mesa and pairs them with Santee. When you split El Cajon, you are splitting a significant community of interest of the Arab and Muslim communities that I work with on a daily basis and represent. Our Arab community is currently already disenfranchised by being invisible in the census and by being split in El Cajon City into 2 different districts. I speak on behalf of over 300 families. Please do not split El Cajon and do not map City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, Southeast San Diego with Santee. Thank you so much and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. And right now we will have caller 3974. And up next after that will be caller 1506. Caller 3974, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Patty Cassio. Hi, this is Patty Cassio. I'm a realtor in the Clovis and Fresno area. And I understand that there's potential for Clovis to be separated from the city of Fresno and incorporated with the Bakersfield district. And we request that Clovis and Fresno, as part of Fresno County, be separate from Bakersfield, Kern County. Clovis and Fresno have a joint community, a joint history, and a joint culture. And also, there's a large Latino community in our area, and we would urge that the commission continue working on the congressional maps in the city of Fresno. There should be Voting Rights Act congressional seats anchored in the city of Fresno that includes everything south of Shaw and west of 99 to ensure that the Latino area of Fresno is included in one district. And right now, we have 3 congressional seats in the city of Fresno, which is eluding the Latino vote. The commission should draw 2 seats in the city of Fresno.
30 seconds.
One that is over 50% Latino. And drawing these 2 seats in Fresno, one that includes the Latino areas south of Shaw and west of 99, will ensure that the Latino precincts in Fresno
15.
Stay together, given their similar interests. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1506, and up next after that will be caller 7815. Caller 1506, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, distinguished commissioners. A very pleasant good evening to you, and I can't express enough how I appreciate the very transparent manner by which you are conducting your job of making the decisions on redistricting, right? And also the very inclusive manner by which you are allowing members of the community to speak to your group. My name is Elena Johnson, and I am a resident of Vsme Valley. I came to Vsme Valley in 1984 and left for a short time and then returned again in 1992. At the same time, I worked in a place in LA County, and most of my co-workers are coming from Santa Clarita, Palmdale, that area of Los Angeles County, the northern part. And I urge you, dear commissioners, to please keep Vsme Valley and Santa Clarita together. Having worked with my colleagues and having lived in Vsme Valley for a long time, our aspirations are very similar, our way of life, what we believe in, and the way that we honor and respect each other's families are very, very similar. And I would hate for our group, Vsme Valley and Santa Clarita, to be divided or be separated, because I feel a huge kindred to the people I work with the Santa Clarita people. And it's very, very important because I'm a minority. I'm a triple minority. I'm a female, I'm from Asia, and I'm 65 years old. And I feel that if these 2 cities, which I hold closely to my heart, are separated,
15.
It's going to be very devastating to how I have loved my life here in the United States since the 1980s. I thank you for your time, and again, I urge you to please keep Santa Clarita and Vsme Valley together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7815, and up next after that will be caller 7625. Caller 7815, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you so much for all your hard work. My name is Dr. Suli Saro, and I'm a council member in the city of Long Beach. I'm the first Cambodian American elected to serve on Long Beach City Council, and I represent the largest Cambodian American population in the United States. And I'm
greatly concerned and disappointed in the map that was released this week that splits the Cambodia town into 2 congressional districts. And we are survivors of genocide, and we've developed the first Cambodia town in the United States ever. From 1975 to 1979, the Khmer Rouge killed over 2 million Cambodians, and many have been impacted by it, traumatized by it. Several 100,000 Cambodians fled the country and became refugees, resettling in countries across the world, making Long Beach the largest Cambodian population in the United States. So due to the impact of the genocide and resettlement, many of the communities continue to need access to various healthcare, mental health services, as well as social services and workforce development opportunities. We as a community have made conscious effort to organize and elevate the Cambodian voice in politics, education, and civic engagement, and have established ourselves as equal members in the entire Long Beach community. And we are united in opposing any map that splits Long Beach apart, especially the part that splits the Cambodian community. And this progress has only been possible because we have been working and organizing and advocating for equity. And we ask you to please keep us united, keep Long Beach together, and please keep the Cambodian community and Cambodia town area together. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask every person that is called in that wishes to share comment tonight to please press *9. If you have not pressed *9, please press *9 at this time. It will raise your hand and it will give our staff a count of how many people we have left. Please press *9. It will help us do our job in supporting you. Thank you so much. Caller 7625, you will be right now. And up next after that will be caller 7644. Caller 7625, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much for listening to all these public comments. My name is David. I'm calling about the Alameda Assembly District and calling to urge y'all to please keep the unincorporated areas west of 680 together with Hayward and expand the populations north and south into San Leandro or parts of Fremont, instead of doing what you currently have, which is to expand it east to the Tri-Valley area. Those suburban communities are a lot of Livermore and Pleasanton that are currently included with Hayward and Ashland and Cherryland are a lot more similar to areas further east like San Ramon and Dublin and Danville, whereas Hayward, Union City, these unincorporated areas are a lot more similar to places like Oakland and San Leandro. The 680 corridor is second ring suburbs and exurbs to the east. And in that way, the populations are completely distinct and the communities face different issues. These unincorporated areas are intrinsically linked to Hayward, both in terms of school communities, parks, all sorts of different legislative bodies. And so we're asking, that y'all consider race, class, education, public transit access, all these different things, and keep those unincorporated areas with the other places that they belong with. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to give the opportunity just one more time to please press *9. We did get a number of hands, but just one more time. Please press *9 if you did not do that at my previous announcement. Thank you so much. Caller 7644, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Eric Payne. I'm the executive director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. And I'd just like to say generally on all levels, you should be keeping inner city urban communities in Fresno whole and together, including Southwest Fresno, West Park, emerging Black communities in the Old Fig Garden area, the area around Fresno State, specifically the El Dorado neighborhood between Cedar and West, and the Sunnyside community in Southeast Fresno. The city of Selma should also be paired with these communities where possible, since they share similar demographics. None of the communities should be paired in a district that includes Clovis. I'm not clear on the commission's position to incorporate some of the country's poorest census tracts in Southwest Fresno with the city of Clovis. It's bewildering. Additionally, wanted to lift up that the data doesn't show there are many Black folks in the Old Fig Garden area, but these are emerging Black communities and multifamily developments in the area because the state neglected to invest the proper resources to ensure a complete and accurate count of Black families in the region that resulted in 60% of Black families being undercounted. The commission should be mindful of that and that it should be paired with communities previously listed rather than with dissimilar communities like Clovis. I know the commission has to consider VRA districts as well, so I wanted to lift up that you can create a VRA seat in Fresno while also protecting and pairing the COIs. The Hubs map is a good example of how to do this. Finally, I'd like to thank you for keeping Pixley and Tulare together and Lemoore and Hanford and for moving California City into LA County. Thank you on behalf of all Black families in the Central Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8775, and up next after that will be caller 4769. Caller 8775, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for holding this forum and allowing all these public comments. You have a daunting task in front of you. I'm calling to voice my concern with the lack of the voting rights district in Fresno County. The South Fresno City area is a great place to anchor a voting rights district and keep the Latino community together in that area is very, very important. Right now, the Central Valley Congressional District visualization maps show 3 congressional seats in the city of Fresno, which is diluting the Latino vote. And the commission should look at drawing 2 seats in the city of Fresno with one that is over 50% Latino, thus ensuring the Latinos' voice in our future elections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4769, and up next after that will be caller 5058. Caller 4769, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Hello. Yes, thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, my name is Lucy Yang. I live in Walnut, and I'm also the president of the Chinese American Association of Walnut. I'm very kind of shocked to see the map that I see, both in the Senate and also the Assembly District, because for example, the Senate that I see, the new boundary, I'm glad to see that Hacienda Heights is included, but then we're looking into extending to Orange County, but then there's in my area, where we, Walnut, Diamond Bar, Hacienda High, we're mostly a high percentage of Asian American communities, and we really should have a voice. And we really wish that we could have the Irvine, that area to be combined with us, and versus the current drawing. And also for assembling, we're very strongly opposed. While I see in the current map. Because in the current assembly, you left out Hacienda High for some reason. Hacienda Heights is in the Senate, but Hacienda Heights not in the assembly. And then you left out West Covina. You left out a lot of the areas that we have the same culturally and ethnicity and also economic interest. But you added the whole rural area, mountain area to Riverside and San Bernardino County, which is totally not very similar, in socioeconomic interest with that. It's very strange that so we're strongly opposed the current drawing that extends to Riverside and San Bernardino County. It's so strange. It's very odd. If we have to keep the original, we'd rather keep the original. 15. We really like Hacienda Heights and West Covina to be a part of us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5058, and up next after that will be caller 0029. Caller 5058, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you to the commission for the work that you've doing. My name is Nick Hill. I represent the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce, and our concern is that you do not combine Stockdale Country Club and Oildale to our communities of interest, which falls from the area of South Plains going all the way up to California Avenue. We would like to keep Oleander in that area as well, but going all the way back south going back east, all the way back to Cottonwood Avenue to make sure, that we are counted correctly, because number one, our demographics are not that large here in Kern County, and it would be devastating to us if we were separated between these lines. So I'm asking you to keep these lines intact, especially from the South Plains area all the way going up to California Avenue, and then going back all the way back east to Cottonwood area and things like that, because like I said, these are highly populated African-American areas. And if you split these areas, you split our vote, you split our voting power, you split our ability to get better schools, better hospitals, and better representation in general. So I'm asking that you keep us together. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And right now we have caller 0029. And up next after that, we will have caller 6121. Caller 0029, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is George. I'm a resident of Fresno and currently Clovis, grew up in Fresno. Just wanted to express my concern on the current Madera-Kern map for state senate. We really appreciate the work that you're doing, but just do not believe that the Kern County region should be grouped in with North Fresno and Clovis, simply because the interests are just too vastly different. Maybe would respectfully encourage the commission to consider expanding the city of Fresno slightly to include Fig Garden and Central Fresno, maybe in the North Fresno and Clovis map to make up for that population. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right now we will have caller 6121, and up next after that will be caller 9691. Caller 6121, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for all the hard work you're doing. My name is John, and I live in Vsme Valley, California. And I'm calling to ask that you please keep Vsme Valley and Moore Park together in the same assembly, senate, and congressional district. Vsme Valley is an inland working class community, and the current map has us drawn into the very, very wealthy beach community of Malibu. We have no community of interest. Malibu is not a community of like interest. We have more in common with Moore Park and Santa Clarita. We share wildfire issues with them, a national forest, energy grid, and water issues. So please draw us with Santa Clarita and Moore Park. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9691, and up next after that will be caller 1270. Caller 9691, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Christian calling in from South Fresno. As a Mexican born and raised in South Fresno, I really urge the commission, who's already done some great work, to reconsider the congressional maps they're considering for the city of Fresno. As currently drawn, I think the maps do a poor job of strengthening the Latino Mexican vote in Fresno. I think Fresno and its Mexican community would be better served if there was a district set in the heart of Fresno's Latino community in South Fresno, somewhere south of Shaw and west of the 99. So I please urge you to consider my recommendation. Thank you so much again for the work you're doing.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1270, and up next after that we have caller 9194. Caller 1270, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from East Contra Costa County. A whole lot of us have been calling in, touting our strong connection to the San Joaquin Delta, how important it is to our complementary economy, including the hard-fought fishing tournament in the city of Oakley. Maybe we mention this too much because the current map, Concord TR 1102, is literally a really tall fish hook with the hook part facing the wrong way. Map CDA East Contra 1013 was the best visualization, and visualization United East Contra Costa 1102 united our community interest. I'm not sure where the fish hook came from. The residents of East Contra Costa don't travel north all the way to Yolo County as there's no common transportation corridor to get there, and we don't get visitors from Yolo out here. We don't have economic commonalities with the suburban enclaves of Orinda and Moraga to the west. We do, however, have common transportation corridors with Stockton. As proof, we got a puppy and we needed it boarded. We were desperate and we couldn't find any place that would take her. We were so happy to find a fantastic boarder in Stockton. We get visitors from Stockton traveling through our cities. They stop, they shop, and they eat and have fun here, and likewise. The Delta unites us, and we need congressional representation that focuses on cleaning, shoring up, and ensuring that salination of the freshwater that farmers rely on doesn't happen. We've been calling and emailing consistently with this information.
30 seconds.
But we don't see changes in our area to keep the San Joaquin Delta community whole, including Stockton, that has already been included in the assembly maps. Please make our district cohesive, logical, and manageable, and let's go fishing to the east, please.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 9194, and up next after that will be caller 9858. Caller 9194, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We sure can.
Excellent. I'm a resident of Dana Point, California. I'm calling today because it is concerning to me that we are trying to separate the beach cities of Dana Point and San Clemente with Costa Mesa, Newport, and Seal Beach, because I've lived in Dana Point my entire life, and everyone I've known, we've all felt a greater connection with parts of northern Orange County than where we are now with San Diego County. And as is are part of that district, our beautiful beaches are being ignored in favor for the larger population of the greater San Diego area, and due to that, our beach cities are deteriorating quickly.
Caller 9194, are you still there?
Implore the commission to keep Dana Point and our beach cities with Newport and Costa Mesa. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9858, and then next after that will be caller 8091. Caller 9858, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Malcolm. I'm with Pillars of the Community based in San Diego in District 4 and in Canto. I'm just calling to say that we are very disappointed, and we do not support the assembly visualization, which splits El Cajon and parts of La Mesa and pairs them with Santee. And we also do not support the COIs, this is the Senate visualization, which pairs the COIs of Lemon Grove and La Mesa and Spring Valley and Southeast with Santee. The reason is because that, for one, we don't share culturally or economically with Santee. Also, and this is no disrespect to all the great people in Santee, but historically, Santee has been known to have some of the most vociferous white supremacists and neo-Nazis in the county. And we don't, of course, we don't think that the refugees, Black and brown minority groups in Southeast, Spring Valley, Lemon Grove, and La Mesa should be district with the people in Santee that have those views. Thank you for your time, and you guys have a wonderful rest of the night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8091, and up next after that will be caller 5701. Caller 8091, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling from Kern County, Bakersfield specifically, and I wanted to bring to the attention of the commission, who of course we thank, the issue of valley fever, which is an infectious disease of the respiratory system caused by a fungus that grows specifically in the soils of the Central Valley. This is a disease that's treatable for most people, but for people with a compromised immune system like mine, this infection can be catastrophic. It can even be deadly in some cases. Obviously, with the issue of the ongoing pandemic, that brings an even greater risk to our community. Kern County, for example, has a per capita rate of valley fever that is over 6 times higher than that of Fresno County, according to California Department of Public Health. And that gives me pause when I'm looking at the visualizations on the congressional and Senate side, which are linking the two. It's another example of how Kern and Fresno County are different. We're not a monolith. We should not be treated ubiquitously. And I would ask the commission to consider separating the two for this reason and for all of the other reasons that you've heard. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening, and thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 5701. And up next after that will be caller 9260. Caller 5701, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the work that you're doing. My name is Alex. I am
And you
in
had
the Fresno
late
region.
phone calls and
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Alex. I'm calling from the Fresno area. I'm calling to not only echo but also reinforce some of the comments that have been made throughout the night that Fresno and Kern County are two completely different communities. They do not share the economic, cultural, educational, infrastructural similarities that one would need in order to successfully be in the same state senate or congressional district. I will echo in the fact that Kern County is an oil-producing county. They specialize in energy. Fresno County is the nation's fruit, bread basket, and agricultural powerhouse. We have different universities. We have different school districts and other methods of higher education. I will also highlight that we can and should look at other not only areas but regions to be able to build different congressional seats and state senate seats. We implore you, do not reduce and water down each of these wonderful communities' abilities to advocate for themselves by sticking them and clobbering them together into one state senate or one congressional seat. These are two unique and special communities that deserve to be heard, considered, and receive the attention that the diverse communities that live within each one of these different cities and counties and parts of this region deserve. So we ask you to please separate Fresno and Kern into different congressional and state senate seats. It is sorely needed, and the criteria is wholly there for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9260, and up next after that will be caller 7558. Caller 9260, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Matab Singh, and I am in Kern County. I have been practicing physician since 15 years in the Kern County and represent 6 communities. My opinion is Fresno County should not be linked with the Kern County because they are different with respect to Sikh minority needs. As a minority, we are trying to keep our cultures alive among us, and merging this will dilute our effects. Please honor the voice of Sikh minority people in Kern County, and I strongly oppose joining Fresno County and Kern County. Second aspect, I am the healthcare professional. In the middle of pandemic, both counties have different healthcare needs. So please, I strongly oppose joining Fresno County and Kern County. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7558, and up next after that will be caller 0008. Caller 7558, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I'm sure you've taken great care as a commission in drawing the districts. My concern is the proposed Madera-Kern district. It is so geographically broad. It's huge, too huge. Kern County is wonderfully very diverse, but unfortunately there is high unemployment and high poverty. There would be no way for so many citizens to have access to their representatives. Fresno is over 2 hours away. The redistricting would absolutely disenfranchise many by combining Fresno and Kern for one. Also, Fresno and Kern County have very different needs. They're very different communities, so they need different representation. And with the competition for water between Kern and Fresno, a representative can represent only one of them, one of the interests of one county, of either Fresno area or Kern, but not both. They'd be working at cross purposes. There'd be a tug of war. It would problems couldn't be solved with that kind of representation. We need a congressman or a congresswoman who will work on, the specific needs of unemployment and poverty in Kern County. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0008, and up next after that will be caller 2079. Caller 0008, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a longtime business owner in Kern County, and I'm strongly opposed to combining Kern County with Fresno County. The two regions have little in common geographically and have no historical or cultural connections. Kern County is a leader in renewable energy and the petroleum industry, two areas that have no shared connection with Fresno, but even our agricultural base is different. The economy and culture of Kern County is uniquely important. Please don't dilute the communities of Kern County by extending representation into an unfamiliar and unrelated area of the state. We have much more in common with Tulare County and San Bernardino County. Thank you for your consideration of my comment.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2079, and up next after that will be caller 2966. Caller 2079, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Philip Peters. I'm chairman of the Kern County Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to call and express my opposition to the Kern Madera visualization. That's map number 1102, I believe. Fresno and Kern counties are the number 1 and 2 ag producing counties in the United States. A Madera Kern visualization as drawn would link both Kern and Fresno in the same district, which would severely limit the representation for one of California's largest industries. There's already fierce competition for water rights in the Central Valley, which are becoming even more scarce in the face of the drought, as well as the newly implemented groundwater regulations. Federal funding and grant opportunities are becoming increasingly vital to the survival of the agricultural sector, as well as the jobs that it creates. And merging these areas into one congressional district would pit our two biggest agricultural regions against one another. Additionally, according to an economic diversity index by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Fresno County is more than twice as economically diverse as Kern County. So with California's continuously evolving economy, it is essential for Kern County to diversify its economy, especially with non-water intensive industries, which would put us squarely at odds with the Fresno area with regards to attracting logistics-based companies, renewable energy producers, and other industries that have low water impacts. And lastly, Bakersfield is California's 9th largest city by population, while Fresno is the 5th largest. And as much as we value our neighbors to the north, Kern County would not be well served by sharing a congressional representative.
15 seconds.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2966, and up next after that will be caller 3755. Caller 2966, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Molly. Thank you for the monumental task of redistricting for all Californians. I live in Fresno County, and the congressional maps in the city of Fresno still need some revisions. There needs to be a congressional seat in Fresno from south of Shaw Avenue and west of the 99 to ensure that our Latino communities are represented. Currently, the city of Fresno is divided up, and it is muting our Latinos' voices and votes. This would allow our Latino community to have representation in this great state. I would like to see the lines drawn to allow for 2 seats in Fresno, one that includes our Latino areas just south of Shaw and west of Highway 99. That would ensure that our Latino community stay together since we have similar interests. Our Latino community must have the ability to have our voices heard by being able to elect a candidate that represents our needs. Thank you for your efforts and for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3755, and up next after that will be caller 1526. Caller 3755, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Martin. I'm calling from the Clovis area in Fresno County. I'm a first-generation Mexican-American, a really proud son of immigrants that I got to see my parents earn their right to vote, and I'm deeply concerned about what the congressional map proposal does to their voting rights, to my voting rights, to our voting rights, and just general community interests. I love being from the Central Valley. Our county fairs, the rodeo, our farm communities, the dairies, all of our lakes. Our place is a really special place that I think a lot of us love calling home. Our community is a sort of community that gets up at 5 a.m., toils under the sun. We deal with cold mornings, and we feed our state, our country, and the world. And while products from the Fresno area, the Tulare area are being represented globally, these maps really don't even represent us federally or locally. I'm really worried about how these maps have combined our areas with Kern County. For those of us from here, we're pretty surprised to find that those raised in the shadow of the Sierras and downtown Fresno skyline are now being combined with Kern, which is a great county, but they're very unique in heritage and even in their energy industry and other background. It's also very far away. I mean, if you've ever dealt with the Central Valley fog day, that 3-hour drive is probably 4. And thinking just about what it means for living and representation day to day is really important. As our current maps stand, combining our half of Fresno County and having most of Tulare County as part of our district is not only fair, but ensures neighboring voters have easy access to their representatives. California should set a clear example with our maps. And I think we do that by pursuing compactness, by creating districts that really take into consideration that at the end of the day, a lot of us, no matter where we're from in the state, we want to just vote with our neighbors, the people that we've grown up with, 15. And we really want to continue doing that. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1526. And up next after that will be caller 3384. Caller 1526, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time, caller 1526, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours. We sure can.
Hi. Okay, my name is Sarah Marie. And I'm going to be talking about California's water-related issue. California often faces water-related issues, and as a member of Kern County, I believe if Kern and Fresno County were combined, the representative would have a hard time trying to get water to both counties, having to favor one or the other. This would create unnecessary division and conflict. These counties should remain separated just so we can get fair water quality and no one's being favored over the other.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3384, and up next after that will be caller 1535. Caller 3384, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller 3384, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. Caller 3384, I do apologize. There's a connectivity issue. If we do have time, we will try to come back. Right now we have caller 1535, and after that will be caller 5716. Caller 1535, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Carrie. I live in the city of Fresno. I am a Mexican female, and I've looked at the proposed districting of Fresno, Clovis, Bakersfield, and the whole Central Valley. And I'm very concerned that the representation for the Mexican community, which is largely in Fresno and South Fresno, will just be diluted. We won't have any representation. Our interests will be diluted. We won't be able to get anything done. We're already suffering here, and we're trying to get better education, better resources. And by pitting us into these areas, we'll be pitting against one another, vying for resources with other areas that are distinctly culturally and physically and distance-wise different than what we currently have. We already have enough issues. We don't need to bring in other counties that are completely different and do not share the same interests. So I really implore you to please reconsider this new districting. If you're going to do anything, we need to have our Mexican and Hispanic community have at least 50+% representation wherever you can do that. Otherwise, we will have no voice. So thank you very much on addressing these issues, and I hope that you take everything that we're saying here tonight to heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 5716, and up next after that will be caller 2771. Caller 5716, if you will please follow the prompt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, commissioners. I am the mayor of the city of Santee. My name is John Minto, and I'm focusing tonight on Senate District 38. I agree with Commissioner Senye and about the not separating communities of a common interest, such as Hillcrest, Normal Heights, and Kensington. I've had the opportunity to live in all of those districts, so I know they're very different from what we have in East County, San Diego. I want the commission to keep our inland San Diego County united to continue working with social, transportation, and business issues. These collaborations have existed for more than 60 years, and we are stronger together. And regarding the comments about the city of Santee by the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans, also known as PANA, there's no reason to separate East counties of El Cajon and La Mesa from Santee. I worked in the community of City Heights, which is where they're from, for more than a decade with a variety of community-based organizations to address social issues. Contrary to what was said, all of the communities do share many everyday needs. I would like to invite the people from PANA and the other callers who obviously don't know the true Santee to visit the city of Santee and me. And anybody that has any questions about our community, which is a vibrant, wonderful community, to give me a call. Thank you very much for your time. I know because I have to do redistricting how hard it is, and I appreciate you for being here and taking the time to listen to everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2771. And up next after that will be caller 6778. Caller 2771, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 2771, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I would like to state that I'm a resident of Kern County. I work at the northern tip of Kern County, and it shares the border with Tulare County. I urge you to reject the idea of combining Fresno County with Kern County because, as many have said before me, the communities are entirely different. I would also like to point out that Kern County has a vibrant aerospace industry that it shares with the county to the north or to the south of us. It makes no sense, and it appears to be illogical to combine 2 counties that are separated by 2 other counties and have no geographical border and share no natural common communities together. It would make it difficult for a representative to have to commute and represent such a vast and huge area. And it makes me wonder why. Why in the world is Fresno County being combined with Kern County? Why would that even be proposed? I'd like everyone to take a long, hard look at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6778. And up next after that will be caller 0597. Caller 6778, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Don Musser. I would like to add one more voice to the opposition to combining Bakersfield with Fresno. I live in Ridgecrest, and it's a 2-hour drive to get to see the representation or to have them come to our community. That would add another 2 hours to that drive, and you would be disenfranchising about 40,000 people in the Ridgecrest area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0597. And up next after that will be caller 8423. Caller 0597, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Cassidy, and I'd just like to say that in regards to the redistricting proposals, that while I see the logic in combining Fresno and Kern counties together, it's necessary to see the clear differences within the community's history and culture that affects them today. So I ask that the committee please bear this in mind when drawing congressional districts and keep the 2 separate.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 8423. And up next after that will be caller 1898. Caller 8423, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
My name is Wallace Martin. I'm the former vice mayor for the city of Ridgecrest and in Kern County. Prior to that, I was with the Department of Defense here with our naval weapon base for about 30 years, so I'm very familiar with the area. While I appreciate the need for this mandated evaluating and fine-tuning of a few lines based on demographic changes in 10 years, as we all know, this is never a time for any partisanship of any kind, and this representation exercise is simply for the good of all the people in California, and in that regard, I'm very thankful for your efforts in having to tackle this. But of all the things considered, These map changes, in my opinion, are highly unusual and unprecedented. I strongly object to the current discussion of chopping up Kern County significantly and incorporating us into a county that's 4 hours away. To me, this is preposterous. For decades, our representatives in Congress and the legislature have been from our county seat in Bakersfield, where it should be. This new map redistribution would further alienate us from our representatives, and I see no need whatsoever for these dramatic changes, and we need to all ask why is this even being proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1898, and up next after that will be caller 6373. Caller 1898, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns about the Commission's decision to combine Kern and Fresno County. And forgive me, I did not introduce myself. My name is Sandy Newman, and I am a resident of Fresno. Fresno and Kern have much different history and culture that I think would be misrepresented if the districts were combined. For that reason, Fresno and Kern should be separated. Thank you for your time and your effort.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6373, and up next after that will be caller 9919. Caller 6373, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns regarding these new districts that you guys are drawing. I want to express, first of all, my name is Daniel. I'm from Fresno. And like many others, I want to express my concern for the division of our Hispanic communities here in Fresno. Right now, as the visualizations of our congressional districts are showing, Fresno is being divided into 3 separate congressional districts, being pulled and tugged away. And I feel that it really harms the representation of our Hispanic communities. And I feel that in looking back at those, that the Commission can make districts that are a little bit more representative of our current districts that we have now, where areas west of 99, Highway 99, and south of Shaw are grouped together. Our cultures are similar, and we're just asking that the commissioners honor that and provide us representation that the Hispanic community deserves. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time, and you all have a great night.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9918, and up next after that will be caller 6688. Caller 9918, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, how are you?
Wonderful. Please share the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I wanted to thank the commissions on their work on these maps, but I would like to bring attention to the area of Fresno. I would like to bring in that the splitting of the district, the way that you guys are doing it, or the way that it's going to be proposed, it's going to take away a lot of the Hispanic vote, and that's just not fair. I feel that this should be drawn into 2 seats, that should be Fresno over the, I apologize, that Fresno should be under,
It would appear that we lost our caller. Right now we will be going to caller 6688, and up next after that will be caller 3187. Caller 6688, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I've called a couple times now, but I feel like it's important that our voice is heard.
I live in Santa Clarita. I've lived in Santa Clarita for 25 years, and I'm getting a little concerned when I hear the callers call in and talk about the similarities and how we share water with Vsme Valley. And it's nuts. We don't. If we were going to go into Ventura County at all, it would make more sense to incorporate the areas of Fillmore going out that way and Piru, because we do actually share waterways with them. Then it makes no sense for us to connect to Vsme or incorporate Vsme into our district. This is a political play. It's a ploy from the California GOP. They're really putting pressure on the city of Santa Clarita. And I have to tell you that the city of Santa Clarita really has no standing in this whatsoever. They've spent taxpayer dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer dollars, to not district our own city. So our city council members serve an at-large community, and they have not districted at all. So they have no standing here. They need to sit down. The other thing is the map that you have right now, the VCD AV SCV 1102, where it combines Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley communities, is a very favorable map. That map is representative of our district. It incorporates part of the San Fernando Valley, which a lot of our commuters from Santa Clarita actually commute into the San Fernando Valley and into Los Angeles. There are very few that go to Vsme. So I would appreciate it if you would put forward the VCD AVSCV 1102 map. And thank you for all of the work that you're doing on the commission. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 3187. And up next after that, we will have caller 3989. Caller 3187, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling from the city of Fresno, and as part of the Latino community, my concern is there is currently 3 congressional seats in the city of Fresno, which is diluting the Latino vote. Withdrawing 2 seats, it will ensure Latino precincts to stay together. Given the similar interests, I urge the commission to continue working on the congressional map. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3989. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I just want to start by thanking you for all your hard work and for all the hard work that's going to come. My name is Rahul. I'm calling in from Long Beach. I would like to express my deep disappointment in the congressional maps that were released this week. My community and I have been following this process very closely, and we're interested in staying together. We have been consistent in asking to stay intact as possible, and have probably had the largest community engagement of any city in the state. We don't remember a single commissioner giving directions to split us in half. This puts us back to pre-2011 levels, when the first independent redistricting commission united most of our city in one congressional map. We used to be very gerrymandered prior to the last independent commission, and now this commission might make things even worse for us. So please don't let that happen. We think keeping Long Beach together is a reasonable request that reunites our residents, business community, nonprofits, racial justice groups, and other community-based organizations. Please restore the Long Beach maps to the way they were before. Our city needs to be kept together. East and West Long Beach work together. We share the downtown, a port, a university, and a school district. So thank you for just recognizing our comments.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6054. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name's Margaret Martin, and I'm the former public health nurse for Kern County Department of Public Health in Ridgecrest. I object to any major redistricting, trying to chop up Kern County and integrating us into Fresno. Fresno is 4 hours from my community of Ridgecrest. Bakersfield and Ridgecrest
being part of the same county, we share major medical services and hospitals. Separating us into different Senate districts or congressional districts with Fresno would unfairly put our at-risk community and our disadvantaged community into further risk with lack of understanding of our community issues and inadequate representation. Please consider what is best for my community and leave Ridgecrest and Bakersfield in the same district. Thanks so much for giving me this chance to give my input. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Katie. I'd like to thank all of the callers this evening. I'm happy to report that we were able to get through all of the raised hands. Also want to thank all of the callers who have called in not only tonight, but yesterday. We will also have public comment again tomorrow. To date, we've received over 10,000 community of interest input as well as public input since June. So I think the commission should feel pretty proud of the outreach, and we want that to continue. So please continue to call in and provide your feedback. With that, I'm going to close the lines, and we're going to go to the executive director, who will read the motion, and we'll do a vote on the motion, please. Executive Director Hernandez.
Yes, Chair. Oh, what happened here? 1 second. Okay, so the motion is to approve the line draw direction provided on 1023, 1027, 1028, 1029, 11-2 with edits provided. And
you can do the roll call.
Yes. Begin the vote. Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sanai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank all the commissioners. We will be recessing for the evening. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to all of the support. And we'll see you all in the morning at 9:30. Have a good evening.